world champion of 2023 alongside Bran. So we have 3 world champions in this match. And Neon.
And Neon, who is playing maybe better than all of them.
Yeah, who absolutely, as we said, absolutely floored everybody, including myself. I was up there on the desk, watching the match live, cross-legged in front of the screen, and at every single world record just pounding the ground saying, who is this kid?
I remember I was watching it backstage in the green room. We were like, another world record, another world record. We couldn't believe our eyes. That was just amazing. But also, Josh, it's, I think, my most favorite storyline of the whole tournament so far, because he was facing elimination. He played that route against Lingo. It was a double final situation, and he was getting through, backs against the wall, and then played the match of his life yesterday. He won against Otak.
He was fantastic. All right, if you think you know who's going to win, and that is very hard to pick right now, it's anybody's race today. Make sure to get your pick'ems in. You can earn your share of $300,000 of prizing, move on up the leaderboard, and of course brag to your friends, let us know that you were right, or maybe that you predicted something that nobody else saw. Tuning in, let's switch gears to our very first group of the day, our first quarterfinal. Of course, in Trackmania, we've got 4 players in a quarterfinal, so there's actually still 16 teams left, but they're all going to only advance 2. 2 keys crushed every single match from now on, and stuff Spinks, Granati, and Richie. G-Geek, how do you drive yourself into finding the perfect narrative for this one, because all of these players have what it takes?
Yeah, indeed. Stufts and Binks have been playing absolutely out of their minds. Stufts, especially on day number 2, looking very, very strong on Japan. Binks, one of the 2 chips in the game for AGAL, and everybody already in the crowd looking to drum up support for him in the race, not only for the overall tournament, but the club championship as well.
And that is not another game. That is Trackmania. That's why the AGAL Fiends are ready. And also Granati played very, very good. He's one of the most consistent players, but then he was ultimately not able to close out the finest mode. And then we also have the local, the Parisian. We have Richie in here as well. An incredible double final situation against Nico, which sealed the deal for day number 4 for him.
And one thing that I want to highlight on Richie is we've talked about the importance in the pick and bans of number 1 and number 2 seed, because you get to choose the first 2 and also the last 2 maps. Here, Richie as number 4 can dictate a lot of the physiognomy of the match, because we talked about him, I talked to him actually a little bit earlier this morning. He was not exactly sure which map he would ban. He would think of sticking to the usual ban of Norway, but Japan left on, Japan is kind of left by the wayside, but if you ban Japan, that could be a very good counter for Stufts. It can completely alter the entire storytelling of this entire game.
Interesting. The world record holder, Stufts was, for me, also one of the players who was just amazing. He had such a poor start into his match on day number 2, but then asserted dominance, setting the world record there as well, crushing it from Neon, driving a .15 on Japan. So Japan might be a good ban there, good intel there. We're gonna see that very soon. I think now pick and ban phase will be very important to consider.
That is a great point. I know we had a chance to talk about this with our players. We talked about the players. Now let's hear from the players. Stufts had a chance to catch up with Rachel before his first quarterfinal.
I've got Stufts alongside me, or should I say Prime Stufts is what you've called yourself. Must be pretty happy with the performances so far.
Yeah, I think so. I've had a lot of struggle this year, I would say, with how I played, but I feel like I'm finally playing good again this tournament.
What's clicked?
I think it's the effort I put in again. I think the maps really suit me, so I think that's a big help as well. But I think it's just all the effort I put in all the time, and I think it's just all coming together now.
When you say the maps suit you, can you tell us a bit more about that? Can you pick that apart for us?
So for me, maps that really suit me are maps that are, they don't have a lot of tricks. They're just purely driving
Vamos de
as fast as you
Trackmania.
can, just purely doing pace, and I think that's the type of player I am. Just go as fast as I can.
And in terms of today, you had yesterday off, which is probably important. How did that look like?
I think for me it was a nice little rest day. I had some practice, watched all the matches again, looked at my opponents that I have for today as well. So I think for me it's been really nice to kind of prepare myself for today.
In terms of the opponents, they're all going to be tricky now as quarterfinals. How would you assess each of the 3?
Vai Brasil!
I think Granati and Binks are definitely my biggest opponents. Richie is kind of the underdog in the match, I feel like, but Granati is kind of the opposite of me. He's very consistent. He doesn't crash a lot. So, and Binks is very, very fast also. So I think I'll definitely struggle today, but I think I have it in me to win.
Are you saying you're an underdog, or you
No, I think I'm right up there with Granadi and Binks for the win.
Have you been kind of, I guess, prioritizing EWC? It seems like maybe, you know, when things haven't been going well, the maps are now going in your favor. This has been the priority?
Yeah, it definitely has. I skipped Red Bull Faster, which was another Trackmania event for this, which people kind of doubted at first, I'll be honest. But I think the sacrifice, putting everything into this is definitely worth it for me.
Quarterfinalists, let's go. Prime Stuffs is back and he's ready.
That's Prime Stuffs right there. I like it. Rachel, thanks for the insight. And skipping Red Bull Faster, but also having the chance to prepare and focus only on this. G-Geek, I'll start with you as well. You mentioned some of the physiognomy of this matchup that could change as a result of it. How does Stuffs fare if Japan does get banned? How well...
Mar55 only says,
Weiter
Trackmania.
Trade blows with Binks on Poland, as we saw during day number 2. But Japan has been especially strong, and he had nobody could really answer his pace and the consistency that he showed. So having a Japan ban early on could definitely blow the door wide open for a second place fight between Granadi and Stubbs, and Richie also could have
Ma 55 ogni 6.
Richie was also good on that map, that is for sure. But I think Stubbs in this match for me is a very complete player. It's not prime Stubbs, he's just exceeding his previous prime. Just like he defined himself after that break. I mean, he played Fortnite professionally, took a break, and then came back playing this game. He was a former teammate of Wizzy. Also quite poetic that they're in rival teams now, right?
Yeah.
They're still friends, but they're just having a rivalry within teams. But I think he has what it takes. He has the confidence, and for me, he takes the top seat. And second, I don't want to decide that.
You don't even want to decide. Well, good thing we won't. We'll just be watching and having fun. But Stuffs, he could have been deciding the club championship either route he took. I mean, he would have been on the stage 2 over there in Fortnite, and he would have been here. So Stuffs clearly has a legacy to be made in Paris, France. We are so close to kicking this off, guys. G-Geek, some final words to hype up the energy, the momentum that we've built over these 3 days going into our final day, not only of Trackmania, but of EWC here.
If you thought the first 3 days were crazy, well, oh boy, hang on tight, buckle up your seatbelts and get ready to be absolutely blown away. Not only with the game upcoming, but with all 6 other games that we're going to have today. And in the end, history being made, and we're all for it.
Look in the background. Look how many people are here. It's absolutely amazing.
Oh,
so many
packing.
people
What's up,
already in the
everybody?
crowd.
We're packing.
Make some
How we
noise.
doing? What's up? You adore to see that.
What's up, Trackmania? We love that you're here. We love that you're ready. This is a moment that you want to say, I was there for, because you could see in Paris, there's something a little bit special. The magic has landed in this beautiful land of architecture, of art, of dreams, and it has now graced our stage of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet one last time. Whether it is Stuffs, or whether it's Binks, Granadi, or Richie, or whether we go down the line into Carl Jr., Neon, Pack, and Otak, there is a player in every single race that could determine the fate, not just of this $500,000 prize pool, but of the $7 million prize pool for the club champion and the one who raises the trophy here at EWC.
You gotta put it all on the line.
Mar55 only says, yo, like.
Loose and go racing all the way to the line here, Kai.
And as you look to get those engines started, we here at the Gauntlet, well, we don't get to decide. We are simply a witness to this incredible opportunity. How lucky we are to be here in France. For one last time, let's begin your show here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
Bonjour Paris, how we doing out there? Oh, you sound so magnifique, glorious. You rejoin us here on our fabulous Trackmania stage here at the Esports World Cup. It's good to see you here. It is Championship Saturday, all to play for. One more time, Paris, let the world hear you roar. We're ready, we're so ready for this. We started this competition with 32 players. We're now down to 16 at the end of the quarterfinals, down to 8, and only 8 races go through the semis, and then only one today will be your first ever EWC Track Trackmania victor. It's all on the line here. The pressure is peak. The margins microscopic. And you got a front row seat. My name is Adam Savage. And this racy little so-and-so is the fabulous Milos.
It's always a pleasure to be by your side, Adam, especially when we are at a historic moment. As you mentioned, this is Trackmania's first ever appearance at the Esports World Cup. And this plucky game is probably going to be the one that decides who wins the club championship. 3 teams, Vitality, AGL, and Team Falcons, fighting it out, point after point, to see who can take it all by the end of today. However, the day has to start somehow, and it goes on with our quarterfinals. Please join me in welcoming our first 4 players to the stage. Greats in their own way for game number 1. Stuffs, Granati, Rishi, and Biggs.
The crowd are besotted with what's about to take place here in Paris. We've got ourselves 4 mean, lean racers, all eager to stake their claim on the semi-final. 2 will progress, 2 will have their keys crushed. It all comes down to this. Take a look at this and get yourselves ready.
Again gonna come down to the turnaround. Biggs looking to train things out. Paco, he has the speed. Oh, that! He could not catch him!
We've seen today just the margins, how fine they are. 0.2 of a second in some races, some laps, defining world records and track records every few races. It's incredible. I would love to see Josh 1248 go all the way.
Josh is going to crush his dreams, and Mudder is going to crush his key. It's Josh!
Oh my word!
Being in top 16 is incredible. It was the goal I set out as what I thought if I played my best I could.
One more gate to go for the young man, and he will be the second qualifier coming through.
The win here feels awesome. Not much expectations before the event, so happy with playoffs already.
It just goes to show the kind of the bigger picture of esports, and it's not just about the players, but about the kind of like the celebrations across, for everyone that they know, and what it can mean to them as well as people.
Massa and Granati will stay alive in this tournament.
I need to step it up, and I need to stop disappointing myself and also other people.
You can really feel it's bigger than just competition. It's become more of like a family and friendship. Looking over their shoulders, thinking, who do I have to really worry about here? Who's in my group? Who could be a real competitor going into that kind of final we're going to see tomorrow, the grand final.
For now, I just try to celebrate the fact that I'm going through to the top 16.
What a day here in Paris as we begin the final moment in Trackmania. The crowd, you're alive. You're keeping us alive. You know these racers feel it as well. And whether Granati using the wheel or whether Richie bringing the experience to this matchup, no one knows what is going to happen from now on until the final round that we'll see later this evening. But Kai, this is the moment that these players have been working so hard for.
This is the day we've all been waiting for, not only the players, but also we as the spectators. And take a look onto the ban phase as well. Norway being the first ban from Richie. What can you say about that, Geek?
That was the expected ban that he was expected to go with. He left Japan open, and what do you know, right on cue, picking Japan as the opener. We might be set already on off to the races.
Also, Granati banning South Korea, banning it in every of his matches. And then we have Japan, pick number 1, Canada, Saudi Arabia being picked up by Granati there. And then Hungary and Poland will be map number 5, everybody.
The decider. And one keynote to actually point out, Canada picked by Binks. Binks has not played this map yet, so it will be very interesting to see how he stacks up against the rest of these competitors.
I agree. Great pace there is needed on this particular map, and the crowd is getting ready. We are ready. The players are ready.
And I'm ready as well, which means our casters are also ready to take this. Trackmania Paris, we love you. Let's get into what will be a legendary day by sending it over to your casters, Noah and Twiggy.
I'm not quite sure I am ready, Twiggy, to be totally honest.
Bom dia, rapaziadinha do YouTube, da Kik e da Twitch. Estamos aí, né? Vai começar agora as quartas de final. Vamos ver quem irá para a semifinal, depois final, né, cara?
More quarterfinals to go after this one, and I'll tell you what, Twiggy, I was looking at that pick ban, and I think immediately Stuff's chances of making it through this quarterfinal rose dramatically. Japan, the first map we are getting onto. That means we will be seeing it again in the rotation, guaranteed.
E começamos de Japão. Bora que eu vou jogar essa pista aí hoje, depois de cada prova, de cada round, eu vou jogar a pista para aprender como é que se faz.
Now, unfortunately, Stuff has crashed the first round of the match on Japan here. Is now down by about 7/10 on the other racers, but it is a serious battle up front between Binks and Grenadi for that first 10 points. Those sweet, sweet points. You love to get a first place, of course, in these matches. It is so far ahead of what you get for second, and it really can be match deciding. Just picking up a couple more first places at key times over your opponents can make all the difference.
Well then, some people, which I'm sure are going to be very happy right now in the crowd, the AGAL fans. Binks out in first place, and of course the club championship is probably going to be decided by Trackmania. So if Binks keeps doing well, people are going to be very happy, and that's a good start, taking a lot of speed through the identity of Japan and coming home to a first place.
Richie nearly catching Grenadi at the end there, but as you said, the AGAL fans don't care about that. They're just celebrating seeing Binks win round one here in our first quarterfinal of the day. That's a big 10 points. Disappointing first round for Stuff. It's only picking up 3, coming home in 4th place. It was an early mistake. We'll see if he can get out in front this time.
Exactly, he's going to have to make up for it in the other rounds, and that's not a good start. Another clip right at the beginning of the map means that he will not have a chance to catch up, barring any massive mistakes from anybody in front.
We'll see if any of those mistakes do come through, but even then, he's almost definitely out of the running for that first place in this round. He said it himself at the start of this match. We saw the interview with Rachel. Grenadi, a player who is known. He is consistent. He has that experience, and he's not going to let many mistakes go unpunished, you feel, in this match. At the moment, no mistakes from any of the other 3 drivers. Richie battling wheel to wheel with Grenadi at front. Binks just behind the pair of them at the moment. Grenadi edging out a lead as we head towards this identity. Releases coming through. It's all about your release timings here. How much speed can you carry on out of it as well? And Grenadi doing a wonderful job. Binks as well. Both of them pull away from Richie.
Binks was ahead of Grenadi at this point in the last round, and he does pull ahead, but Grenadi will have more exit speed coming out of that section. It is really neck and neck. Who is going to take more speed through the identity? Who's going to be braver? Who is going to try to push their limits? Binks has more speed, but it's not close to enough. Grenadi crosses the line first, and in procession, 400ths behind. Binks is going to have to settle for 6. This is going to be a tight battle between these two.
What I will say for Stuff, the one positive maybe after 2 rounds where he has come 4th place on a map that he has looked so good on, is that the times from our other drivers are not yet incredibly impressive. You can see it in your top left of your screen right there. Stuff with the 1:15.151 does have the tournament record on this track, and nobody else's time in the first couple of rounds really looking to push that just yet. If Stuff can slow down with these mistakes, stop making mistakes early in the track, he still has a chance when we wrap back around to this map later on. But right now it is looking like a poor start on Japan for Stuff. 3 rounds, 3 crashes.
On the flip that time, catching his car on the edge and, well, I mean, completely stopping all of his momentum. This is not the start that he will want here on Japan. He's going to have to really try, well, just to make it back to Japan at a certain point. If Binks and Grenadi continue to run away with things, we have seen incredibly short series.
We really have. Richie just not able to keep up through the middle sector of the track. Both of these other drivers overtaking him, even though he held the lead earlier on. Has managed to catch back up to Granati now. It's Binks out with a clear lead. A little bit of daylight behind him, and it's all about bravery through Japan. How close do you cut it? How much speed do you carry through these gates? Right now, Granati carrying more than Richie, and he will carry that all the way to the finish line. Will take a second place, but it is Binks picking up his second first place of the match, moving to 26 points.
Really does feel like it's the Binks and Granati show right now. Maybe if you asked anybody before the event who would come out on top in this lineup, probably you would get the answer of Binks and Granati. But the way these players have been playing over the course of the whole tournament, it was always going to be up in the air here on the server. And this time around, once again, Stuffed off to a good start. Something's gone wrong for him every single round so far.
It has, but this is by far the best start we've seen from Stuffed on
Aqui
this map.
nesse jogo, quem a gente tem que ficar de olho é o Binks e o Granati. Eles são os principais a ganhar o jogo, a ganhar os dois a passarem para a semifinal. Porém o Rich, ele vem forte também, só que ele não é o favorito. Os dois favoritos são o Binks e o Granati, tá? Então fiquem de olho nesses dois. Esses dois são os principais. Tanto que no Japão, se a gente for ver aqui no Japão, na pista do Japão, o Binks é o primeiro colocado, em performance, é o primeiro colocado, e o Granati vem em sétimo. Enquanto os outros dois, o Rich, deixa eu ver se eu acho o Rich aqui. O Rich não aparece na lista. Aparece, o Rich está em sexto. Tá na frente do Granati até. Por isso que eu digo, tem que tomar cuidado com esses jogadores. O Stuffed vai bem também nessa pista, mas não vai tão bem quanto o Binks. O Binks é o primeiro.
Stuffed remains a threat if he can keep himself in position heading through the rest of the match. But for now, we leave Japan behind. We are heading to Canada.
Oh, that is unfortunate for Stuffed. It's bittersweet leaving Japan behind right as you got a world record. 3 very disappointing rounds, but at the very least that's going to gain you some confidence. And hey, he's played all the rest of the maps as well.
Yeah,
so it's not like he can't do the same elsewhere, whether or not he's as confident and as quick, happy to do so. Yeah,
I mean, speed, that's the key here, right? Can Stuffed actually get pace like that on another map is key, and well, can he get consistent as well on these other maps, because it is mistakes that have cost him so far. Granati looking very solid so far, maybe just losing out on pace in that final round, but has been there, and Binks in particular looking quick, looking threatening in this match. It is all 4 drivers off the line cleanly. This uphill, any mistakes to be made? Not this time around. We still have 4 drivers out on track.
Yeah, now we're in the playoffs. It does really feel like another echelon has been reached here by the players, and nobody is slowing down for anything. Nobody taking safe lines, and yet still relatively flawless. I mean, the mistakes that we've seen from Stuffed, one of them I wouldn't even call a massive mistake. It was more just unlucky. And, well, with Richie down by 3/10, that is definitely still catchable. It's all going to come down to the identity here. Granati and Binks right behind, and then Stuffed's coming in, flying through the identity. May just get an overtake on one. Can he get an overtake?
Granati vai bater.
It's Granati over the line first, but Stuffed gets the overtake.
This is what we expect to see from playoff Trackmania, Twiggy, is consistency starts to become a little bit less of a factor the deeper we go into a tournament, because the players who make it to the end of a tournament are the players who have not been crashing, and so pace really does start to become the defining feature of these matches. How quick can you get around this track? How hard can you push the times that you have been practicing before the tournament even begins? And right there, Stuffed showing incredible pace at the end, managing to overtake on that final corner down through the identity, starting off well in this second round on Canada 2.
So Richie, who starts off well on the uphill there, getting a lot of speed. Oh,
ai, bateu, Rich bateu. Binks
back into 4th place once again.
E o Granati.
We just saw Granati touch the inside there of the turn. He'll fall back. Stuffed and Binks now, the 2 players looking for first place, and Stuffed has definitely gained some confidence from that round on Japan. He's looking very good here on Germany as well. out in first for the identity. And
oh dear, that's stuffed. He's gone. He's crashed on the inside. Binks will return the favor of that overtake from the first round.
Ui, quase. Essa o Binks levou, o Granada em 6. Ainda está na frente ainda com 38 pontos. Vai para 30, vai para 42. 44, né?
Just as he was looking like he was finding some form here, pushing his way up, and the gap maintains at about 20 points between all of these players here.
Olha o Rich.
Unfortunately, he's going to have to regain that confidence once again. Richie hasn't found any over the course of the series so far and drops back into fourth for a third time here on Canada.
Yeah, tough go of it for Richie at the moment. Hasn't fallen all that far away from Stufts on the leaderboard, but both of them
o Binks e o Granada. O Rich é o pior. É o piorzinho entre os 4, né? Mas os 4 são muito bons, mas o Rich é o que tem menos chance nessa pista. Nessa pista, né? Não tô falando não tô falando no round, tô falando nessa pista. Nessa pista ele não vai bem, ele não é muito bom nessa pista do Canadá. Segundo os dados aqui, quem é bom no Canadá é o Granade, que é quarto, o Jen que é... Não, peraí. O Granade é o melhor, quarto. Depois, o Rich, ele tá em 12º, pra você ver a diferença.
Towards the 140 point limit in this match. Once you get there, these players will be looking to lock in their finalist mode by winning a round.
Então a gente tem essa grande lacuna entre os jogadores.
The ability to actually win around in the clutch when it matters as well. And Stuffed, well, he's having a little bit of a tough time clutching things out at the moment. When he's been developing these leads, he is making these small errors that are costing him. It's not all that much of a cost this time around. He is still sitting in second place, but it was a clear first place for much of the track.
It's an incredibly close round, this one. Everybody within 2/10 of each other as we go around the final corner. Granadi takes it perfectly. He's got a lot of speed. He should be absolutely fine with his line through there, and it is Binks over the line. And Richie, I think, misses that final checkpoint.
Yeah, he did ultimately get across the line. I could see it there on Granadi's screen. That 3 points pop up. It will not be a DNF for Richie in that one, but a little bit unfortunate in a round where he was finally at least putting together a run. He still wasn't really challenging for first place, but was within a couple of tenths. Richie crashing at the finish line. You don't love to see it. I'll tell you what I do love to see coming down the pipeline, though, Twiggy. You know what I love to see coming down the pipeline?
What's that?
Saudi Arabia. This map has been an awful lot of fun so far.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it has had such a rate of DNFs and so much drama at that final jump. We've seen players push and push and push for more time through it by going lower or by tilting their car even further, which has just caused more and more crashes.
Yeah. It really has. It's that final jump in particular, right? When you are aiming for that small gap, you have to time your releases perfectly. And as the adrenaline kicks in on the stage, as the nerves hit here on finals day in particular, I am going to see, I'm guaranteeing it now, there will be crashes here on Saudi Arabia, and it is a map we have seen a lot of as well. Not a lot of players remaining in the top 16 who will ban this one away.
No, not at all. And we did see towards the end of those decider games that players were kind of going, I'm not really sure I want to risk this. Not really sure I want to put up what could be, 80 points in a series on a map where 25% of the time I'm not finishing the map.
Yeah, it can get a little bit scary. At least this time around it's a little bit later, but we could see some decisive finals rounds here yet, Twiggy, in this match. We'll have to wait and see. That's a long way in the future. I'm not going to guarantee that one. I'm just guaranteeing the crashes. That's all I can give you for sure. But right now, you know who hasn't crashed? Richie, looking for a good finish for the first time in a little while in this match. Stuffs, though, is perfect. Look at the speed he gains, hits the boost button towards the finish line. That is a great round from Stuffs, who picks up 10. Richie, with a PB on Saudi Arabia as well, is going to finally get a second place.
It's big for them. It's exactly what they need. As the gap to Grenadier and Binks slows and narrows down just a little bit. Richie.
Just only a little bit, let's be clear. It's going to take a couple more rounds like that, except for Stubbs, who really has been staying close to them at the very least.
Exactly. Richie still trailing by just under 30 points, but Stubbs getting a lot closer.
Yeah.
A few more rounds like that.
Yeah.
Be absolutely perfect, but Grenadier and Binks, not liable to let that happen. I mean, beautifully low jumps from both Grenadier and Binks send them further into the lead.
I thought too low from Grenadier. I thought he was going to clip on the way through, but judged to perfection. The wheelman himself, pretty good on precision, as it turns out. That wheel helping him out, as he is now going to the lead of the race. Stubbs pressuring Binks behind Grenadier.
Ainda está bem acirrado o Stubbs chegando.
Has hit a wall. Grenadier has lost position, so Stubbs inherits the lead.
Muito perto.
Is he able to get it as clean as he was the first time around? Is Binks making it? He's not. Stubbs will take first. It's clean and he's through. Richie will take second again. Grenadier nearly caught him, and Binks will settle for fourth, and so it's nearly exactly the same finishing position as we had in the previous round, just a slightly more unconventional method of reaching that finishing.
Yeah, and Stubbs has done it. He's up there on 60 with the two leaders for the time being. The AGAL fans in the crowd are going to start to sweat a little bit now.
They've gone a bit quiet.
It was a real good start from Binks, and it's dwindling slowly, but we're not even halfway done yet, so plenty of time yet to regain some form.
There really is. Grenadier in particular may be looking to regain here. We kind of said it on Japan, right? The map that Stubbs picked, that he's looked so good on, didn't go great for him, and Grenadier, he's the one who picked Saudi Arabia. He has looked very strong on this map as well. He would like to start to pick up some of those 10-pointers for himself and stop letting Stubbs back into this match if he can avoid it. But there are 4 drivers all within a couple of tenths of each other here at the moment. It's only just over a tenth from first to fourth, and that gap is shrinking as we head deeper into the track. All 4 drivers keep their wheels on the ground through that hill. Will there be a mistake here? There was from Grenadier in the last round. A lot safer this time around. Too safe. He's let Binks out into the lead. Now Stubbs is coming from behind as well. All 4 drivers into the jump together.
Não bateu. O Rich conseguiu. O Binks conseguiu passar na frente ainda dos dois.
Make it cleanly to the end, something we have not seen very often on Saudi Arabia.
And the way the crowd lights up as soon as Binks manages to get around in his favor. It's exactly what they want to see.
It really is, yeah. They've got a very loud drum if it starts going well enough for Binks at any second.
Yes, they do. My head knows exactly all about it.
Ringing in the ears, and well, we'll see if we can get some of that noise going in the crowd on this round. Binks not been winning out on these close rounds all that well, I think it's fair to say. He's done very well in some of them back on Japan, but since then, when it gets close like this, Stubbs has really been having the advantage, having the edge, has managed to finish well in a lot of these rounds. And Binks now is starting to drift just a little bit away from those 2 leaders. In this moment, that is Stubbs and that is Grenadier. They are right on top of each other. Stubbs losing a little bit of speed there, but he does keep the line pretty clean, so will not lose a huge amount of ground. But he's not contesting Grenadier for the lead of the round anymore in this moment. Grenadier less safe this time around through that jump, will maintain the lead out in front. Will there be a miss? Will there be a mistake? Grenadier through the air. He's clean. Stubbs is a little bit cleaner, but he will not be able to close the gap, and it will be Grenadier with 10 points for the first time in a little while, as Stubbs will settle for second, but I think he'll still be pretty happy with it, seeing Binks down in fourth.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, all things considered, a pretty uneventful Saudi Arabia, honestly. Yeah.
Much less crashes than we expected, I think. I guaranteed crashes, and we only got a couple.
Yeah.
At least I didn't put a number on it.
Yeah, I didn't guarantee one
I just said crashes, and there were at least 2.
Yeah, well, hey.
Yeah.
Tell you who will be happy about is the players.
Yes, that's true.
Who I feel like, as we've moved through Saudi Arabia's over the course of the tournament, have come to kind of despise that end a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
But oh well, they don't have to deal with it anymore at all. It's Hungary, which another map
Speaking of
where,
difficult maps at the end
maybe not
here.
quite as many DNFs, but definitely as many crashes.
Absolutely. Hungary, a map that is going to And it caused the soul to leave the bodies of some of these players, I think, at different points. Definitely that final jump has caused some real upsets in rounds already in this competition. Might just do so again here in our first quarterfinal of the day. We now have 3 players within 5 points of each other. Richie, the only one who has not joined the party on above 70 points. Not quite halfway to that 140, but everyone else starting to edge towards it and starting to think about whether or not they can reach finalist with time to spare before their opponents.
Well, Stuffed's up at the top for the time being. Hungary can be very processional until the very end.
Yes.
We're going to see a lot of players holding hands as they move through here. I mean, absolutely nothing separating them through that checkpoint. It's going to be an insane finish if it maintains this position here. Binks moves up into first, but just by a hair's breadth here. Grenadi right behind in fourth. Can they hold this position, and who is going to be the first to make a mistake? Everybody but Grenadi.
Todo mundo bateu, menos o Granada, e o Granada na frente. E ganhou mais um. Agora nós estamos na Hungria. Não é um mapa decisivo ainda, mas é um mapa que vai deixar mais próximo da classificação.
Delighted to have Richie just slotting in behind him in second place. Just there. Sorry, what did you call me? Excuse me?
I called you a swell food.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, we'll see if Grenadi can do it again. He was a little bit reliant on the mistake from Stuft and Binks in that last round, as it did take both of them clipping wheels. They were looking quick up until that point.
Indeed. Well, Stuft, speaking of quick, he's out in first place this time once again. As long as he doesn't crash his car. Should be fun.
Should be fun.
That is kind of
how hard can it be to not crash your car?
Yeah, exactly.
Extremely, as it turns out. We've been watching 32 of the best players in the world.
The tracks are kind of formulated exactly for that.
Kind of trying to make you crash your car at different points.
Speaking of which, here comes Stuffs now.
And he's
done it again. Yeah. He's done it again, and Grenadi is safe on through. Once again, the exact same story. Perfect from Grenadi. Binks comes home in second. Rikshi takes third. Stuffs now needs to make the safe finish happen, which just about all good.
Yeah, you do hit those slow-mo blocks on the way through to the safe finish, so it is slower than it looks if you have not seen Trackmania before and you're not keeping an eye out for those slow-mo blocks as well. So Stuffs will take fourth place again, same mistake, same place, twice in a row on the track. Feeling a little bit, honestly, Twiggy, like Japan was for Stuffs as well, where he's out in front, he's clearly got the pace to win these rounds, and he's just making, I'm going to call them silly mistakes, right? That was one that maybe you could have adjusted for a little bit after the last round, and he had the gap, you know, he didn't need to full risk it on a low jump onto that block.
Yeah, it does feel like Stuffed is one of those players where it's all or nothing on every single kind of area where you could gain or lose a massive amount of time. It is, I'm either going to do it perfectly or I'm not going to even bother at all.
Yeah.
He is back down in fourth place now. Based on the way these finishes have been going, it really doesn't matter unless you're down by more than a second.
It can't happen again. Surely Grenadi can't inherit the lead again from somebody making a mistake on that.
Grenadi está a 4 provas de se classificar. Agora ganhando está 3 provas apenas de se classificar. 4 ainda, né? Vai para 109. 4 provas para se classificar. Enquanto os demais ainda tem mais 5 provas para se classificar.
Wheel buff.
I mean, look, it's what Stuft called out earlier in the match, right? Maybe Stuft has the pace, maybe Binks has the pace as well, but Grenadi definitely coming in with the consistency here on Hungary.
Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, I can't believe this is going to be an elimination match.
Yeah.
Oh god, everyone is.
Every match today, Twiggy, we will have to send 2 players home, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Can we start I don't know, brand new losers bracket?
Yeah, let's make it double elim right now.
Absolutely.
We need more Trackmania.
We definitely have the authority to
say goodbye to anyone else. Richie.
How do you feel about saying goodbye to Richie in this round?
Hey, well, Grenadi's in first place. He's never been in first place on Hungary here.
That's true. Maybe it's not Grenadi inheriting the win. It's just whoever is in second. Let's wait and see. Grenadi onto this platform will not make a mistake. See, that's how you do it, boys. You just have to make sure you get clear. Grenadi, though, a little bit slower than Binks. I don't think there's enough track left. There won't be a perfect map for the player from Big. Granadi will pick up 40 points at genuinely a great time. I mean, what a time to have a perfect map, Twiggy, right? Now on 119 points, jumping from 89 all the way up there, and now he's only 2-3 rounds, well, not 2, but 3 or 4 rounds, shall we say, away from finalists potentially.
Well, indeed, we're going to move to Poland now. I don't recall how well Granadi did on Poland last time we saw him on this map, actually. Have we seen Granadi?
We almost definitely have. Don't ask me. I mean, that's unfair, surely.
Ask me. Oh my God. Don't make me do my job.
Last time we were here, Granadi looked like the fastest player in his match. He was up against Massa Wizzy and Flimsy, and I believe he looked brutally quick. In fact, he might be a serious threat here. I said maybe 3 rounds until Granadi hits finalist. He might even close out the match on this one, if I'm being honest with you, Twiggy.
Well, that was why I asked. Very much possible now that Granadi can take it away here. And it would be that scrap for second place that we've seen so many times over the course. Oh man, well, it won't happen this round.
It won't happen this round. I was just pointing out to Twiggy here that Granadi, one of the few players in the competition who does have a PB on this map that is below 109. He is in the 108.9 range along with Gwen. Not quite alongside Massa, who on the offline version of this map does up to 108.8. But here we go again. Stuffed is quick. He's out to a couple of tenths lead. It's shrunken already. It's now half a tenth of a lead. Can he hold on to it though? As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he might be in with a chance to win it. And with Granadi having jumped up so close to the 140 already, for Stuffs and Binks, it's starting already, I would say, to kind of be do or die time. There are only 2 slots available in the semi-finals.
That's a great jump from Binks, and he'll move up into first place. And it's safe through the water, but not for Stuffs. Clips a wheel, falls all the way back. Maybe Granadi can scrounge together a few points out of this one. But it's Binks and Richie who are in first and second unscathed, and Binks can play it as safe as he wants through to the finish line. Richie right behind, but Binks is the second player past 100. Oh, it was close at the back.
Stuff still holds off Granadi, but Granadi, look, he's on 122. Ultimately, even if he'd won 2 rounds, look, if he'd won 2 rounds in a row, he still would have been on 139 points. So now Granadi can win 2 rounds in a row. He just needed to get a finish in at some point, and he was feeling okay about how things are. The map positioning still, or the match positioning, I should say, that was points overall, still looking very, very good for Granadi. Maybe looking a little less good for Stuffs after that round, as Binks has also hit triple-digit points.
Yeah, exactly. It is very much a nice thing to see as a player, as you are within 40 of getting finalist, though of course we've had many victims of finalist mode.
Yes, we have
already.
There's no guarantees.
95% of your performance might just not matter whatsoever. You've got to get that first place in the end. And right now, Stuff's doing a good job of trying to claw back some of these points here. Binks right behind. Let's see through the water. Stuff's playing it a little more safe, and that has lost him out on a little bit of speed. Binks comes flying through. Can he make anything happen here? Any identity? It looks like it. Way lower, way more risky, and way more speed. Stuff's fighting back, but it's too little too late. No, it isn't. He's got him. He's got him at the finish line.
Wow, Binks got a little bit wobbly at the end there. He did all the work he needed to, and it was frankly a couple of the easier jumps left in this identity. He really had made the push that he needed to, but he just couldn't hold the speed he came in with. And so Stuff's allowed back through into first place, and that is a lifeline, frankly, thrown from Binks to Stuffs in this match.
Oh, that changes things.
It does.
It does.
It changes.
Everything
well,
changes.
Yeah, every player's score has changed after that last round, as all of them managed to move at least a little bit closer to that 140-point mark. Granadi not moving.
Granadi agora está em último, ele precisa muito de uma vitória, porque se o Binks ganhar, o Binks chega a perto da pontuação dele, e aí a competição fica muito acirrada. Granadi está em terceiro, em último agora, deu uma erradinha ali. Granadi ainda em último, conseguiu passar, está em terceiro lugar. Vamos terminar ele, será que ele vai terminar em terceiro? Granadi em segundo. Olha o olho. O Stuff. Granadi vai passar, passou ele. Granadi na frente. Vai terminar em primeiro. Bela. Que beleza, Granadi. 35, ainda uma pontuação de um segundo lugar, né? Ou quarto lugar, ou terceiro lugar.
Went all the way to first, and now he sits 1 second place or better away from finalist Twiggy.
Well, be very, very happy with that. Stuffed has done a good job here on this map. He's caught up to Binks, but he needs to push it a little further as well. Right now it's Binks out in first. Everybody getting so close to that dirt wall. No touches, however. Everybody will stay up where they are. Richie falls back just a little bit. But other than that, nothing to separate these four amazing drivers here.
What a match it has been so far. What a day of Trackmania it has been. We're not even done. Match 1. We have a lot left to go. Binks, does not have a huge amount left to go in this round. I don't even think he was going to recover that. That is
É que eu tô postando aqui nas minhas redes sociais, ó, que a gente tá online.
Looking to get 10 points. Granadi now feeling good though. A first or a second will get him onto finalist. He does not need to overpush this. Allowing Stuff through into first place.
Calma.
Doesn't feel great. You'd still prefer to get the 10 points, but this will be Granadi hitting finalist first. He's not going to let Stuff have those 10 points uncontested, but Stuff will take them away anyway. Granadi though, that is the story of that round. Will get his second place, will hit finalist, needs just one more first place, one round win to advance to a semi-finals.
Yeah. Wheel players, map,
camera spinning around the map as they let it sit in between
Uma
rounds.
coisa que eu sei,
All the way to the right. Granadi making sure he's hydrated, heading back to a map where now Twiggy, now things I think get very interesting.
é que vai ficar interessante.
And Stuffed, well, yes, he did not have a good Japan. Our last time of asking, did set a world record
yesterday. Yep.
Bom, você que tá aí, deixa o seu like, a sua inscrição.
Or sorry, no, he set the world record today. Yes.
In the final round.
Yes.
You forgot because he came fourth in every other round.
In every other round. I was like, in my mind, I'm like, yes, Stuff's very good on Japan. Has not had a good match on it so far.
I gave Noah.
Yeah, truly disgusted with my inability to remember basic facts about the match. We are still watching as Granadi is now
Granadi. Ó, o Granadi aqui, ele tem tem 4 rodadas para ir para a semifinal. 4 rodadas. Porque eles têm que fazer 140 pontos. E depois dos 140 tem mais uma, que é a corrida de classificação. O Granadi já está nessa corrida de classificação. Então temos... O Granadi tem 4 match points. Match racing, né? Agora ali vai dar uma... ele não tira... Aí tem que tirar o pé do acelerador um pouquinho, tem que fazer a curva... Deu uma erradinha o Granadi ali, não, voltou, conseguiu recuperar. Agora é difícil. Bateu. O Granadi é muito bom nesse volante, rapaz. Muito bom. Só porque eu falei, eu ziquei o Granadi. Aí agora você perde toda a concentração. Caralho, que eu ziquei o cara, bicho. Tá vendo? Não é fácil. Se você perde a linha da corrida, é difícil recuperar essa linha da corrida de novo. Agora o Granadi vai ter que lutar contra o mental dele, porque o mental pesa. Ele tinha chance. Ainda tem 2 corridas até o Brinks ou o Stuff chegar no 140, né? Se os dois ganharem, mas não tem como dois ganhar. Porém, o mental do Granadi tá pesando. Tá pesando porque ele estava a segundos de classificar. Agora vai. Passou pelo primeiro circuito de portais. O Stuff querendo a sua vaguinha também. Foi como o Granadi é no Japão. No Japão o Granadi é o 7º e o Stuff é o 3º. O Rich é o 6º. Então, a gente sabe o motivo, né? O Granade não conseguiu passar, não é a melhor pista dele essa. O Rich bateu. Nossa, o Stuff fez o World Record e o Track Record. Bugou ali. Vai, Granade. Stuff dá primeiro lugar de ir para sua corrida de classificação. Última não, ainda tem mais uma volta no Japão. O Japão é bem complicado, esses gates são bem complicados.
But who else has is Binks. Binks has not been gaining points here. That's the same place, the same speed. He's carrying so much, he keeps it out of the wall, and once again,
Granade dá uma batidinha ali.
from a 10th behind and he overtakes Granade through the middle of the track. Oh my god, these two are vying.
É agora, Granade. Acertou, boa, bricou, vai fazer a curva fechado, conseguiu sair mais rápido que o Stuff. O Stuff está uma vitória de ir para a sua corrida de classificação. Granade na frente ainda, brecou para fazer a curva fechada, vai poder agora entrar no sistema dos portais, é a linha dos portais, qualquer errinho é crucial para a sua classificação. Ele deu uma batidinha ali ainda, errou, o Granade foi para a semi, o Stuff errou. Boa, Granade. E, para incrivelmente, a minha torcida era para ele aqui, ó. Olha quem eu coloquei para passar. Granade. Como ganhador, Granade.
Binks is within reach of hitting finalist himself. Stuffed would need
someone
else to win the round in order to deny it, and Stuffed, well, he just needs to finish and he'll be finalist.
O segundo finalista, né? Caso a gente está muito perto de ter o Stuff ou o Binks, como o segundo finalista. Stuff na frente, qualquer posição que o Stuff ficar agora, ele garante a sua corrida de classificação. Mas quanto mais pontos ele tirar do Binks, ele consegue ter uma corrida limpa, sem ninguém pressionando ele para se classificar. O Binks não podia chegar em primeiro para isso, então tá feito. Stuff vai ter uma corrida sem ninguém encher o saco dele para ir para final, para semifinal. Se ele não ganhar em primeiro e ganhar em primeiro o Stuff, ele ainda tem uma corrida, ele vai ficar a uma corrida de classificar. Iremos de Canadá. Saímos do Japão e iremos de Canadá.
I can't do anything else.
Just got to drive my race. Just got to go as fast as I can. There is
one walk over the stake and break his kneecaps. I've just got to drive, unfortunately.
There is one spot in the semi-finals left up for grabs, but there are two
o Stuff tem uma corrida agora, como eu falei, livre, limpa, sem ninguém encher o saco dele. E o Binks ficar em segundo, em terceiro, não, ficar em segundo ele tem, porque é 4 pontos no terceiro, né? Se ele ficar em segundo ou em primeiro, ele ainda tem chance. Então, é isso. E o Rich tem que ganhar mais 4 ainda. Mais 4, mais 3, vai. 3 e 1 segundo lugar, terceiro lugar. O Rich tá batalhando por isso. Binks ficando em segundo ainda chega, passou a corrida de classificação. Então o Stuff tem que correr contra o tempo agora para poder ai, Binks em primeiro, Stuff ficou em último. Então agora teremos uma corrida com os dois possíveis semifinalistas. E já temos Binks na Stuff na frente. Stuff continua na frente. Binks fez uma curva um pouquinho melhor ali, mas perdeu velocidade na saída. Binks perdeu a chance já perdeu a chance nessa de ir para a semifinal. Agora é torcer para o Stuff não errar. E o Rich correndo atrás do tempo também, né? Porque o Rich também quer fazer parte dessa semifinal. Lembrando que o Stuff tem que chegar em primeiro para passar para cima. O Rich querendo estragar a festa do Stuff. Passou. O Rich vai fazer a curva mais aberta, perdeu tempo, já era. Stuff na semifinal. Muito bem, Stuff conseguiu ir para a semi. Quase, né, meu amiguinho? Faltou pouco aí, porque deu sorte que o seu outro amigo não foi tão bem. Bateu no finalzinho.
Their chance with 2 Trackmania players to get things done. They only have one remaining here in the playoffs.
Tell you what though, not a bad one to have remaining. Gwen still playing for AGAL.
O Rich era gente boa, mano. O Rich ele é da hora. Meu amigo, chora não, meu amigo. É um jogo. Chora não.
That's going to be a theme for today, Twiggy, I think. It's going to be very sad to see all of these players go because they have made this tournament what it is so far.
Yeah. I mean, what an amazing way to finish it. We have not had a single
rapaziada, é isso aí, né? Já volto, vou ali pegar uma aguinha, fazer umas coisinhas ali e já volto. 1 minuto.
Neon did set 5 world records as a 17-year-old in that match, so you know, come see, come ça.
Yeah, exactly. You're really feeling the moment here in France. Oh, so many.
Grenade was so scary.
So many of those moments here in this game, and you can feel it from Grenade, and as well as that from Stuffed, and you can feel just the heartbreak on the AGAL side of Binks. But now it's time for us to throw it over to the stage and to Milos.
Bittersweet is every single moment here at the Esports World Cup once you get deep into the tournament, and this is where we are. Our quarterfinals set and ready. Please joining me, Grenade, victor of this first quarterfinal. He'll be crushing the first key. That'll be Binks eliminated. AGL fans, this is what it comes down to. Grenade victorious. And that's the first key crushed. There it is. The elimination for big gentlemen. Come on in here. Grenade, you were calm and collected throughout this whole game compared to everybody else. How are you managing your stress during it all?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm just a rather chill person, and luckily it also works out on stage here, and it definitely helps for these high-pressure matches. I don't think we ever had so much pressure in any Trackmania tournament ever, especially now that it's also, you get top 2 or you're knocked out. But yeah, I kept it cool, I played good. I had a few mistakes here and there, so it wasn't like my cleanest match ever, but I'm definitely very happy with how I played. Also happy that the finalist mode didn't beat me up in the end. So yeah, I'm very happy that I made it.
Very good to lock it in. That's Grenade. Come on in, Shuffs. I mean, very well done for you. You still get second place out of this. It's very important to advance on to the semifinals, but there was a big fight all the way to the wire, down to the wire in it. How did you handle it and keep your cool through it all?
I think the start of my match was definitely rough. I didn't play the greatest, to be honest, but I just kept my cool, knew I could win the rounds with the pace that I had, and that's kind of what carried me until the end.
And it was a beautiful bit to witness. That is it then, Stuffs. You'll be crushing our second key here. You may join me, Granati, on the side. That is Richie's key. That'll all be for Stuffs to nom at here with our crusher. I promise you next year we'll give her a beautiful name. For now, she's just munching. That's Richie, gone and eliminated. Stuffs with the second elimination. It said all for our first quarterfinal of the day. Granati and Stuffs advance to the semifinals.
Bittersweet is a good word to describe the moments we're feeling here as you see fans from elation to desolation, to despair, sometimes to the high energy of finding a route around. And for Stuffs and his community, they are looking to drive another day. And for Binks, just on the edge of a victory lap, unfortunately, we'll sit this one out for now. What an incredible moment, guys. Welcome you back. Randy here on the desk. Turbo G Geek. That was tough to watch. You could see the emotion from Binks supporters, AGAL. The good news is they do have Gwen coming up in the next matchup, so they won't be moving far. But it comes a sad end to Binks' story, who was really a great player.
Definitely, but I mean, all things sometimes have to come to an end, and Stuffs, after a weak start, bounced back into the match. I mean, we have seen the pressure really getting to the players, also to Granati, who was really just throwing away that finals round there on Japan, going into the wall. It wasn't, as Granati would say, a PF ending. He was just had to drive into the finish.
Yeah, exactly. And just to give you a little bit of an insight of the map's progression, we were starting to see Binks and Granati kind of pull away. And on the first rotation of Japan, Stuffs completely flunked it, 19 points out of 14, somewhat salvaging it with a new world record, which would then beat on the second rotation. But where Stuffs' challenge really came alive was when we came to Saudi Arabia with back-to-back wins, and then went all the way to 32 points out of 40, compressing the gap to just 6 points between the top three.
And I mean, also Granati with really 4 out of 4 wins there. But Stuffs, he has to work on those weak starts. Really, it has been a pattern in his matches. And I think if he cannot keep that together, the semifinals coming out now, the top 8 players. I mean, he has also secured some points for Godlike. But if he wants to make it into the final, he has to get rid of those weak starts, because I think those maps really suited him well. And Granati also picking up the piece on Hungary. Also, he was shaky, you know? Poland was then really good for him again, but it was all really just all over the place at some point. Not really someone going straight through it and not struggling.
Yeah, little things going to get worked on. The benefit of today, unlike all the other Trackmania days, which is different than normal Trackmania esports events, is that they get to drive again and again and again. They get to build that momentum. So shaky starts, but hopefully something Stuffs can work on as he will face off in our semifinal, which will still be full of 8 players.
Yeah, it will still be a chock full of 8 players, and their opponents, if you take a look at the other half of the bracket, where there might be some of the opponents they will be facing against, this is going to be one heck of a stand to make. And as Kai said, the weak point, those very poor starts on his map picks, he definitely needs to iron those kinks out if he really wants to make a statement and stake his claim as the champion of Trackmania here at EWC 26.
Well, the benefit is that he did start on Japan. He picked Japan, and he was able to basically get into finalist mode and avoid Binks getting a lot of first places towards the end of Japan. And that set him up for a really great race, and it was tight at the end. Binks obviously feeling a little emotion. See what he has to say.
Binks, that was tough to watch. DNF there at the end in Canada. What happened?
I just crashed. I knew I couldn't win anymore this round, so I DNF and watched the end of the round.
Were you just hoping Richie had something? That's risky tactics.
Yeah, but it was I crashed, so I can't win the round anymore. So.
How difficult is it then when it's out of your hands like that and you're hoping someone else does something for you? To sit and watch?
I don't know. I'm just praying, and and that's it.
I know you came here hoping for so much more. Of course, you're leading the Elite Cup series. You know, we all kind of had you at going through. What do you think you lacked, or was it just that one moment there?
I don't know. Maybe like the stress is too much for me. I don't know. Like I'm not playing like I play in training. So I don't.
You're not playing with that freedom that you've had. In terms of when you have a chance to reflect on the quarter-finalist, will you be happy with that? What will the feeling be?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay. Commiserations today. Sorry, Binks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there. Binks doing his best to kind of hold it together, praying at the end of that round that Stuffs made a mistake. He did not, and that's sometimes just the way the cookie crumbles. Coming up, we do have our schedule for our next matches. That will be featuring an AGAL driver also. So Gwen, Epos, Bren, and Massa will be going head-to-head. G-Geek, this is one that many people think the winner could come from, especially Gwen.
Yeah, and this one is going to be one heck of a matchup if you look at the players, but also with one AGAL player already out, this outcome could decide the club championship early in today's day 4 proceedings.
You're right. If Gwen doesn't get through, I mean, I don't know if it's 100%, but it would almost be a mathematical certainty, Turbo, and you know about not doing math live, that AGL would not move through.
There's so many what-ifs still into play, but Gwen looking very strong in this particular tournament. He really was setting the pace, but he has to play against players who really have to prove themselves. Massa and Bren. Massa, of course, miraculously still in the tournament because he won that round after the crash from Wizzy there, who could have been in this match, actually.
Right, you're right.
And then Bren also, he has to step it up. So I think both in the similar spot. And then, of course, Gwen and Epos will be the clear favorites to take that one home.
Yeah, we talk about AJL, we talk about Gwen, we talk about Bren, and obviously Massa, but there's another player there, Epos, who seems to keep getting better and better every Trackmania event that we see, the later it goes on. The Saudi super fans are behind him, and when we return, we'll get to our group stage number 2.
We're about ready to roll in Trackmania EWC 26, just walking around the venue, and I bumped into a very, very heavy Team Liquid fan. How are you doing?
It's a very exciting moment for me, especially coming from Brazil and be here in the Esports World Cup. It's something that it's very fascinating, the structure, the whole production around it.
EWC is such a huge event, so if you don't know what game to see, you can buy one ticket for here and you have a couple of teams to cheer for and a couple of games to watch, so you have many opportunities in EWC.
The fans of Team Liquid are actually insane. I think you guys don't notice how much it means to us players that you guys support us. So yeah, thank you to everyone. Thank you to friends, family, of course, Team Liquid fans. So yeah, thank you.
If you could grab the mic to say something to a Team Liquid player when they arrive on the stage for one of the games you follow, what would you say to them?
For the Otak from Trackmania, just do your best and you will win.
Bring the trophy to Team Liquid. We're cheering for all of you, for all my passion. So bring this trophy. I want to.
All right, there's some requests coming in right there, and I hope those requests will be answered to them, of course, not only over the course of EWC 26, but of course in Trackmania at EWC 26, which continues this weekend.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Massa, what does it take mastering driving on ice? Look, I'll show you. You need to stay in the right gear. Don't brake too much and hold your speed. Stay in the right angle and go for it. Ah, true, the angle is really important. Okay, I think I know what to do now. Watch this.
We're gonna hope my man is okay after that. Turbo, you all right? You good, buddy? He's down on the stage. We've switched up the panel. Welcome back on Rain Day. We've got Aaron Import Brooks with us here alongside G Geek for our second quarterfinal of our playoffs here at Trackmania at EWC. The last day that we have this action, and of course, we're gonna have the Accor with Counter-Strike tomorrow. That'll be a lot of fun. But as far as the main venue in Paris, Aaron, welcome to the stage, man. How's the event been for you so far?
I mean, it's been fantastic. You know, just being here, being able to see all the crowds, being able to see the other arenas as well, and the fans and everything. Of course, we have the clubs competing for a big championship and everything, and we may be part of that decision today. So just a lot of cool things going on around the atmosphere here. And then to come back to Trackmania, I was doing an interview somewhere else in the arena or in the venue, and then I came back over here, and all of a sudden I start hearing cheers from Trackmania, and I start seeing the crowd fill up.
Hey, man.
After several days, you know, we finally start having to expand the seating because it's like, okay, everybody's here now because everybody wants to see what's happening. I just can't wait.
I can't wait either. Neither can the fans behind us. It's electric. So let's get into our quarterfinal number 2 here on the stage. You talked about AGAL and the club championship race. Well, here it is again. Maybe the most important moment for AGAL. I know every single person in leadership is watching this one because if Quinn goes out somehow, and there's a lot of somehows there, Ipos, Sprint, and Massa only 2 spots out of the 4, then that would almost assuredly mean that the club championship goes the way of Falcons. But a lot to be decided still.
Yeah, Gwen looking really scary over the last 2 days in a good way. Super good performances, super dominant against his opponents. Epos, on the other hand, despite winning very shakily. Very shaky performance. He knows better. He's already admitted it, but he has the confidence that he can go all the way. Looking at Bren, chinks in the armor, still the same thing. Not really having the performance he would like to have, but he can shore it up today if he wants to, if he so chooses, and is able to be consistent. And then finally, Massa, the heartbreaking win. He was happy to win, of course, but he was also heartbroken because of Wizzy and that entire scenario. But he knows he has to focus in today, focus on himself, and improve.
If you saw that one, it was basically Wizzy having the win, but crashing and allowing Massa, it ended up being somebody else who won the round, but again, giving Massa the space to, in another round after that, take the win. Wizzy devastated. A lot of people felt the emotion of that. Massa felt a little bit of the regret of being in that moment, but somebody else who was just driven fantastically, who I think is the main story here for many different reasons, is Gwen. Rachel, what's going on with him heading into this quarterfinal that means so much?
Gwen, pretty solid so far, a first and a second over the 2 days. How do you feel coming into this finals day?
I feel great, but very stressed. Like everything in one day for the finals is a lot. We played 1 match per day since today, so yeah, it will be hard to keep the pressure and to continue winning the matches.
What did you do yesterday then? Did you try and make it feel like you were still playing and still in that competitive mode?
Yeah, I think I was still playing, and I don't even know what I did, but it was like I am focusing on the match and like stay in the zone, you know.
How are you trying to deal with the stress that you're feeling with now?
It's very hard to deal with it. Like maybe breathing is the best way to do in matches. Like take the control of the breath and then just think about playing and winning.
Is this something someone has been teaching you? You've been working on this behind the scenes?
Yeah, not someone, but I think with the experience, like I played the game since like 10 years and 5 years of competing. So yeah, with all the stages and everything, I know what to do to stay like good in the matches and try to deal with the pressure.
You do have so much experience. How are you going to use that experience today?
I don't know. I will try to beat the pressure, you know. So yeah, I think I will just do my best and play.
What do you think your strengths have been so far, which you can use today?
I think I have the pace. I'm a lot of time I'm in first place in the matches, so I think it is the strength that I have to use, and yeah, I will try.
In terms of maps, is there one that you don't want to contest on in the quarterfinals, especially?
Like Norway, I will ban it anyways. I don't want to play it, so yeah.
Okay, well, good luck today, Gwen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Gwen feeling a bit confident, and I don't know who's behind. We got some fans going on as well. If you are a fan of one of the players you just saw, make sure to get your pick'ems in for EWC. Scan that QR code on your phone, your tablet, and get involved. Earn your share of up to $300,000 in prizing, and obviously claim the victory and bragging rights to go along with it. Okay, let's get off this one. You see these guys here in the Y. G-Geek, what's your thoughts after hearing Gwen and setting this match up?
Well, I'm really looking forward to see how he performs. And one thing to note that we couldn't get to during the presentations is that he had a little bit of a two-day tournament that was a very different vibe. Day one, he played really well, but he was upstaged by an absolutely stellar Postito Paco, the man from Virtus Pro, really kind of throwing a spanner in the works in a sense by demoting Gwen to C2. But then day two, he was back to his usual winning ways. The aliens, we like to call it. It was back in town, and honestly, if he's able to keep that dominant form and able to completely maintain P1 on the chokehold and the 10-pointers, this is going to be one scary man to watch go through the ranks.
G-Geek, there was a little bit of like a hat on a sign behind you. You mentioned the idea of a scarecrow. Is there a scarecrow in this match, or is everybody grabbing points?
I'm thinking Gwen could definitely endorse the role of the scarecrow.
Okay.
Epos could also try to make it a bit more of a two-horse race. See, the first match complexion has been so complex to decipher that really, Aaron, it's kind of anybody's game.
Honestly, it is anybody's game. You know, Bren and Massa, they have been struggling, they have been inconsistent, but that doesn't mean necessarily that's what's going to be the case today. Each day is a full reset for each of these players. Epos, he's been having struggle. He has really good practice, but then he can't translate it onto stage. Is he going to be able to actually now translate it on the stage when it matters most? Because now it's only one life. That's it. There's no second chances anymore.
One player playing clearly the best here. That's Gwen coming in. Three players have a lot to prove, but only two spots here as we send it over to your stage to begin our second quarterfinal here in Trackmania.
Our second quarterfinal is almost underway, but our first one was explosive in its own right. As two players, Grenadier and Stuffs, advancing. Our first two semifinalists locked into their spots, but Adam,
oh my goodness,
that club championship,
it's wide open right now, wide open. Obviously in our last matchup, our last quarterfinal, one of the top clubs, AGAL right now in the club championship, lost one of their players. However, there are still one more left and a Falcons player left in this contest too, so everything is still to play for right now. Paris, let me ask you, are you ready to meet the next racers? They're absolutely buzzing, and we are too. Let's meet them. Let's meet our next quarterfinalists. Would you please welcome onto the stage, give it up for your racers, Gwen, Bren, Massa, and Epos.
A second matchup and a massive game in its own right. AGAL and Team Falcons fighting for every single point, and it's all pressure on Gwen. We've seen what happens when pressure gets to these players in moments like this. It's part of the competition, the bittersweetness of it all, but with a crowd roaring behind you, only one thing is on your mind: victory. So Paris, one more time, are you ready?
Paris is ready at the Paris Expo Porte de Versailles, our final day of EWC here in this building, and our final day of Trackmania and Import. What a way to send us off.
I feel bad for anybody who's not an AGAL fan. It's going to be very loud from them during these matches. The players are going to feel it. They're going to feel the vibrations on their seat anytime these fans cheering for Gwen. So I'm excited to see how this match turns out when we start getting into the pick and the bans. But G-Geek, I believe you have some stats that are coming into this.
I think there might be a couple of bans that might be make or break here. We've do see some of the most likely bans: Hungary, South Korea, as well as Australia, Germany, and Norway. Japan being a ban. That's the first time that we've seen it banned in a while, actually. Australia, default ban. Germany being banned by EPOS. Norway, we're kind of sticking with default bans, it seems like, with Norway and Australia coming up again. And South Korea being the first pick for Gwen, which will be a very, very solid one. 3 out of 5 round wins over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, Poland also being somewhat of an unsurprising pick from EPOS here, as he's been feeling pretty consistent on it, feels pretty good, and also it's not necessarily the
Tava aí brincando com o chat, tô com frio. Minha blusa.
As the decider for our map pack for this
Ai, ai.
Pretty much conform to the predictions that we had in terms of the likely picks. Now, Saudi Arabia, I am expecting to see.
Bom dia aí, quem mandou mensagem eu não vi. Bom dia a todos no chat aí do YouTube. Bom dia no chat da Twitch. Antes não tem ninguém na Twitch porque ninguém mandou mensagem, mas no YouTube mandou. Aqui que eu mesmo mandei agora há pouco, quando eu sentei pro bot pra ver que o bot respondia. E o bot respondeu pra eu. A escolha é minha, mas lembre-se, a força pode guiá-lo. Medite, prepare-se ou una-se à luta pela galáxia, porque o meu bot é o Darth Vader. Escolhi ele como bot. Tá bom, né? Une-se pela luta. Une-se na luta pela galáxia. Bom dia, rapaziada. Bom dia. Tá frio aí? Onde vocês moram? Aqui o ventinho tá gelado, tá um dia lindo lá fora. É o azul. Mas o ventinho tá gelado. E é isso, né? Vamos para mais um dia de competição. Segunda corrida do dia. Segunda, quarta de final. Aqui a gente tem o Massa e o... Não, deixa eu ver direitinho aqui o nosso palpitômetro. O palpitômetro é o que fala o real. O palpitômetro de hoje é Win como o top, Epos como o segundo, Green e Massa como os restos. Então, para passar aqui, temos o Green e o Epos. Essa pista é a Sul Coreia. E por incrível que pareça, na Sul Coreia, o Epos é o 10º. Esse pique foi o pique do Gwen. O Gwen é o 5º. O Massa e o Bran, deixa eu ver onde o Massa e o Bran se encontram aqui nessa performance. O Massa é o 13º e o Gwen não, e o Bran não tem classificação nessa pista. E já vemos que o Gwen, que é o melhor de todos, que é o favorito a ganhar, não ganhou a primeira, que não foi o Epos, que foi o que eu coloquei como finalista, né? Como primeiro finalista a ir à semifinal, primeiro jogador a ir à semifinal. Eu voltei nele. Hoje é sábado, dia de jogo da Fúria. Não vai ter quase ninguém por aqui hoje, porque a Fúria está jogando agora, nesse momento. Então, a internet está tomada pela Fúria. Enquanto quem não gosta tá por aí. O Massa no finalzinho por 0,031 passou o Gwen. O celular tá acabando de bateria. On South Korea, no surprise to see Neon in the top left-hand corner. There's going to be a lot of that if you've been following the competition so far. However, into the next round, and what a big momentum boost that is for Massa as well.
Yeah, great times from that last lap. It's a really good catch by you, Mark. I want to call those out really quick. Massa on a 1:12.304, Gwen on a 1:12.335 on that one.
It's going to be Gwen who takes the lead momentarily here, but one thing I am noticing, barely a mistake from any drivers at the moment. Everybody very, very clean as we go through the checkpoint. Look at the separation. Only 0.3 of a second separating Massa in front and Brent at the back of the pack.
Yeah, big moments here for Massa, indeed. Now, to be tied on first with Epos, of course, is where he wants to be. We should talk about Massa, the German underdog in this race. Maybe the least talked about coming in just because of the talent that you have in this lobby, but he's out in front, and he wants to remind everyone just what he is capable of.
Saw his teammate Granade go through in the previous quarterfinal as well. So the big boys, they both want to qualify. They both want to be in a lobby, ideally in that grand final where they can fight it out, see who the better man will be. But Massa with a strong lead here on the turnaround. Runs it very, very close to that barrier, which has given Epos a little bit of an opportunity. But Massa just about holds on here with another very, very quick time here. About 200ths of a second away from that world record time. He will take the 10 points.
Like you said, really pushing the times here. And that big plus 10 now puts Massa all of a sudden on our first map, by the way, in first place after 3 rounds around South Korea. We'll see if he can repeat here and maybe bring an even bigger lead into our next map.
A little bit quiet from Brent here on South Korea as we head into the final round before we do change things up a little bit. And this, of course, was a Gwen pick. So down in 3rd place with the Mac pick being your own. Will want to come away with 10 points in this final round here just to make him feel like that decision was the right one.
You talk about Gwen, you and I got a chance to ask Pac, you know, what makes this kid so special, and I think Pac said he is elite at everything. Expect him to be so good through the
rapaziadinha, estamos... Eu tô com frio, cara. Preciso de um café. Eu vou pegar um café daqui a pouco. Tô com frio. Com sol e com frio. E dormi 2 da manhã ontem, fiquei jogando Rocket League. Vou tomar uma partida para poder ver a minha posição no Rocket League dessa temporada.
Trying to push for these 10 points here, but Massa is holding off the challenge.
Yeah, really nice lines there from both of them, but as you said, Massa looks up to the task, and he will finish it out as well. What a set of rounds here on South Korea from Massa, and even though on that first lap around the map, he may have not been the quickest. Let's not forget he placed 3rd in the first one. It is
Pra quem tá escutando, tá muito alto o áudio deles. Tipo, comparado à minha voz, dá pra me escutar de boa quando eu falo? Ou é melhor deixar mais ou menos assim nesse volume?
South Korea. Now we change things up though as we head over to Poland. A little bit of a different set of obstacles towards the end for our players, and the one thing I love about this identity at the end, you are seeing time being made up by how aggressive players want to be on how quickly they're trying to take that identity.
I agree. It's one of the few identities coming in that if you have the proper line, the proper gearing, you
can tá bom, né? Beleza, então assim eu vou deixar assim. Obrigado. Tá ótimo. Estamos na Polônia. Vamos ver quem é o melhor na Polônia. É difícil ver a Polônia, em poucos pegam. O Gwen, claro, o Gwen é o melhor na Polônia. É o segundo, porém o Epos vem logo atrás com 4º lugar. O Epos, ele é mais consistente que o Gwen nessa Polônia, então temos isso bem, temos essa disputa bem definida entre Gwen e Epos. O Massa, ele não vem tão longe, ele está em 8º, porém ele não é tão consistente quanto o Epos e o Gwen. O Gwen é mais consistente, o Epos é mais consistente, 91% de consistência de manter o tempo correto, sempre o mesmo, e o Massa é 80 só. E o Brand vem lá em 15º, em 73% só de manter a consistência do tempo dele na volta. Ficou para trás. E é o Gwen, e o Epos vem aí. Bonita essa cor do carro do Epos, né? A cor da líquida. Ui, faltando 3 segundos para passar, ele passou.
This is what I mean about Poland being second. This really is noteworthy here because we're so used to seeing it as the decider where you have very different stakes coming into Poland. But now it's just who wants it more, who's going to be consistent. And you talk about Gwen just going wide left, an area where you really wouldn't expect it from him. He will need to clean
Gwen, 22 pontos. Brand, 19. Massa e Epos 36. O favorito da competição do público é o Gwen, mas o Gwen está indo mal. 22 pontos apenas. O meu favorito para essa competição é o Epos, está 36. E o Massa, que ninguém dava nada, está aí, na frente de todo mundo.
And right now, everyone looking much better than our first round.
Everybody within about 1.5 tenths of a second. So close between the players at the moment. Gwen going to be the first into the first jump. Epos with some good speed on the exit though, but Gwen going to...
Kataro_do_Limina says, Bom dia male hero.
Bom dia, Catarro do Limina. Bom dia.
Catarro_do_Liminha says, Bom dia kkk.
Bom dia.
I know exactly what I need to do on this track, and honestly, Mark, it was deja vu. It was Gwen out in front, Epos behind, and Gwen even, keep in mind, he's sending the car on that last plank into the identity. He is getting as much as he can out of that left side as the tires are grabbing, and he pushes it again. This time he doesn't catch. So I like that he just didn't kind of bring everything down speed-wise. He just perfected the line. He cleans it up. It's an important win for him.
Yeah, I think he has to. I think that's going to be something that you have to do on this track. I mean,
E aí, quem tá na Twitch teve intervalinho comercial aí, mas a pouco volta, hein? Deixa o Prime. Deixa o Prime quem não assiste intervalo. E é capitalismo, hein? E eu não quero saber não. Ninguém paga minhas contas. Quem paga sou eu. Ou é Epos e Massa. Mesma pontuação. Os caras estão fazendo a mesma linha, praticamente. A mesma linha, eles fizeram a mesma linha, o Massa e o Gwen e o Ep, mesma linha de corrida.
Massa there taking a look at that exact time that we just saw him register as well. It's a 108.968. Should also mention that Massa world record 108.820 as well.
Quase não vai.
Now we'll go back in, and we know Massa's running a fast time here. It came in important points. We should mention the context here of the points, and really, you look at a driver like Brent, needs to find something special now because the lobby is certainly starting to slip away from him just a bit.
Well, there will be Brent's pick in Saudi Arabia up next as we're into our final round of Poland. Maybe that's a little bit of comfort in the back of the mind for him, and Gwen out in the lead with Epos right in behind him.
Bateu. Gwen bateu na parede ali. Epos e o Massa, um atrás do outro. Ah, e o Massa deu uma batidinha com a parte de trás do carro. O Brand querendo pegar a vaga. Primeiro, ai, bateu. Putz, grilo, os dois cagaram ali, perderam a linha. Primeira vez o Epos ganhando uma mão. Ganhando, né, em primeiro lugar. Que merda. Massa avançando, tirando mais, dando mais vantagem, né? Tirando, né? Colocando mais vantagem no Epos, que o Epos é o favorito.
It's good that the break in between maps gives us 1 second to breathe, because you feel like you need it after 8 rounds there. What a start to everything. We can check in on the points table. And it is Massa out in front with 58. I don't think anyone, after 2 or 3 laps around South Korea, by the way, would have thought we'd be here right now. As Massa puts together, not only keep in mind the back-to-back wins on South Korea, also nabs a first and a second on Poland. That puts him in first place right now. Not too far behind, within 1 race, it's Epos on 51. Gwen at 39, and most importantly, Brent has made it all the way to 36.
Estamos na Austrália. É difícil alguém ter picado a Austrália, hein? A Austrália é uma boa pista. Não, Saudi Arábia, ó. Puxa vida, me enganei, cara. Achei que já era Austrália. A Austrália ninguém pegou, mano. Ainda a Austrália é difícil alguém picar. Foi picado uma vez, eu acho, 2 no máximo. Mano, é difícil essa pista. Essa parte é muito difícil. esse jogo não é só acelerar, tipo, não é só deixar o dedo no gatilho de acelerar. Muito bem. O Brain gosta dessa pista, hein? Vamos ver aqui nas estatísticas. Brand, Green, Massa e Apple. Essa é a pista, é a Saudi Arábia, né? Por incrível que pareça, o Gwen é o melhor nessa pista. Depois vem o Apples em quinto e o Massa em sexto. E o Brand em oitavo. Todos na top 10 dessa pista. Então todos jogam muito bem essa pista. Falando nisso, o Gwen, que é o melhorzinho, foi o primeiro. Todo mundo bem próximo. Essa pista todo mundo vai muito bem. Então vamos ficar de olho aí e ver quem vai ser o grande destaque. Pulou, mantém a direitinha para passar ali. O louco virando a roda já para cair mirado. Mesma coisa aqui, já pula para cair mirado pro outro lado, já apoia na parede. Cuidado para não dar uma quicada ali na paredinha pequena. Vai reto. Aqui mais um pulo, se cair no vermelho o motor apaga. Não caiu no vermelho, caiu reto, todo mundo passou. Já embica o carro para passar no meio da listra ali. Todo mundo conseguiu fazer bem feitinho. É saiu na frente, estamos no gelo. O gelo, depois do pulo do gelo, é o pulo para a rampa. Essa rampa é a parte final da pista. Pulou embicado. Muito bem. Brecou, tirou a vantagem aqui um pouquinho. Brand. Pulou, não pode quicar muito, senão perde velocidade. Agora já era. Bateu na quina, tá ferrado. Falei, bateu na quina, tá ferrado. O Brand bateu na quina ali. Deu um azar. Ele tem mais 10 segundos, conseguiu. Rapaziada, acho que é fácil, não é difícil não, pô. Acho que é fácil, é fácil não, é muito difícil essa pista. Terceira rodada de 4. Quicou um pouquinho o Brain ali ainda, mas teve vantagem. Pulou, passou no buraco, caiu reto. Agora é hora de embicar para a direita para poder passar nesse buraco sem problema nenhum. Ui, Gwen, o Apple passou muito colado ali. Uma coisa agora. O Apple passou da liderança. 0.08 atrás do Grand. Já era, perdeu um pouquinho. Agora é o jump final. Massa bateu. Bem acirrada essa pista. Todo mundo indo muito bem. But also from the drivers that have closely followed as well. It's a very important result there because that shrinks the gap at the top by quite a margin. EPOS now on 71, only trails Massa by 2. Importantly, Gwen is on 63, continuing to make sure that he stays with the points race. And keeping everybody honest at the moment. You can say that about every single driver in the lobby. We've mentioned mistakes, there's barely been one. Couple of misses on the jump at the end, but up until that point, everybody has been essentially sharing the same lines and oxygen. With how close they have been together. Once again, barely anything separating the drivers. Bateu ali, perdeu a velocidade. At the back for now, might have made a little bit of a mistake there, but as we go through the checkpoints, it's going to be Massa, Brent and EPOS. 3/10 separating the three. Yeah, a little bit of a gap through the islands here. This is one of the bigger gaps that we've seen into this section. You get a first-person view of Massa's a little bit reckless line there as you see him get to take that. And now it's going to be a very similar layout. It's EPOS out in front. And now Massa and Brent trying to fight for that second spot. Really big for Brent here. If he can make this jump and a mistake comes in from EPOS, then he'll be able to take it away. But instead, it's going to be the exact opposite of what he would have wanted in that situation. Luckily for him, Gwen's not going to
finish by the looks of things, and it will be Epos who comes away with some points, and a little wry smile coming in from the AGG man there. He knows that might have been a little bit of a missed opportunity for him.
Yeah, confirmed it. I think everyone could have guessed it from the timer there, but Gwen, and maybe even the smile as well, Gwen will DNF in the end there, so he will not get the points on the board, and that keeps things very, very interesting. It will be Epos on 81, essentially tied with Masa at 79, and Gwen at 63, so very much a part of the race. Bren, we have to say, through all of Saudi Arabia, continued to drop down. Bren did not place within the top 2 across all of Saudi Arabia, and now the last 7 rounds, we have not seen Bren in the top 2, and has it ever cost him? He's all the way down on 50 points, while Epos is already on 81.
Yeah, he's going to have to start thinking about first places if he wants to close that gap on the pack that is just slowly and painfully, from his point of view, just extending away from where he finds himself right now. But maybe Argentina will present some opportunities for him to claw some of those points back, and starting at the front of the pack is going to be a good way for him to start doing that. This time is going to have to nestle in behind everybody for the first time in quite some time. Does not find himself in the front 2, as we will find a little jump up here for the no steer into the turnaround. Now this will be where we'll find time made up and lost so many times, as Masa just about avoids missing that checkpoint, but it's pretty good. But look at Bren. Bren's out in front right now. A huge, huge opportunity for him.
Out in front, Gwen went way deep. Masa with a lot of contact.
We'll see if he can pick it up
on the ice. Bren looks good. It's a similar line, but Masa, he does. He comes flying through. And right now, very, very close here for just about all 4 drivers into the bobsleigh.
Masa's carrying more speed by the looks of things as well. So if he can line this one up and keep his nose in front of second place, then he will take those 6 points. But most importantly here, for the pack and for Bren, it's 10 much-needed points for him. He might be back in contention with a couple more rounds like that on Argentina.
He's going to be really proud of that, and to be honest, you even heard the hometown crowd, of course, erupting as well, just wanting to see what he might be able to do. Of course, supporting their French compatriot, even though he flew a long way here. Of course, still a lot of people in the building cheering him on as well.
He was flying into
Ui, é muito apertado. Quero ver como eles fazem. Eles já pulam virando. Toda vez que eu vou tentar fazer isso, eu não consigo.
Trying to make that time up. He cut it so close last time around, and he's done exactly the same again. Oh, Gwen goes a little bit high. He's rocking and he's rolling, but he's just about managed to hold control of the car.
Masa bateu.
And it's Bren who's through first, but everyone's setting and just trying to get as much as they can out of the car and just sending it a bit too hard. This time it's Bren with the most control. Car will snap back on the dirt into the bobsleigh.
Oh, just carnage in front of Bren. He let it happen. He gleefully watches 2 players crash out in front of him, and it will be back-to-back here for the man who needed it most. It's 10 followed by 10 for Bren.
The man who needed it indeed, as we said, in 7 straight rounds. As Epos will not finish either, will get the DNF. In 7 straight rounds, Bren had not placed within the top 2. Now take a look at the scoreboard. He only trails Gwen by 1, and all of a sudden, anything can happen here.
And he's out into the lead once more, and boy, let me tell you, the confidence will be sky high for him. First jump into the red boost, and it's Bren out in front. And for Masa and Epos, it's not been the best of Argentina's. If first and second place stays like this, and it's Bren and Gwen, well, boy, does that make things very interesting when it comes to the standings.
Bren needs no invitation, and he's taken that and all of the momentum here. And it's a deep run from Bren, pretty deep, so that's going to give Bren even more of a time pad here.
Gwen's trying to push his luck, I feel like, on that turnaround. Masa just going to clip on the exit here. That's going to send him down to the back of the pack, but it's Bren again with a clear run towards the final bobsleigh here. Gwen in behind him in second place. But that gap of 7/10 could be enough here for Bren to look for the hat-trick of wins. It will be 3 in a row if he can thread the needle. 30 points out of
Argentina here for Bren. Runs a 1:12.355, getting close to that Gwen record you see, but the record between the two is not important right now. What's important is who is in first place, and just like that, it is Bren going back to back to back to change this story entirely. Look at that live ranking on the left-hand side. Massa 94, EPOS 88. Bren now on 80 and Gwen on 77. It is anyone's race at this point. This is unbelievable. Bren was just on 50. You'll remember he was just at the back of the pack and maybe about to become an afterthought in this round. Instead, he has become anything but. He will move out of fourth place and not just into third, but now threatening second as well. Muscle's fallen right to the back of the pack by 0.6 of a second, over half a second away from the front three for now, and it's Gwen and Bren, and we've seen that Gwen has struggled on this turnaround.
5, 6.
And Bren has the speed on the exit, trying to chase them down here. EPOS and Gwen under pressure. Everyone make sure to be very clean there. Into the dirt. Going to be, looks like probably pretty similar low lines. Yes, but EPOS's lines is going to be a little bit faster, maybe. Yes. Look at Bren.
Começou 10, 11, 12, 1.
Off of the sidewalls here, but it's Gwen who's in the lead. EPOS battling with Bren for second place. EPOS will take the second. Bren won't be able to go clean.
Meu Deus.
Win on Argentina. But if you'd asked him after the first round, will you take those points on Argentina? He would have bitten your hand off for them. Absolutely would have. And by the way, just to paint how close that was in the end, it was a 1:12.600 from Gwen, a 1:12.657 from EPOS, and just behind, as you saw, a 1:12.692 from Bren. So Bren essentially running almost just as fast as he was. However, Gwen and EPOS found the speed that they needed in the end as well. And what a treat Argentina just gave us, because if you simply wanted this to be a close race and you didn't want it to be over yet, I tell you what, that you're speaking our language as well. That is exactly what we just got out of that map. It's going to be EPOS on 94 now, 3 behind Massa, who is still in the lead on 97, and this is absolutely beautiful setup. Gwen is on 87, Bren is on 84. Anywhere, anything can happen from here, without a doubt. Well, let's see what happens on Canada. Round 1 is underway.
Vamos para o Canadá.
Is very much still in contention here. Canada, the name of the game, speed and precision. And I think at this stage of the tournament as well, we'll feel it's pretty right to throw bravery in there as well. It really is, and that identity, you're going to have to be brave. You're going to have to cut the identity as, oh, Gwen already taps early on the
Bateu.
road.
Gwen deu uma vaciladinha ali. Não é fácil não, rapaziada. Parece que é fácil, mas não é fácil não, pô. Epos na frente agora. Epos tem 94. Massa tem 97. Dentro da competição, eles precisam de mais 4 corridas para irem, 4 vitórias em primeiro para irem para a corrida de classificação.
And I tell you what, EPOS and Massa, I like the way they took that final turn in this scenario on this type of stage with this type of prize pool. The biggest, of course, in the history of the game. There's no need to run that identity as tight as you can. We will see that. Don't worry, that is still to come. But in that exact scenario, that was the right call. That puts EPOS on 104, Massa on 103. 10 points here on Canada is just absolute gold dust. You see the rankings on the left-hand side once again changing after just one round. Through the sausage slalom. It's EPOS this time, who's having to nestle in behind Bren and Gwen. Good speed from Bren through this, but a little bit
bateu no pau.
just a little bit too much. Catches that wall.
Gwen, Massa, diferença é 1 ponto só. Gwen agora querendo fazer parte dessa brincadeira. Ganhando, vai fazer parte dessa palhaçadinha. E o Bren ficou para trás.
Good turnaround by the looks of things coming in from Gwen as well. A big gap means he can play it safe. Another comfortable result here for EPOS, who is just consistently adding 6, 6, 6, whatever it might be when it comes to the points. Very rarely are we finding him.
Aqui, Epos vai para 110. Gwen, 101. Epos a 3 vitórias de se classificar para a semi. 3 primeiros lugares, né?
Sausage slalom, this is where we have seen players just clipping on that outside wall numerous times as they wrestle with the speed and the undulations of that road. Here we go. This time, Bren is going to come through clean, and Bren takes the lead as we jump into the dirt slalom now. Massa in behind him. It's actually Gwen and Bren battling at the front here, and Gwen with some really nice lines through the dirt there, takes himself into the lead. Yeah, Gwen was such a great exit into the dirt, and he will presumably maintain this all the way
Que frio!
into fifth gear as we get ready.
Fazer um cafezinho, então eu tô ficando com frio. E passou. Caraca, quem é? Vamos. Todo mundo empatado. É a 2 pontos na frente de todos. Apenas 2. E o Brand 96. Não tá tão longe, né? Mas já não tá na briga. Ainda não tá na briga. Aí, Epos bateu.
Leader by 2, but if these three keep him at the back of the pack, we are going to have a new leader. Gwen, wheel to wheel. Bren hits. Massa, Bren hits. That's going to get him out of it as well, but it's Gwen who has just by no, look at the side shot from Massa. 10 points for the German. A shrug of the shoulders from him, and in the final turnaround, slings himself over the line to get those so valuable 10 points. I think a lot of people were thinking it felt like we had lost Bren at a very rare spot into that 5th gear spot right before the final turnaround, and it turns out we did, as he will make full contact.
Taro_2_Lemon says, NASA.
As you say, with a 102.452 ahead of Gwen. Epos also not nailing that turnaround, and he will be in 4th. So that will make the points, unsurprisingly. Oh, it's so close. Not only interesting, but it is officially after that round specifically, Massa will overtake not only Epos, but Gwen as well. Massa on 121,
estamos simplesmente
Epos on 116, and Bren within 2 races. And let's not
indo
forget,
para os 4 rounds decisivos e na South Coreia. Daqui irá sair os 2 finalistas, semifinalistas. Então vamos ficar de olho, porque o Massa está muito próximo, porém, na verdade todos estão, né? O Massa só tá 10. Vamos ver quem que é o melhor aqui na South Korea. South Korea, o melhor, né? Gwen. Segundo, Epos. Gwen em 5º. Epos em 10º. Massa em 13º. E Brand não aparece.
Yeah, Gwen goes wide. That's a signature line from Gwen, though. He likes that wide setup there, and now Massa's going to get wheels down first. Look at Massa. He has so much more speed. And the German, moments away from securing 10 more points.
É o Massa, o mais próximo de classificar.
That is 4 straight wins for Massa on South Korea. You talk about preparation, you talk about lines, you talk about time investment.
Mas não é tão fácil assim não, porque ele tem que ganhar em primeiro esse e o próximo. Se ele ficar em segundo não adianta de nada. O Gwen.
Incredible result. The only player in the lobby who could do it with a win here. Massa fighting with Gwen at the front once more. Gwen with a DNF. He's out of the race. Not sure what
Ó o Ep chegando. Chegando.
But this battle at the front is huge in the context of qualification, and EPOS is not far away as well. Look how close these three are.
Keep in mind in the back right now, they want to deny finalist mode, of course, and they want to deny all those points, make Massa work even harder for it.
Engines off. Final turn before the identity here. Gwen goes wide again. Massa with a more traditional line alongside EPOS. Gwen really trying to push it here, and Gwen will go and hold off the challenge. EPOS trying to push it as well. All three drivers.
Olha o Massa. Bateu.
From Massa that is going to deny him hitting finalist here. And Gwen and EPOS respectively will take the 10 and the 6.
And finally, you saw, like you said, Gwen setting up a little
O
bit
Gwen favorito da galera tá aí. Uma corrida em primeiro lugar de ir para a corrida de classificação. E o Massa tá aí também. Bateu ali, mas os dois quem ganhar. Na verdade, o Massa chegando em segundo já vai para a corrida de classificação. O Gwen tem que ganhar.
What's in front of us, and that is Massa and EPOS fighting out of the front of the pack.
My EPOS now could deny match point for both drivers if he's able to win this one.
Massa though out in the lead. EPOS trying to cut that corner as close as he can. We know that Gwen will be having a nice wide line. It's actually Brent who's fallen way out of contention again, back in fourth place by almost 5 seconds. But these two, EPOS looking to deny. Massa versus EPOS on the line. It's Massa though who will get over the line and will hit finalists.
Runs it in a 1:12.370 as well. A fantastic time that's even pushing up against that neon record. And it's a huge moment from Massa. Like we said, had he been sniped there at the line, it could be a very different result. He will now have a free shot on finalist mode at advancing.
On a map where he has been so dominant as well.
Taro_do_Lemonhead says, Dormiu?
Dormi, dá uma cochilada. O cara tá... Massa está a uma vitória. Epos está a uma vitória de ir para... Bateu também. Gwen está a uma vitória de ir para a pista, a volta de qualificação.
Gwen just needs to finish. EPOS needs to win, but he's over 3 seconds behind the two in front of you.
We're not going to see him there.
Is this an opening maybe for Brent? A mistake here from Gwen, and Brent's back in it. However, Gwen not making many mistakes so far on this identity. Once again, that wide line into the first turnaround.
See, we should be able to close this one out. As you say, no pressure really. Brent's even taking his time through that one. And this should be Gwen. Yes, indeed. The first one through as well. He will now be in finalist mode. And what a result. And what a scenario we have here.
Double finalist.
Important to note, that was, of course, a free shot from Massa on South Korea, which he had nearly a 75% win rate on in this set of matches alone. An unbelievable result, which means we have to look at what happened on Poland in our last outing. Massa and Gwen each having just one win on the map sets us up perfectly, and you saw how devastating Poland was at times with this specific group. Both of them now the exclusive double finalists in this round.
And the fact that EPOS was in the hunt every single time, a first, a second, and a second for EPOS. He needs the points, and Poland is his pick. Do not count EPOS out of this at this point, even though we have two players, double finalists who could qualify. EPOS still has an opportunity here to throw a spanner in the works. Gwen and Massa, though, all eyes are on you.
And here we are, back to Poland, and how fitting. The map that you could certainly say gave our drivers the most trouble in terms of any identity in this set so far has been Poland, especially when it came to the first lap. Let's see who can make it happen this time. And of course, Epos wants to not only deny, but also get himself on finalist mode as well and set up a potential triple finalist.
And he's out into the lead. I said, do not forget about the Brit. He's going to have something to say about who qualifies from this group here on Poland. Gwen, though, a lot of speed on the exit into the dirt slalom. This first jump, I tell you what, that little plank that
Gwen,
for looks narrower
Massa
than ever as Gwen just about holds on.
Unbelievable.
Esses dois têm a chance de ir para a semifinal. Gwen está a caminho disso. Só pode ir um, né? Então o Massa vai ter a chance na próxima rodada. Porque o Gwen está indo muito bem. A não ser que o Brent boa, tá na final, Gwen. Caraca, eu pus quem? Mano, eu não pus o Gwen, eu pus o filho da mãe do outro lá. Tem que ter posto o Gwen. Acredito que eu fui contra a maioria. Eu pus o Epos, puxa vida. Mas na última vez eu acertei, né? Agora é Epos e Massa. Quem ganhar foi pra semi. Epos e Massa. Brain querendo estragar a festa da galera. Epos na frente. Brain querendo estragar a festa. 0,028 é o que difere um do outro. Epos na frente, o motor desligou. Epos e Brain. Epos e Massa. Epos e Massa. É o pulo da vitória. É o pulo da vitória. O Massa, o Epos. O Brain ganha, Brain. Ganha, Brain. Ganha. Ganha que é a chance do... Ganha que a chance. Ai, Brain, meu Deus. Ufa.
The only result that would keep us striving here, of course, was the Bren win, and he will do it. He will put himself on 128.
Vai, Epos, Epos.
Can he create another miracle? Or will it be Massa or Epos through here? And Epos, look at the pressure. Just had his chance. And on the first jump, the first part of the identity theme of the map, he will find himself falling into a DNF.
Não sei se as duas podem ganhar. 2 segundo lugar também. 2 terceiro lugar, mas daí um do outro os caras vão ganhar, né? Então não. O Brain tem que ganhar todas em primeiro. Até o último.
And all eyes are going to be on him once again as we go through the dirt slalom here and we approach that jump. How's the grip looking this time for Epos? Comes through clean, also gets wheels down. Tiny bit of counter steer in the air here. Onto the lily pads. He is clean. Bren right behind him. No, Bren wants to deny yet again. Bren with a little bit more speed on the exit as well. Epos is under pressure. Epos holding on though.
Meu Deus. Epos semifinalista. Boa, Epos. Ganhei, mas eu pus ele passando em primeiro, né? Não em segundo, mas tudo bem.
Who has played this game for a very long time and been on many stages, finds himself with pure relief after that last race. He will come through on a 109.175 on Poland, but much more importantly, will advance through the group.
A lot of talk about his talents away from the game, but let me tell you, this is where he is looking elite. The consistency got him into the position, but the ability to hold your nerve and correct the wrongs of previous rounds on what must have felt like the biggest jump of his career. He came through that first jump clean. into the lily pads and then holds off the challenge as well in the final
Rapaziada, eu vou
identity.
pegar café ali, eu tô morrendo de sono, já volto.
Epos deserves that spot.
And also needing Bren to deny Massa on that mistake run as well. And
crazy.
That is the beauty of not only Trackmania, but also the action here at the Esports World Cup. You need to make sure that you're not only playing the track, but also playing the field. And in the end, it's Gwen and Epos getting through.
Well, as we say goodbye to the racing, it's only about time that we should catch up and hear what the qualifiers have to say. Adam Savage is on our main stage right now with our two drivers.
Here we are back at the main stage. Paris, give it up for Gwen and Epos! Come forward here, fellas. It's time to do the honors and crush some keys. Amazing scenes, absolutely incredible quarterfinal there. And first up will be Gwen stepping forward and crushing the key of Massa. Please come to the key crusher. And if you come just over here for me, Epos, we'll just witness this this big moment, this enormous moment in our Trackmania Esports World Cup Championship. My goodness, you can lean in there and watch Massa's key being crushed by Gwen, our leader in this quarterfinal. And there it is. Out of the competition. Come here, fellas, as it resets. Come and join me just over here, Epos too. Gwen, I'll start with you. What an unbelievable race that was. I want to ask, the AGAL fans have been going crazy. How much has their support helped you in this moment?
It's a very big support. Like, I heard Falcons fans behind me, and it was so hard to keep the pressure, and AG fans helped me to keep it, and I just wanted to win it.
We saw there at the beginning of the race, it took you a little bit to get into it. You're a bit behind, and suddenly the second half of the series, you just stepped things up. And what turned it around?
Yeah, I saw I was 2 or 3 on the car, so I sent it. So
Loved it. And Epos, very quickly before crushing the key of Bren, you mentioned this there. You can't leave it that close next time. It seemed very close, but still through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, start of the match, I was playing good, consistent. Then we got to Argentina, and I think I failed like 3 rounds in a row. It just kind of got in my head a little bit, and he kept getting closer and closer, and it was just, yeah, I don't know, man, unreal.
Epos, you reset now because you are through to the semi-finals. Both of you, I'm going to ask you now, Epos, to come on over to the key crusher and crush the key of Bren. What an incredible moment this is just down there for us. As once again, we have Gwen and Epos making their way through to the semi-finals of our competition. Trackmania, the greatest esport of all time. We're getting there, I think we are. Absolutely incredible. There it is. It's crushed. What a moment. We'll see them later on in the semi-finals. But for now, it's back to rain day in the gang. Does it get any better than this? What an unbelievable race.
And what unbelievable consequences. The club championship, had Gwen not won, would have almost certainly gone to Falcons. But because he stays alive, so does the hopes of an organization. AGAL still in the running, and Trackmania yet to potentially crown a winner. And that, of course, will lead us to some more matches to talk about. But after that, we got to get to this one. Welcome back on the desk. Rain Day here with Aaron Import Brooks, G-Geek. Gwen and Epos move through. The favorite, the beatboxer, the fan favorites of many. These two certainly deserve this moment, but on the other side of that coin, I mean, Massa was so close as well.
He was so close, and honestly, it's sad we didn't get to see what mistake he had. We're gonna assume probably he bumped against a wall or something, or just a little clip that forced him to go 0.8 behind. But honestly, what a battle. It wasn't, there was no front runner really at any point. Maybe Massa at the beginning, but honestly with Trackmania with 140 points, the first half really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It sets you up for a successful latter half, but at the end, when it gets to later rounds, everybody starts waking up. It's like, okay, it's time to get going. And we saw that with everyone. Even Bren, he had a really successful portion of the match, but then unfortunately just fell off so hard after the map switched to Canada.
Yeah, it's got to be tough. I mean, he talks about that latter half. That's where we're seeing this decided. Despite who comes in driving a little bit better, it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, exactly. And coming back to Gwen, he had such a slow start. Over the course of the first 2 maps, only 39 points collected. That's downright abysmal. He managed to somewhat navigate it through around, I'd say, Saudi Arabia, Argentina, like also Poland were a little bit messy. But by the time we reach Canada, this is when he started his resurgence. 30 points out of 40 collected. It compressed the gap down to only 4 points between the first and third. And then after that, just circle back to the second rotation to South Korea, righted the wrongs of the first rotation, which went completely south, and concluded on his first attempt on Poland in a beautiful fashion.
Yeah, and I think on the side of Epos here, he did really well for himself for certain maps like Poland and whatnot, but I saw something with Argentina. Not sure, something wasn't clicking. He was having a terrible time. I believe he even had a DNF at one point.
Yeah.
And it was a rough Argentina for him. Also South Korea, a map that he's been wanting to play so bad. He's like, why is everybody banning South Korea? I want to play it. He gets a chance to play it, and then he's lacking pace, about 0.1, 0.2 behind each round. So he has to shore those up coming into the next round. I believe he can do it. He knows he can do it. You saw the reaction on stage, that just overall relief, but he's got to recuperate himself for the semifinal.
Yeah, he barely made it through, and the person he beat out was Masa, who has some thoughts about not qualifying and what it means to him.
Masa, how tough is this to take right now? There was 3 of you in finalist mode. You booked your finalist mode spot first, and it didn't work out for you.
Yeah, feeling a bit empty right now. I got my form back, I would say. I performed today very, very well. Can't complain about that. But yeah, the way it ended, Brand denying me in the second last round. Then in the last round, I just get an unfortunate slowdown, to be honest. SK, I choked the last round of the map, but then again, it's like one fail. Yeah, I don't know, just a bit unfortunate, but at least I played good, so yeah.
And the crash in Poland as well, kind of letting Epos get back into it. Do you think it was the stress?
I mean, it's normal to make mistakes, I would say, under pressure. I don't think I really did bad mistakes. It happens, you have to push. Yeah, it definitely helped Epos getting finalist earlier on, but it wasn't really on my mind. I just played my game and tried to finish a clean round, and one round it wasn't enough, and the other round was unfortunate. So, yeah, that's that.
Can you try and explain to us what the pressure feels like out there on stage?
Honestly, it's a very nice feeling. I like it a lot. I like having pressure. I like playing under it. Somehow I couldn't handle it the last few days. Today I could, I would say. Just unfortunate ending, and yeah, I enjoyed it very much. That's why I do this. I enjoy the pressure, actually. I really enjoy the stage matches.
Are you going to learn from this? What are you going to take away from this experience?
Every day is a new day. Anything can happen, and always believe in yourself. And most important, what I learned for today is have fun. And I had fun.
Quarterfinalists, having fun at EWC.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Can't complain.
Thank you.
Keeping the bigger picture in mind, one step at a time, making his way towards a new version of himself that can be a little bit better next time he shows up under the lights, but at least enjoyed the process of getting there.
Yeah, I hope he sticks to those words that he has. He has a bit of a reputation after events like this, and, you know, going through it, he has a little bit of a crash out phase. So I really hope he does stick to those words. I think, honestly, Masa should be proud of his performance. I mean, yes, it's a tough loss, but at the same time, like, he has performed really well. I wish he would have gone further. It would have been nice to see another German go forward into the tournament, but honestly, it's a tough world out here on this stage with
easy.
all of these matches, and we're literally having the best of the world. So
it's just a cutthroat world, not only in the real world, but also in the virtual world, the world of racing. You got, as we say, the same motto as Esports World Cup. Nothing is ever granted. Everything is earned.
That's so true. I appreciate it. I know that we've got our schedule coming up here in a moment for you. We've got more races happening here. Elcon, Mime, Josh, and Paco coming up next. G-Geek, excited for that one?
Honestly, yeah, Alcon and Mime, former teammates, I would say frenemies in a sense, fighting against another former teammate of theirs, Paco and Josh. One of the greatest stories over the course of day 2 and 3. Can he keep it going in day 4 and going to the semis?
Yeah, I think Josh and the emotional turnaround you talked about import to me, I've got my eyes on him.
Oh, 100%. Dark horse through the roof on him for him. That's going to be his title for this tournament. I don't think anybody expected him to get this far necessarily, and for him to be at this point and to be so scary now with his performance against Otek and Warsaw, he's going to blow it out of the park if he's on point.
And don't forget, he promised us a new t-shirt. That's right.
Yeah,
Josh said he'll have a new t-shirt for today. We'll see what that is. So many free agents in Trackmania. Orcs, come on, scoop it up. All right, Chris Dunn has an update for us on the Katia City Grid about what's going on with Fortnite and the Club Championship race. When we come back, Josh and the rest of Group 3 take the stage for our third quarterfinal here at Trackmania.
Here are the Katia City Grid once again, and this is going to be a regular theme, Lauren. Coming backwards and forwards. Of course, AGL not doing too great on our stage. They still have some hope. Not looking too hot for them here in Fortnite, though.
No, they're not. And I don't know what's going on today, but Falcons have found themselves at the top of the leaderboard. But the big story right now is that we are in match 9, and Aurora are the only team on match point. They hit it in the last game, so if they win here, we're done. That's the end of the tournament. If they don't, we go again until we do get a winner, until we hit match 15. This could be Aurora's chance. We talked about it a little bit earlier. It's just going to have to see if they can actually do it.
And where are Falcons sitting right now? I presume when it ends in whatever game, wherever they're sitting in the leaderboard is where they finish, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see where they end up. They were in 5th, I believe, heading into this. So we'll have to see if they maintain that, get a little bit higher, because then whenever they get points-wise, it's all going to come back down to your stage. See if they can make up for it.
I'm far too stressed about this, to be honest with you, Laura. We're going to be going backwards and forwards all day. Thank you very much for checking in with the update. In a couple of minutes' time, I'd imagine. Honestly, it feels that quick. Thanks, guys.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Big update here over at the Katia City Grid. AGAL have just won a game of Fortnite, adding about 100 plus points to their tally, moving up from 18th to 16th position, while Falcons currently in 11th as it stands. But more importantly, denying a win from Aurora, who had a chance to close out the entire event there. If it stays moot, well, we'll still be deciding things on Trackmania. If another game like that happens, AGL may get some extra points over Falcons there, would change things here. We will keep you up to date. Welcome back here to the desk. Rain Day here with Import and Turbo now joining us. To me, this is a really great star-studded matchup, and it's in the different type of stars that you would think. There are people who have had journeys to get here that maybe were a little bit less on the top side from the Pax, from the Carls, from even the Epos and the Gwens that we've seen be so dominant. Josh, to me, takes the cake as maybe the best story of a dark horse, but also somebody who showed their emotion and has now got a lot of fans rooting for them to keep
Cadê
succeeding.
você?
Yeah, I think each of these players have a decent fan base that are rooting for them in certain ways, and honestly, they are all at this point. I would consider them maybe slightly underrated across compared to the rest of the board.
Every single one of these players probably, huh?
Yeah, I would
agree.
definitely agree that none of these players are necessarily expected to make it to the grand final, but they have the ability to.
Yeah, I agree with that. That is for sure. I mean, Elcon, one of the fastest player out there. He is so good, but also a moody player. He only plays competition that he really enjoys. Mime, I think a player that a lot of people sleep on. He's very scary, a very consistent opponent, plays the format. We have seen that yesterday as well. And then, of course, we have the man, the myth, the legend.
Salmon? You didn't wear salmon today.
12:48.
He wore it.
Yeah, he had the feeling that he probably was going to wear it, and then I was like, you know what?
You didn't want to match.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. You look good anyways. And then Paco, of course, who is, he kind of started off sending Mutta down to the lower bracket. Now Mutta's not even here.
I mean, he's definitely good, but can he remove the O from good and become a god?
Oh, wow, yeah. Question. Obviously, Paco has his family here in the stands as well. You saw the Virtus Pro signs. That is a big deal, too. And, coming into this turbo, there's...
Well, just here, the sign. Maybe we can go back in the shot. It was
you missed the people with the signs behind you.
The sign was just
the limelight.
Yeah, it was.
All right, Turbo.
Okay, what was the question again?
I didn't ask one.
Okay.
It's okay. Let's keep it on moving here. Elcon is coming up on your screens. We talked with him before the matchup. See how he's feeling going in this group of dark horses who could be favorites.
Elcon into the quarterfinals, but I feel like you've been going under the radar just a little bit. Do you like that we're not giving you too much attention?
Yeah, obviously, I'm a bit shy in interviews and all of that stuff, so I don't really mind it, but I'm here to perform.
Do you think you're a little bit of a dark horse and maybe other people are underestimating you?
Oh, definitely. I haven't been to a World Cup yet, so this is my first time. I don't know what people are expecting, but I don't think it's that much. I hope I'll prove them wrong.
We've seen a little bit of what to expect. You have been fast. I think whenever anyone says Elcon, they go, he's got the pace, he's so fast. Is that your secret weapon, your speed?
Yeah, definitely. But even the consistency is there today, so I think I'll perform good.
You've already taken down quite a number of big scalps. How would you assess the last couple of days?
They were good. I think I performed pretty well, even against the really big names. So I'm definitely happy with that.
How do you feel yesterday was, having that day off? Has it stopped that momentum a little bit, or has it helped you, would you think?
Well, it was refreshing to have a day off. I really analyzed all the matches, looked at what my strengths are, what my weaknesses are, and today I've improved on that. And I think I'll come into the last day really strong.
What was the weakness? What were you trying to improve?
Well, definitely some parts that I really couldn't make consistently, that's it. The speed was there, but I think my consistency was the issue.
Did you analyze your opponents as well? And if so, what did you find out?
Well, I did. And we found out what their picks are, what their bands are, what their preferences are for maps and all of that. So I think we'll have a really good day.
I feel like you've been the perfect student. You've studied well. There's now time to go into this exam, and you're feeling confident.
Definitely.
Okay, Elcon, good luck today.
Thank you.
Team Nemesis's Elcon ready to go fast, and also stay consistent with it. A day off, Aaron says it helped him.
Yeah, and I mean, he is known as a player who lacks consistency, but he's so fast that he can beat anyone. And honestly, this tournament, he has been relatively consistent, I feel like.
I agree. I mean, it's a different Elcon that we've seen. Usually he is a glass cannon. He goes fast, but then crashy as well at some point. But yeah, Elcon, also a very good interview, talking like very, very deeply about what he has actually been doing, analyzing matches and all of that stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah, and honestly, I'd like to pull the focus over to Mime. We haven't talked too much about him. A really good player. He's considered always a scary element to any event that he arrives to, because he is known for such a high level of play, but for whatever reason, this tournament, the hype hasn't necessarily been surrounding him, but he's had some really good wins in this tournament, and so he's a top contender coming into this matchup.
I mean, I'll use it again, Scarecrow. So we had some Scarecrows for the hype. I mean, we have been talking about the big names. There's the club championship on the line, huge tournament as well. Maybe Mime not getting as much of the eyes from his players and maybe from the fans, but maybe the one to deserve it. This quarterfinal should certainly prove that.
But I mean, that's always the case for Mime, and that's really the thing. He is someone that you have on the radar of maybe winning it, but then at the end he falls a bit further behind or loses that one match. Maybe this is the tournament where he redeems himself and makes it all the way into the final.
Not only the tournament for him, but the tournament for everybody in this matchup. Again, this is the race of the dark horses. Who is the darkest horse force that's going to make it through to the semifinal. I can't wait.
And also the fan favorites are in this match here as well. Josh and Paco, great stories that have been, and I cannot wait to see this match. It will be absolutely awesome.
Yes, maybe sometimes the personal elements, the lights, they've distracted us from what could be the main narrative. But there's only one way to make sure your story is told the way it actually happened. That's for you to write it yourself. As we head over to our third group of the day, we've crushed 4 keys. We've sent 4 players to our semifinals. Let's begin the second half of our quarterfinals and advance 2 more.
I said to our players just now a bit about Trackmania, saying, could this be one of the greatest esports of all time? I think we all agree it can be. This is incredible! Incredible! And we have the fans already starting here as well. We saw an amazing quarterfinal there. We're halfway through our quarterfinals. Just goes to show how close they are now. Every single race, every lap, the margins are so slim, Milos.
Absolutely, and this is kind of the cherry on top. That Trackmania is the game that will decide things in the context of the Esports World Cup Club Championship. Huge, obviously, for EPOS. He was beatboxing before the game. He was beatboxing out of it. But for Gwen, for AGAL, you heard it from the fans, 100 extra points on top of it all. It keeps it all competitive right to the edge. But now game 3 is upon us. So please, Paris, are you ready for game number 3? Let's bring out our players to the stage. Our next 4 for game number 3, please, big welcomes for the match of the underdogs, Elcon, Josh, 1248, Pushtito, Paco, and Mime.
The crowd go wild, and rightly so. 4 players all gunning for that semi-final, but which 2 will make it through and which 2 will fall slightly short? Remember this competition, $500,000 prize pool here for Trackmania at EWC. Every player wants to ensure they make it to that grand final later on today. Who'll go through? Let's find out as we get into race 3 here in our quarterfinals. Oh yeah!
And the fans have just been replaced. The red and white now with the black and yellow of Navi. Mime still has a chance to push up that leaderboard. And don't forget, Navi is in that club championship race. They're in $1 million position. I'm not sure how many millions, guys, but Mime getting a win here, making that underdog, that dark horse run, in actuality would result in a major impact for that organization.
But the fans are already performing like $1 million here. What a great entry that was here, bringing in the vibe. And also take a look onto the ban phase now. We have our bans coming into play. Australia being the first map being banned, then Japan, Canada, and Germany, and Argentina here import is our very first map.
Yeah, we finally get to see Norway. This is going to be really exciting because we have a lot of players who could potentially have a really bad time in this or a really good time. But Josh was having a really good success on Norway when he played that yesterday. Elcon picking Argentina, honestly not that surprising. It fits his style very well.
And also he played that double final situation against Lingo on that particular map. And also we have Saudi Arabia as our third map. The penultimate will be South Korea. And again, as almost always, Poland will be the decider.
You know, this is interesting because Norway's been banned out almost as consistently as Australia, but they let it through. And in a race with dark horses, maybe this is the key to somehow switching, turning the tables in your favor, and finding a way through the gauntlet. So much more to be decided here as we send it over to your casters for our third quarterfinal out of 4 here in Trackmania. It's Twiggy and Nua.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. And yeah, Norway sneaking through the ban phase there. It has, as pointed out there by the desk, Twiggy, it has been banned away almost as much as any other map. Australia, the only map with a higher ban percent. But I will say, Norway, a surprisingly high pick rate when it gets through the bans. There are very clearly a few players who are happy to pounce on that one whenever it makes it through the ban phase.
Yeah, and least of all here, although he didn't pick it, is Josh, right? Who did win that game in such insane fashion, alongside Mudder in the lower bracket, to what seems like sent him on a streak of momentum that propelled him through the next match in unbelievable fashion. Look, Josh, I don't think many people would have had him on their lists of the top 16 players in the tournament, but he is here, and that is partly because of this surge in performance that he has had.
He really, really has. Well, we have so far had 3 out of 4 players who qualified through the upper bracket from groups make it through to the semifinals. In this match, Elcon and Mime are those 2 players who were the upper
E começamos, né?
but I do not think they are going to have it all there.
Aqui temos o Mundo, o Mime, o Josh, o Paco e o Elcon 21.
We head into the turnaround in Argentina for the first time. But here comes Josh, and his turnaround is clean. Paco is quick as well. Mime has switched, and that is a 4/10 turnaround as Josh was 2/10 down. Now he's 2/10 up.
Wow, just picking up the lead like it was made for him. It is Bushnito, Paco and Elcon who move ahead here into the ice. Coming through, it's just the identity left. We haven't seen many places swap here, but if there was ever a time for it to happen, it would be when it's this close. Bushnito, Paco goes a little too high up the wall, and everybody overtakes. Josh up into 3rd, Mime in 2nd, and Elcon comes home to 1st.
So far this week, players have been making that identity on Argentina look deceptively easy. They've made it look so consistent. But if anyone was watching when players first discovered these maps as well, or if you've tried it yourself, you know how difficult that identity is. If you are not perfect on it, it will send you flying. You will end up hitting a side wall, as we saw from Paco there. You will lose all of your speed. It is difficult to get right. These players have just put a lot of time into making sure it never goes wrong. Went a little bit wrong for Paco that last round. Unfortunately drops to 4th place in round 1 on the map. Elcon walks away with 10 points, Mime with 6. This time around though, Josh out to a better start, but great speed from Elcon until he got a little bit too much airtime. It's Mime with the lead as we head into the turnaround.
Oh, but it isn't anymore. Slams into the wall, he's gone. Oh, and Elcon almost flips the car there on the side of the bobsleigh. We've seen a lot of players get things wrong here. Paco especially has many times crashed into that wall, but most of all it was Afi who was really making mistakes there on the edge. And this time around, fortunately, nobody going too far off to the side, but Elcon going for that low line through the ice, gaining speed, and may just be able to make an overtake happen again here on Paco, on the identity. Their wheels are touching, but that's good from Paco. Is it good enough? It's neck and neck, and it's Elcon to pip him to the line.
Only just, but only just is good enough. Elcon picks up 10 points for the 2nd time in a row. Paco with a PB, still only able to get 2nd place, and I thought it was going to be Paco able to hold that lead all the way to the line. Just about denied, and you can see Elcon already springing out to an 11-point lead over both Mime and Bushnito. Paco, Josh, only 1 point behind the pair of them on 8 after 2 rounds played.
Well, surely with a lead like that, you can't just go away over the rest of the game. We're
basically done, right?
Exactly. Well, Josh not off to a good start in this round. It is the 3 up front that are Mime, Elcon, and Bushnito, Paco. Josh trailing behind. There have been mistakes. It's not unlikely that he'll be able to take advantage of one moving on through, but it is Elcon up in 1st position for the time being. It's all about this turnaround though, which Josh has been amazing at. Will he gain any time on the rest of the pack? It does not seem as so this time around, and it is Elcon who maintains that lead. Mime trying to push for more time, taking all of his speed through this section here and going for the overtake on Elcon.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get him though. We haven't really talked about it yet, but Elcon and Mime, basically the only 2 players left in the competition who go for that super wide line in the middle of Argentina. Hasn't made a difference in this round, and now Elcon is starting to pull away up this final hill. It will be Elcon crossing the line in 1st once again. 3 rounds from 3. He's on 30 points. Mime trying to keep pace, and he was only 42 thousandths behind him on that round, but he drifts even further away down the leaderboard. Little shrug from Josh on that occasion as he sits at the bottom, still looking to find his rhythm here on Argentina.
Yeah, what can you do? Early mistake, and there's really no way he was going to be able to make that one back up with everybody driving so cleanly that round. This is a new round, the final round here of Argentina. Josh looking to make something happen this time. We have yet to establish a player in a 2nd place position right in the standings. Josh goes ultra low on the grass banking, excuse me. It is Elcon once again. I mean, he's on fire right now.
Yeah, this is only our second time seeing Elcon on Argentina in this competition, and he is looking absolutely fantastic this time around. Looked okay the last time, but definitely not this good. The turnaround isn't ideal, as you say, Twiggy, a little bit much there from Elcon, went a little too deep on the turnaround. And so Mime, maybe a chance at the 10 points here. Elcon has managed to climb back into second position. Again, that wide line from both Mime and Elcon, who should appear now past Buscando Paco, who's sliding into view on screen. And as we enter the identity, it's a large lead for Mime. As long as there's no mistakes, should be able to take home 10 points. Elcon, though, will settle for 36 points out of 40 on map 1. That is a huge performance and exactly how he would have wanted to start this match off.
And that will push ourselves into a situation where we do have a second place player finally. Only took 4 rounds to get there. Yeah. But obviously there's still plenty of time left to go, and usually by the end everybody's on about 140 anyway. It doesn't seem to matter how many points you get right at the start of the series.
No, it doesn't. As we have seen in our quarterfinals already, it is a long match.
Yeah.
140 points is still a long, long way away. We've joked about it as a broadcast team a couple of times over the course of the week. You know, that perfect 15-round game. When are we going to see it? A little bit too late in the competition at this point to expect that to happen at all. So, you know, you're looking at 20+ rounds a match.
Completely cleans his act up and starts driving world records every single round.
That's true. Unless Neon decides that he's simply never going to crash again, and nobody else can touch him. I mean, looking forward to that final quarterfinal, right? I mean, it's Neon versus 3 world champions. Players who have all won a world championship at some point, and you somehow still can't discount his
still got to rate Neon in that one at the very least. It's, I mean, every game from here on out, the semi-finals are going to be ridiculous, the finals are going to be ridiculous. You cannot pick a player out of this group of 16 that you're like, don't feel too strongly about them, honestly. Not my, you know, it's all right, I guess. Oh, Josh is going to fall out of contention there, going a little wide. It is seeming like it is going to be an Elcon and Mime show for the time being.
Yeah. Looking very good for Mime, who, again, we've seen him on this map once before, picks it this time around. And I will say Mime, out of all the players that we've seen on this map, one of very few to not have a DNF on it. And that might be what you need here at the start of this match. This might not be a DNF, but it will be a big crash from Mime. Having a little bit of an awkward time of it here in the first round on Norway. Elcon looking comfortable, looking confident. I don't know how Paco didn't clip on the inside of the hole, but he does clip on the outside. Mime back through into second place. Elcon with an easy first place as long as he lands this, and he will. Round the final corner, Elcon across the line first. Mime takes second place. And dominance from Elcon across 5 rounds.
So far, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Buscando Paco's line outside of that final ice slide, sorry.
It's scary, isn't it?
So scary. He has hung a wheel into that gap a few times.
And in order to avoid hanging the wheel this time around, he crashes into the outside wall
to overcorrect into the wall, yeah, exactly.
Which is also not ideal.
Yeah.
I'll level with you.
He's the only player who seems to go quite that inside. Oh, and there's another situation where he's gone too inside on the ice and he has hung a wheel over into the barrier. And well, with him out of the picture, Josh might just be able to catch back up to the player in orange, especially if Mime falls back once again. That is a deceptively difficult section of the track, getting off of the dirt and then directing yourself around the banking.
This line from Josh, we talked about it last time we saw him on Norway. He is crazy through that first jump, taking such an inside line on the jump, so close to the wall on it and landing so early. It's a good map for Josh as long as he can keep everything else clean. It almost makes it more insane that he's still losing to Elcon on this round. Finally wrestles the lead away from him. Now out to a decent lead. Elcon kind of clips, but it's just quick. He's that far inside. Josh still with the lead. 1 jump to go. Can he hold it from Elcon? It looks good. I think it is good. But the speed from Elcon is there, and Mime is through as well. I thought it looked good, and I was wrong.
Yeah, all 4 of its wheels weren't on the ground at the same time, and he just bobbled and bobbled and bobbled and barely got gripped by the end of the platform.
Boy,
just wasn't quick enough. That is rough. There's not a massive amount he could do about that. Realistically, it's just a rough landing.
Twiggy.
Yeah.
We're 6 rounds in, and Elcon has 5 firsts and a second.
Yeah.
We have talked for years about how quick Elcon is, but the consistency.
That's the thing. Any one of these players as well, if they turn it on a certain day, you know, just
you're right. Listen, Twiggy, you're right. But for Elcon in particular, is this the Elcon that was promised?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. I see exactly what you mean. Right.
Is this
Elcon,
the Elcon
insanely fast, crashes all the time.
All the time Josh crashes there. That's a little bit unfortunate. That is the risk.
Finally, Elcon has found out how to not crash.
Yeah. Is this the Elcon the Twitch chat has lost their mind about? Like, you know, for every tournament for the last 3 years, where they've been like, Elcon's going to win this. He's so quick. He has every world record entering the event, and then he just crashes a little too much, and now he's not crashing.
Yeah.
What is happening?
That is scary. It's a scary prospect as well. It's his first game of the day, and if he wants to win, he'll have 2 more to go as well. And look, if everybody's looking at this, Elcon might have the same problem here as Josh did. He does indeed. He's alive, but he gets overtaken once. And not quite twice, because Josh is 8 seconds behind. He might just be able to get it over the line. Oh, he won't.
Dear.
That is going to slow him down enough that he's not going to make it.
Close.
Oh, he made it. Oh, just about.
With tenths to spare for Josh there. At least picking up the 3 points, but I think 3 points a cold comfort here on Norway.
Those Na'Vi fans are going crazy, but it's not enough when Elcon is driving like this.
It really is. I mean, nobody, I think, expecting how dominant Elcon was going to be in a quarterfinal match against some really, really good players.
That's the thing, right? If you wake up and you're feeling really good, so far we've only had 1 game a day, so it's just, you win your game, cool. Today,
there's the chance.
3 games for Elcon if he wants to get through to the grand finals here, and if he's feeling this good over the course of the whole day, I don't see a reason why he would stop feeling good.
No, you have the chance today to build momentum in a way that you really didn't across the first 3 days of competition. In fact, Elcon and Mime, they've had a day off at this point, and Elcon has clearly used that time off wisely, looking great coming into Saturday. He will be overtaken by Mime as we speak about him there. Nearly goes into an outside wall. He has survived, but it has handed Paco a very large lead at this point. In front of Mime, in front of Elcon. Although look at the speed, look at the line from Mime. 1 jump left to go, looking for all of these players to make it on through. Paco has the line up well. A little bit of a release from Mime in the air. He has the speed around the final corner. Paco is inside, but he will not be able to keep pace with Mime, who was just faster around the outside. 10 points to Mime. Smile on the face, nod of the head, and it wasn't perfect. It wasn't 40 points, but I think Mime can be happy with picking Norway. Look, it's always a little bit of a risk, you know, given how difficult this map has been, and I think it's worked out well for Mime there.
Yeah, he's not going to be unhappy with that whatsoever. No, heading to Saudi Arabia now, and this is another map where Mime feels relatively comfortable. This is where Mime beat out, who was it earlier?
It could have been anyone. There's simply no way of knowing.
Desde o começo a gente pode ver que
all of the games have started blurring together.
He beat Grenade?
Yes, he beat out Grenade here on Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I mean, all the games. We've seen the same players playing against different players over and over again now, and it's all blurring together. But I mean, what a blur it has been, because it's just
e o Mime são os grandes favoritos de passar para a semifinal, né? Lembrando que o primeiro vai para um grupo e o segundo vai para outro grupo diferente, não vão para o mesmo grupo.
I'm in danger. Send help to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage as I am under threat. Twiggy, I don't care so much about Twiggy. I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll be okay. I can fight.
Josh on out.
Yeah, I thought they just got louder. I was like, what has happened that you're getting so excited about? We're between maps.
Yeah.
But look, Mime, they just be able to make something happen here.
Very awkward. Split the difference between that kind of keeping wheels grounded and jump line we have seen. So Mime dropping away. Paco in the lead, leading from Elcon. But Elcon maybe a chance to snipe at the ender. We've seen it before. It is good from all of Mime. Came flying in just to crash. She will be out of this round. Should still maybe be able to finish, but I think it's going to be a relatively close run thing. Will he make it up the hill in time? 3, 2, 1, 0. He just about makes it across the line before that cut off. And so Mime will at least get his 3 points, but not the round he would have wanted. Elcon, though, is now at exactly half the points needed for finalist.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, this is starting to fall away from Paco and from Josh here. This is the thing. You get caught up in the whirlwind of a player doing incredibly well, feeling themselves on a day like Elcon, and to a certain extent now, as we've warmed up into the series, Mime. and can start to fall away from you very quickly. However, usually we'll see by the end, by the time somebody gets to about 100 points, these people at the back start to wake up a little bit, and hopefully for Josh and for Paco, that is the case, because things are looking rough for them so far.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it said yesterday, but I believe it was Pac, that there are certain players in this competition who kind of wake up once someone else in the match hits finalist, and I think that's definitely a worry here with especially Postito Paco, who has taken scalps already this tournament, has beaten Mutta twice. Part of the reason that Mutta, pre-tournament, one of the pre-tournament favorites for a lot of people, not here in the playoffs. Hang on a second though, Mime is overtaking Josh. That's a snipe. Beautiful on that last jump through the tiny gap, and so Mime will take second place. It's another round win for Elcon though, who is looking unstoppable, frankly.
Completely. I am gobsmacked by Elcon right now. We genuinely could be seeing one of the most dominant performances in the tournament. I mean, right up there alongside Carl Jr.'s first game. This is a playoffs game. This is not a, you know, this is not a first round, just, oh, you're up against whoever, right? This is a playoffs game. Every one of these players has grinded. Sure. I mean, both past tense of the same word. Look, has grinded their way here so much and have proven themselves. Oh dear, Mime. And to still pull off a performance like this at this stage, that would be unbelievable. The job is not yet done. He has to get more rounds than this, and Josh is looking to stand in his way.
Yeah, this will be big for Josh, who's only on 35 points after nearly 3 full maps, and he's not going to get a huge amount in this round. Elcon, I think, a little bit of a release just to keep it out of the far wall there. Is, though, in a clear first place, nearly about half a second down to Postito Paco in second, and the other two out of sight in the drone shot just there.
Nowhere near.
Hang on a second. Postito Paco through into first place. That's 10 points for him. Elcon, he's still going to get second. There's nobody near. He will make that jump cleanly, second time of asking. And Josh and Mime, DNF from Josh. He's not even going to attempt it. Mime is going to DNF. Just a timeout on track. So
someone check Elcon's outgoing bank statements.
I mean, look, Elcon, he still extends the lead.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable how he's still that far ahead. I mean, look, we've seen leads that look amazing. Turns out they're tenuous in the end. Obviously, 10 points around can really start to stack up very quickly if you drop the ball for just a second. Look, this one seems ridiculous right now. I don't know. Something about it. Paco is there within arm's reach. Mime is obviously right there, but of course, we're checking for the cutoff point, the second player really. And you know, if you are in first, you have a cushion. You're not safe, but you feel a lot safer up there than you do when you have a player right behind you, as Mime does.
Well, 3 players right behind him at the moment, and now
in
one
the
player,
round,
maybe even right in front of him in this round. Elcon through into first place, and Mime sitting just behind him. This time around, no mistakes from all 4 players as we head into this tiny gap. Will there be the mistake? Elcon leading the way, and that is
There
is the mistake. It's Paco who's made it. It's another round win from Elcon, and it is going to be Paco and Josh trying to at least finish. The timeout will be there, but Paco, I think the only player to get caught by it is Josh will get through.
No, he was way up ahead.
Yeah, okay, there you go. And here's a stat for you, Twiggy.
Go on.
Across 14 rounds now played on that map, on Saudi Arabia, Elcon is the only player remaining in competition to have neither DNF'd nor ever even come last on a round in Saudi Arabia.
That's pretty amazing.
On a map, given how much we've talked about how difficult that map is, how many DNFs there have been and the rest of it, Elcon seems to be having no problems with it.
That is interesting.
Isn't it wild?
Yeah.
Isn't that just a little bit of fun?
Yeah. I mean, look, sometimes, look, maybe, you know, obviously, if you're a football player, you'll do penalty drills. If you know you're a penalty taker, you'll do, you know, corner kicks over and over again if you know that you're going to be taking corners. If he knows he's going to be playing Saudi Arabia, maybe he's just redoing the tiny gap jump over and over again. Practice that one bit, that little section at the end. We do know that part maps exist, but like these players make part maps before big events so that they can practice specific sections of the track, problem points. There may just be one just for the jump. It seems like a lot of the players haven't found it though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Elcon's been keeping it safe and secret at the moment. The thing is, I believe Elcon and Mime training partners coming into this event as well. You know, we've talked about the fact they were ex-teammates. I do think that they were training together pre-event as well. So, you know, I mean, it's why we see them taking similar lines through, for example, Argentina.
The drop down.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia.
And hey, hand in hand in this match too, right? I mean, not quite as close as maybe Mime would like it to be. He is now 24 points behind Elcon, but maybe a chance to close the gap here as Elcon has fallen off the lead just a little bit here in our first round on South Korea. And of all maps in this map pack, South Korea may be one where there isn't as much room to gain that time back here at the end.
Josh looking for something here. He's had a very, very quiet series as well. Let's see if he can make something happen on the identity. Does seem like British players very good at this identity somehow. Epos always makes up a hell of a lot of time, and Josh has done the exact same thing. Finally, welcome to the stage, Josh. How'd it feel under those lights? Mine was only 2,000s behind you apparently, but
yeah, you can see it. Sigh of relief from Josh, I think, as you said, welcome to the stage, welcome to the match. Maybe now you can start to settle in. You've proved to yourself that you are capable of winning rounds here.
Welcome mais próximo aí da classificação. O Mime, segundo mais próximo.
They may know each other well, but both of them representing teams who are still vying potentially for top 3 here at EWC. Navi and VP, both with a chance still.
Indeed, I mean, yeah, exactly. Look, obviously, we are keeping our attention at the top with Team Falcons and AGAL.
Yeah.
It's hard not to be looking at that when it really could come down to where the Trackmania players place. The one remaining AGAL player and Carl Jr. up for Team Falcons. But there is a lot of money to be gained down below first and second place. Obviously, you want to be winning the event, but if you can't, you might as well go home with lined pockets. And Navi and Virtus Pro can both be doing exactly that. So they're cheering on their players with the exact same kind of fervency that I think AGAL and Team Falcons are. But it's Josh once again to take the most speed out through the identity of South Korea, and he's on a comeback.
Well, don't call it a comeback, Twiggy.
Never call it a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback. He was always here. He wasn't really, is the thing. It has been now 2 round wins in a row. And you called it before we even got into the identity the first time, that the British players have looked quick here. For whatever reason. And Josh now has found a couple of tenths in the identity, both times to pick up clean round wins against the rest of this field. So that'll be more than a few tenths over Mime for all 3 of the other players. Touch on the wall early on this one, and Mime starting to fall back towards both Paco and Josh. Elcon still with a commanding lead out in front of the rest of the field, but Josh is really starting to squash this field. A 3rd round win in a row on South Korea would be huge for him.
Well, indeed. I mean, yeah, what is it about that identity that Josh and Epos know that nobody else seems
to? O Elcon já chega na margem dos 100 pontos. Desculpa, rapaz, tava resolvendo um negocinho aqui, ó. O computador, eu não prestei muita atenção, foi mal. Mas agora eu tô de volta.
And he's doing very well. Can he do it again? Paco and Elcon out ahead for the time being. Is he going to gain any speed on them? He's gaining speed on Elcon. He's gaining speed on Paco. Can he do it again? Can he get the overtake? No, the final turn isn't quite there. It's Paco to get 10. Elcon 6 thousandths behind once again. He's going to move up to 109 points. And Josh finally is stopped from his, well, I mean, the monumental amount of points that he has gained in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, but
right back up there.
Look, Elcon has been a little bit quieter in these last couple of rounds than he was to start this match off, but built up such a genuinely monumental lead already.
O Elcon já está nos 109 pontos.
Elcon is slowly getting a little bit closer towards that 140 point mark, only 31 points away from it now, and any second now a win for Elcon would put him dangerously close. Won't be this round, tell you what, as that is a touch on the outside wall from Elcon. Still had the reactor going, so doesn't lose too much speed, will still be able to pick up a couple of places if there's a major mistake from anyone else, but that mistake may be unlikely to come through with only a few corners left here on South Korea. Mime overtaking Paco as we head towards the final grass turn. Chicane to come, and then we're into the identity. Mime now has built a 10th and a half of a gap back to Paco. Josh is still here. Mime has made that mistake, and we'll see if Elcon can overtake him. But up front, this battle is Paco versus Josh. Paco way out in front. for a given value of way out in front. It will be enough, though. It should be enough, though, to carry him to the finish line ahead of Josh. That will be 10 points for Pushito Paco. Josh 1-1-1 behind, and that will be another second place for Josh.
What is it about getting to 100 points that suddenly just everybody else is right on your tail?
They look at the scoreboard, they're like, oh, wait.
Hold on a second.
Hang on.
There's a game going on. They might win. There's only 2 spots available. I forgot.
That's true.
These guys just play this game all day, every day. They're so used to that there being no stakes. None at all.
Yeah.
They realize under the bright lights. To be fair, I do think I said this a while ago in a completely different context, but you know, obviously, massive event.
Yeah.
It's insane the stage that they are on and all.
Yeah.
But once you're locked in, you forget.
Yeah.
You forget all about it. Maybe Binks and Gwen can't with the fans that they've got. And honestly, the Na'Vi fans might actually be louder.
Well, yeah.
I think there's less of them, but they are louder somehow.
Yeah, there's kind of a little bit of rivalry going on between all of the club teams present as well, as who can make the most noise here at Trackmania stands.
Yeah, right in front of us too.
Right in front, right behind us, right in front of the stage. And as you said, for the players, definitely a little bit of a new experience for some of these Trackmania players as well. So that much noise at the end of rounds.
Those noise-cancelling headphones better be good.
They better be putting
better
in
be
work.
real good.
They're trying.
Pra você que não...
So is Josh. Has mounted a little bit of a comeback, but the last couple of rounds there on set maybe not really going his way. This first round on Poland not going his way either, as he will drop into a distant 4th place. And Elkon, who now hasn't won a round in just a little while, doing his best to maybe get there and get to 140 with momentum. We saw in the last match, Twiggy, Massa made it to finalist first, and from there just not able to close.
Pra você que não tá entendendo nada o que é isso, esse jogo chama Trackmania. Tem como objetivo você ser o mais rápido dentro da corrida.
Truly,
that one in the tank for 10 minutes.
Big fan of that. Is look, Elkon with a little mistake earlier on, still in contention for this
O objetivo do Trackmania é você fazer o percurso mais rápido que os seus oponentes. Porém, no Trackmania tem uma coisa que é muito interessante. Cada superfície tem uma aderência diferente. Cada fase, cada pista tem a sua peculiaridade. E o Trackmania é feito para você superar sempre o seu limite entre a velocidade e a precisão dos carros no momento da curva, em que momento deve brecar, em que momento deve acelerar. Então é um jogo de muita precisão. A gente está vendo esses competidores acham que é fácil fazer isso. É muito, mas muito difícil. Tem que ter muita prática. Então, Trackmania, para quem gosta de velocidade, precisão e se desafiar muito em todos os minutos e momentos dentro da pista, é o jogo perfeito.
Otherwise, it will get into your head. I mean, it was the same thing, I think, probably earlier on in this game for Josh, and suddenly he is back in things, and you can see how much the confidence is doing for him now.
Really is, as he is pushing Mime in this round. Around the wall we go, and how hard can you push it? Elkon pushing harder than Josh on that one, as Josh forced to release to make it around the corner, is now down in 3rd place.
Where are you going?
So is Elkon. Is Josh still alive? He's not there. Where is he gone? Elkon still holding this lead. He's not moving fast, but he is still
Where is
going
everybody?
to pick up 1st place in this round. Respawns further down the track. Paco is the player who picks up 2nd place. Mime will take 3rd, and Josh had a respawn off camera in there somewhere. He'll only take 4th.
Oh dear. We'll forget that round. Oh, Elkon. But he still made a mistake. He'll probably want to forget it as well, honestly.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey.
You got 10 points.
Got 10 points. Got 10 points.
Whether by an inch or a mile.
Yeah.
Fine.
10 points is 10 points, and well, Josh would love that right now. Again, out to a little bit of a lead just here, but again, everyone's still there on track. Well, except mine. He has had that early touch. 8 tenths down on these other 3 drivers. Elkon drifting,
right behind,
well, not far away, but he is behind at the moment. We do love our observers.
I have noticed that you, whenever I say something about a player, sometimes you'll just go straight to them. It's wonderful.
We love proving Twiggy wrong. You know, oh, Elcon's a bit further behind. No,
he's not just behind the camera.
He's right here. Yeah. And he is involved in this. Josh is not going to be involved any longer. Full crash into the platform here on Poland. Paco just in front of Elcon at the moment, but a little bit of the pressure taken off as Josh drops multiple seconds behind. Can Elcon do it again? Inherit another win on this track? Can he maybe just
where did Paco go? Paco!
It's Elcon inheriting another win on Poland. He will pick up another one. He'll move 2 points away from
let him get away with it.
And Twiggy, we talked about how important this momentum is. And it's kind of just being given to Elcon.
You can't give him it like that. You cannot give it to him.
They're making it easy.
Exactly. 138 points now, so he just needs to finish one more time. And he is absolutely good. The final round on Poland, and all he needs to do is get to the line. He will be on finalist mode as we head into Argentina. And yeah, for everybody else, it's coming a little bit too early for them. They wanted to gain a few more points before they let Elcon up into finalist mode here. I mean, Josh was loving life, getting a few more on the board. He was on 30, I believe, 38 or so before we got to the map before this. South Korea, indeed. And now up in 80. It's definitely, it's not within striking distance, but he can do something from that. If Justito, Paco and Mime were to have a couple of bad rounds. But right now, all eyes are on Elcon. All he needs to do, get this one done, and then we start the second phase of our game on Argentina. But right now, let's see, can Josh gain any more points from this? As Elcon knows he doesn't need to push. He's probably not going to want to go too hard, not risk a DNF. Josh is low, very low, but he gets it done. Mime on the inside, he has a lot of speed. Can he get an overtake?
A gente tem agora a decisão, porque o Elcon já vai fazer pontos para poder correr a sua última corrida, né? A sua corrida de classificação. Então a gente já tem esse mais ou menos definido. O que ele precisa fazer é simplesmente ganhar. Simples não, né? Ele precisa fazer ganhar a próxima corrida.
God, who won? It was
Twiggy's Wicked Championship.
Who won the Wicked Championship?
Yeah.
I believe it was
Twiggy awarding points based on
Scrappy.
Massive crashes and cool tricks. It might have been Scrappy, actually. I remember some very cool backflips from Tracky.
Enquanto isso, eu vou acabando aí esse negócio que eu vou pedir minha comida.
I think it was Link, not Link Max.
Link, different players. Even though Link Max has also formerly been known as Link. Lots of confusion. Look, one thing that's not confusing is that Elcon is on finalists, right? He has done very well, and honestly, going back to Argentina now for Elcon could be big. Looked really, really good on our first rotation through here. This is one of the earlier finalists
o Elcon em primeiro, garantindo já a classificação à semifinal. O que a gente tem pela frente é o Mime e o Paco batalhando para ver quem vai para a semifinal. Paco pegou uma linha ali muito melhor que a do Elcon, mas o Elcon recuperou a posição. O Elcon na frente ainda, Paco pegou. Agora a hora do gelo é muito difícil esse retorno. O Mime conseguiu a liderança. O Elcon recuperou. O Elcon tem uma linha um pouco diferente das demais. Ele consegue espalhou muito o Elcon. Tá vendo? O Mime tem o Elcon tem uma linha diferente do pessoal. Já era Mime primeiro. O Elcon não recupera mais. Boa. Mime 122, Elcon ainda com a sua posição de ganhou, passa. É a hora do Mime reagir, né? Se o Mime ganhar mais duas e o Elcon não conseguir chegar em primeiro, a gente vai para a disputa entre os dois. O Elcon na frente ainda. Questão de tempo. O Elcon errou. O Elcon errou.
Elcon will drop behind by a few tenths, and this may not be the round he closes it out either. And as we've seen time and time again in this week, time and time again throughout Trackmania history, if you hit finalist, the longer it takes to close out, the harder it becomes.
Welcome, Josh errou. Mime em segundo. Paco em primeiro. O Josh recuperou a posição dele, não recuperou. Paco não erra, Paco. Se você não errar, você chega em primeiro. A linha do Mime está levando ele. Espalhou muito, bateu na parede, perdeu velocidade. Perdeu velocidade também. Paco vai conseguir chegar nos seus 122 pontos. Mime Elcon. É isso. 28, 128. Putz, Paco. Putz, Paco. 122. E o Josh em último.
Passing the caster booth right now, and I mean, what a time to arrive. They've got a loudspeaker. Why is it necessary? It might be, honestly, as we now have Mime on 128, Buscando Paco on 122.
Falando em campeonato, esse campeonato da EWC é muito louco, né, cara? Eu já tô esperando pro ano que vem já. Já tô ansioso pro ano que vem. Eu nunca fiquei tão ansioso assim por um campeonato. Cara, é maluco, cara. Já tô ansioso pro ano que vem. Rocket League, Trackmania, FIFA. Já tô ansioso já, cara. Já quero que chegue no ano que vem já. E quem sabe eu não esteja lá. Quem sabe eu não esteja assistindo de lá. A gente, o chat, todo mundo acompanhando presencialmente. Tá maluco? Quero muito.
Mime is going to have to do something unbelievable. They're right behind us. I have to speak louder just so you can hear me at this point. I'm not getting that excited, believe me, but it might just be an exciting round anyway, because Elcon is going to enter the identity in a clear first position. And again, we have not seen overtakes here. Rarely have we seen anything. So Elcon will sail into the semi-finals.
O Elcon conseguiu se garantir agora nessa última corrida para as semifinais.
At the end, it was a clean win on Argentina, well out in front, and Elcon, long before anyone else reaches finalist, will move through to the semi-finals. I say long before. Mime could well do it on this round. A second place or a first place for Mime would put him on finalist as well. Buscando Paco needs a couple of rounds to get there, and Josh, he's going to need more than a couple, but it would begin for Josh with a round win.
Yeah, it's a long road at this point for Josh, but one finalist out of the way means that there is just that little bit of extra time before we we get into I believe the technical term is squeaky bum time. Oh no! And he's going back for it. You
missed the checkpoint.
I've already said you can't park there, sir, but that would have been a beautiful time to bring that one out for the first time. Well, Mime is completely, I was going to say, home free, but I think he's still got stuff to contend with here. Good line on the ice. He'll be absolutely fine. He will be on finalist mode. Oh, that was scary.
Look, extended that lead to Paco. Now, the big thing for Paco is he is still getting second place here. Hang on, Paco might even...
Big slowdown! Big slowdown!
Look, the big...
He's still on finalist, but my lord.
Yeah, look, that actually changed nothing. Now that I look at the scoreboard, really.
He just got a few more points. That's it.
He got a few more points, but like Paco would have been within 10 points of finalist either way, and still needs to deny Mime in this round. Still can't allow Mime to get first place. So the big difference is if Josh wins the round and Paco gets second, Paco does now hit finalist himself as well. But, Twiggy, we go to Norway.
People usually follow that word with my name, yes.
Yeah.
Well, back to Norway. And again, look, while Josh did not look perfect here on Norway in this series the last time we played it, again, we have to mention that he was immense on it.
Yes.
Only yesterday.
Yeah. Very quick, and has that line that really nobody else we have seen as aggressive on the first major jump into that tower.
Yes.
Where he goes so much further to the left, he tries to land early, and he carries a lot more speed through the following corner than a lot of other players. So if Josh can get that right, we said it yesterday, it's just a couple of free tenths that he has over everyone else. But when I say free, there is definitely a risk attached, because in this very match we have seen him crashing, trying to take that line several times.
Well, Mime is very, very happy right now, having reached finalist at the exact time that he has gone to his map pick once again. The map where he has world record, and right now he's pulling out a worldy performance here, staying ahead of Josh, who's struggling to keep up even with a clean round. It's way, way ahead.
Looking really,
no slip out on the ice, no gears lost. It is absolutely simple for Mime. He's not even going to let anybody have a chance in at this rate. No drama, quick, easy, finalist through into the semi-finals, and all he needs to do is make the final jump. It's looking good to me, Noah. I don't know about you, but I think Mime is going to be our second semi-finalist from this game.
You know, Twiggy, you called it right. No drama. Maybe for the first time here at EWC.
That was pretty simple,
mode.
honestly.
Mime hits finalist. Mime wins the round. Now, he did do it with a very sick time just there.
Yeah, that was very cool.
Was the final time in that round on Norway, which is really close to Mime's world record on that track. But he made it look easy. Unfortunate for Bushido Paco, unfortunate for Josh, but honestly, maybe the best way we have seen any quarterfinalist lose, in the sense that there's a little bit less heartbreak. Elcon and Mime
somehow
never really left the door open at any point during that match.
Yeah, exactly. It does feel weird that we did just have, I kind of said it right at the start. Yeah, exactly. Why is my heart rate at, wait, oh, it's still at 100.
Well, of course, yeah.
Why is my heart rate at 100? Why am I not sweating? Why is my voice, my voice is still a bit hoarse, but still, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter, because we have crowned our final semi-finalists there with that game. No, sorry, we've still got one more.
We've still got one more.
Sorry, the order got switched before we got on. Yeah, exactly. Oh God, I forgot. Oh dear.
We do have 3 world finalists.
Yeah.
Then a 17-year-old.
And then the 17-year-old who set 5 world records in one game. Yes.
That's going to be
exactly.
a fun quarterfinal.
Oh my God.
This was a fun quarterfinal as well, but definitely the lowest blood pressure so far out of any of them. But I do want to say, because it feels like a little while since he qualified already, impressive from Elcon.
Very.
Almost unexpected so far, just how well he played in this match. And I don't want to detract from how good of a player he is, but he has been that incredibly quick player throughout Trackmania history. He's been so fast, but the consistency here at EWC, absolutely wild. In an arena that is the loudest I have ever seen, a Trackmania arena as well. So impressive from Elcon. Himself and Mime will move forward in this playoff bracket. Can they keep it going? They'll get to crush a couple of keys first.
Yet another quarterfinal done and dusted. Our victors are set in, and it's time for yet another key crush. She's hungry, and she's been at it the whole time. Elcon, our victor in the matchup, go up to our key master for a very first one. That is Bushido Paco eliminated, the first key of the series, knocked out and destroyed. Elcon, couple questions here. I mean, congratulations, you win. How do you keep your cool? Because this crowd was wild the entire time.
It was stressful, as it was insane. So much cheering from the crowd and everything. It was really tough to keep the cool, but I managed to in the end, and it worked out.
It worked out, absolutely. And of course, coming over by my side, Mime, I mean, you're also very calm and collected through it all. There's always a good smile on your face here. Why is that always the case?
Because if I try to overthink, then I'm just spiraling into bad thoughts, like mistakes happen. So I just try to capitalize on it, you know, like I can do a mistake, but next round will be good for me. So there is nothing to be afraid of.
Mime is joy maxing, and you're going to be destroying the second key in this matchup. Elcon, if you stand just behind me here. Mime going in for Josh 1248's key. Everybody here in Trackmania is a tight-knit, close family. But outside that...
Ih, vai amassar. Deixa eu tirar minha câmera da frente. Amassou.
And that is Josh eliminated. Mime successful. Elcon both advancing to the semifinals. Our desk, what do you have to tell us about this all? Crazy moments.
as Mime takes a clean, no drama run. And if you have played Trackmania or if you're getting inspired to play, I suggest you go out there and try your hand at Norway for the very first time. Pick up a controller, a keyboard. It might take a while before you're back with us. Let me just say that. Those jumps are not easy, but he made it look easy. Mime swoops in with the win.
I think that's kind of mean of you to suggest people to start with Norway. That's a little advanced.
It's rude.
Like.
It is rude.
Maybe start out with the campaign maps.
With
you know,
Argentina.
normal stuff.
Argentina, maybe.
That's even meaner, I feel like.
Yeah, man, those jumps are tough. I learned the hard way. But also, Elcon, you talked about the speed that he brought to this competition, and he's
Mime e Elcon passaram para a segunda fase. Eu tinha colocado Mime passando, né? Mas não como primeiro, não como segundo, né? Mas passei ele, pelo menos. Acertei mais ou menos, né? Entre aspas. Foi bem que a gente só ganha pontos se acertar em cheio. Esse é o grande problema.
Matchup on paper, I definitely think people would have said Elcon or Mime, but with the way the tournament went out, that's why we were saying they're all dark horses, because we had no idea what the result was going to be.
But also the match then kind of like it turned around a bit, because on South Korea we had Josh and also Paco having back-to-back wins coming back. I mean, it was not all smooth sailing there for Elcon.
Vamos ver o que eu peço para comer.
A bit of a breather in comparison to what we've had before, and also what comes up, a highly anticipated match, of course, but we're gonna come to that very, very soon here. But of course, storylines finishing as well. Josh being eliminated, I think we already said that so often, our favorite story of this event.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Josh, I hope he takes it okay. I know it's a tough loss, but at the same time, it's just when you can't get that momentum, and Josh is a very momentum-based player.
Yeah.
He never got started well at the start of Argentina, struggled every single round, and it just continued there on. He had a moment on Poland. I believe that was the track that he had a good run on. But South Korea, excuse me. On South Korea, that's what he had a good run on. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to continue that momentum going out of it.
I mean, the Navi fans, you could hear them. Those are the drums behind. I'm not exactly sure on the semifinal yet that Navi and Mime will be joining, but if it's with AGAL, boy, this is going to be a loud place, Turbo.
Oh, and I mean, maybe Carl joining in there as well.
Don't get me started there.
That would be absolutely incredible, but I mean, we don't know. We don't know just yet. There's so many what-ifs and whatnot, but still an amazing match. But I mean, it's just incredible to think about that this was the least exciting match that we've had today. That was still a banger.
And I got some confirmation it is going to be Gwen and Mime and Grenade in that semifinal alongside one other. We'll tell you who's going to qualify there in a moment, but first let's speak with Josh in an exit interview.
Josh, commiserations. It's been a great tournament for you. Didn't quite have enough today. Talk me through that quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I felt pretty good going into it. I thought maybe I could, beat Mime. He's had a history of coming so close, but falling just about short. Elcon, I mean, I was his teammate previously, felt confident as well. But I mean, they just drove really fast. I wasn't expecting that type of pace, and there's not much you can do for that.
They were so fast. Obviously the speed, but in terms of what else do you think you were lacking? Do you think it was the whole kind of experience got to you a little bit, or not really?
Not really. I mean, for today, I was just mainly there to enjoy it. I wanted top 16, succeeded, so I didn't really want to put any extra pressure. So yeah, I mean, I just couldn't keep up.
Tell me a little bit about your family. We know they've been here watching in the crowd. How proud are they to watch you up here on the biggest stage?
Well, especially after the things that happened on, I think it was Thursday, me even playing, they were very proud, and I mean, from there on, yeah, they're just very proud of me.
Yeah, what has this experience taught you about yourself and your ability?
That I'm better than I think I am, but I'll probably forget that within the next week.
Oh, absolutely not. Going home tomorrow, when you look back on this experience, what will be your biggest takeaway?
It's kind of hard to say. I mean, yeah, just that I'm one of the best.
Deixa o like aí, ó. Pega o seu ponta do seu dedo aí e faz assim, ó. Deixa um like. deixa um like. Quase dormindo, eu tô com sono, velho. Pedi meu almoço aqui, mas eu não sei o que eu peço. Você tá fazendo o que aí, ó? Tá jogando Counter-Strike? Tá jogando Counter-Strike já? Perdendo? La 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 la. La 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 la. É, eu vi, tá tendo fúria, né? Tá aqui na telinha do lado a fúria. Secando a fúria. La 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 la. Vitality. Mano, Euro Truck, hein? Quando vai lançar para PlayStation? Os caras tem que mudar muito o gráfico, né? Pra lançar para PlayStation, os caras tem que colocar ele no top gráfico. Não pode ser qualquer merda. Porque quando lançar, vai acabar com... Vai acabar não, né? Porque o jogo é feito para computador. Os mods, essas coisas é feito para computador. Se eles fizerem isso para PC, vai acabar com os mods. Para PlayStation, vão acabar com o mod. Tem que ser outro jogo. Outro tipo de jogo. O SnowRunner tem mod para computador e mod para PlayStation. Diferentes. Não são os mesmos. O SnowRunner eu jogo bastante, né? Então, a PlayStation tem um tipo de mod e para PC é outro. Eles fizeram isso, mas quero só ver. O SnowRunner é muito bom, mano. Se o Euro Truck tivesse a física do SnowRunner, ia ser o melhor jogo do planeta, disparado. O melhor jogo do planeta inteiro.
I joined my first big organization, Dignitas, in 2011, I think, or even 2010. I was 12, 13 years old back then. I didn't know there was a World Cup. I just wanted to be in this group because they dominate the online competitions. In 2012, I discovered LANs. I told my father that I want to go in Paris. Fun fact, it was exactly here. And my dad, he didn't know much about esports, but he likes video games. And then we go to my first LAN ever. And from that moment, I had the trust of my parents. And, well, because of them, I'm here today, you know.
Carl Jr. has been around for so many years in Trackmania, but he's also such a nice human being. He's so friendly, so open to talk with, and over the years, he's just not stopping. He's always winning, and even in 2025, he redeemed everyone wrong and won a very important title alongside Pack again.
It's quite difficult to find new objective. It's not very easy to reach the top.
E vai voltar, hein? Vai começar lá. Fúria! La 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 la. Vitality.
Trying to find new ways to set new goals. Everybody's expecting a lot of you every tournament that you play in. Sometimes it's hard to deal with, but I'm trying to make sure I deliver to my expectations every single tournament that I play.
Carl Jr. into first place. He's mine. Has been caught. Carl Jr.
Getting Trackmania into EWC is really life-changing for us, and I'll be forever grateful for that opportunity. Now, since there's so much to win, I can finally be a full-time player, you know?
He's one of those players that just stands the test of time, irrespective of discipline. No matter if it's like the early World Cups or like the transitional part at the beginning of the decade or the present day where there's so many young guns coming to the scene, he's always the benchmark, the guy to beat. And most often, you can't beat him. It's really the way that I see it, probably. And the ones who are able to actually hit him off the throw can be counted on maybe a few fingers of one
E aí, já
hand.
almoçou, vai?
Welcome back here to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. It doesn't get much better than this, does it? We've got Trackmania ready to go to decide a club championship for the most part. And up next is the GOAT. It's Carl Jr., but he is not alone. He is going to be going against his teammate from last year who won the world championship with Pat, driving alongside him in this semifinal, this time as a competitor. But don't forget, we still have Otak in the mix as well, who's trying to steal a spot from him. And when you come down to it, Neon, the young gun, one of the stories that we talk about the most here, the kid versus the GOAT. It is anybody's race.
Anybody's race. 10 world championship titles in one single match. Wow. How crazy does that sound, Kai?
It's absolutely incredible. And then Neon, the 17-year-old in there. It's just a fairy tale. It's such a good match to conclude those quarterfinals here. And I mean, don't count out Otak, who probably is the dark horse for a lot of people in that match. But once this guy picks up momentum, it can be over.
I completely agree. And this is time for us to introduce our PS5 story of the day.
Seguinte, rapaziada, vai começar ali o jogo, mas antes disso eu quero mostrar para vocês a pista que eles estavam jogando. Aqui, ó. Essa pista aqui, ó, do Japão. Não, não é sala, não quero sala, quero ter esse aqui, ó. A pista que eles estavam jogando é muito difícil, que é a pista do Canadá. Aqui, tá vendo? Olha como difícil é.
Pressure is on AGAL with Gwen, which we saw managed to qualify for the semifinals. Really, it's the pressure on the youngin from France. The man from Quebec is very much looking calm and collected, but so is this man, Neon, who had an absolutely scintillating day too.
I mean, about Carl, it's really like his armor was almost getting cracked, I would say, in that match against Neon. And he
bora. Olha quão difícil é. Nossa, errei. Tá vendo? É decisão pura. Vou até o final só pra ver onde eu tenho que ir. É muito difícil. Isso aqui é a pista que eles correm na competição que a gente está vendo. Olha, reparem o quão difícil é essa pista. Aí eles fazem isso como se fosse fácil. Claro que requer treino. Meu amigo, é treino atrás de treino, não é possível. Aí ó, tá vendo? Eu errei já. É muito treino. Ai, esse pouquinho me matou. É difícil, não é fácil. Não é fácil. Eu vou fazer no começo. Não vai dar tempo, os caras já começaram ali. Ai, ai, ai. Último jogo das quartas de final vai começar agora. Último jogo das quartas de final começará agora, dentro de instantes. 1h30. Era pra começar agora, né? Cadê os caras no palco? Cadê os caras no palco? Cadê os caras no palco, hein? Lá, 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 lá. Vitality. Estão chegando, estão chegando. Aqui nós teremos um confronto, é o confronto mais esperado das quartas de final, porque tem 3 dos melhores jogadores. E ainda tem o nosso amigo do teclado, o Neon. Aqui tá, dentre os melhores, dentre eles, né, quem que a gente tem que olhar? Carlos Júnior é o melhor de todos, é o top dos top. Depois vem o Peck, o Neon e o Otaki juntos, como os melhores depois do Peck, porque os 3 são muito parelhos em relação à performance. Tanto que, se a gente for olhar no overview, a performance, primeiro vem Carlos Júnior, depois vem o Peck em 10º, aí vem o Otaki em 12º, olha o Neon, e o Neon tá em 4º, então a gente tem Carlos Júnior em primeiro. Essas quartas de finais, esse é a melhor quarta, vai ser o melhor grupo, porque só tem os tops. Carlos Júnior primeiro, é o melhor de todos. 84% de performance na competição inteira, o melhor de todos. Depois vem o Neon, segundo melhor de todos. É quarto melhor de todos, com 64% de performance dentro da competição inteira. Depois vem O PEC, 10º lugar, 58 pontos de performance na competição inteira. E por fim o Otaki em 12º com 56. Então um é 56, o outro é 58, o outro é 64 e o Carlos Júnior é 84. Então a gente vai ter um torneio agora. E da onde eu tô tirando isso? Tô tirando daqui, ó. Tô tirando dessa tabela aqui, desses dados da competição. E aqui mostra exatamente o que é Carlos Júnior, Neon, PEC e Otaki. Em relação à consistência, né, a variação de tempo, Carlos Júnior primeiro, depois vem o Otaki, depois vem, aí não tá aqui os caras, o PEC e o Neon. Então, aqui é em performance geral, combinação do tempo da corrida, da porcentagem de terminar em primeiro, porque o que importa é terminar em primeiro. Quanto mais você terminar, mais corrida você terminar em primeiro, melhor. Dentro disso, né, quem foi a porcentagem de acabar em primeiro, Carlos Júnior, 80, é um dos melhores, 80%. Dentro da nossa competição, Neon, 60% desse grupo. Aí vem o PEC 59 e o Otaki 57. Então por isso que eu digo que esses três vai ser um dos melhores, das melhores quartas de finais que a gente vai poder assistir dentro da competição. E já começou. Começamos com um Canadá, um Japão, começando com o Japão. Dentro do Japão, o melhor de todos em relação à performance, Carlos Júnior, depois PEC. Aí só depois vai vir o Neon e o Otaki. Então, Carlos Júnior é o mais votado para ganhar. Tirando o Carlos Júnior, o PEC é o segundo melhor em relação a isso. Carlos Júnior. E nem pedi meu almoço. Pedi aqui, fiquei brincando.
Catarro _ do _ Liminha Cess. Almoço agora C.
Carlos Júnior. Fiz aqui um iFoodzinho. Carlos Júnior tá aqui PEC Neon. Essa foi a primeira.
Done there on the turnaround as well, but it's Pac out in front. He's got something to say about all of this as well. So much support here for Pac as well.
Eu quero um lanche. Eu quero um lanche bem lanchão mesmo.
Absolutely wild, leading the way here as we go into the no-break section, and then we get a little bit fragile. Yeah, into the fragile, and now you can see just a little bit of different speed coming out of it. It's still Pac out in front. Pac leading the pack for the first time here is Neon. You know he's going to push him, and you know that Neon loves to go quick, and he goes into the lead here. Pac's trying to cut the corner, and it's a head-to-head to see who takes it with the Vitality Man by 2,000ths of a second. Wow, you talk about the composure to hold on there, and you can see deep breaths from Pac.
Cara, o que eu posso fazer?
Deep breaths, big exhales, talking to himself all weekend long. He knows how big of a deal this is. Let's not forget, Pac with the #1 seed here as well. They'll be tied up now.
E aí, esperar acabar essa quarta de final. Eu peço depois que não acabar, né? Porque Vitality. La 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 la. Vitality. Pô, tem Subway. Faz tempo que eu não peço um Subway. Deixa eu ver esse Subway aqui.
one in the scrapbook. That is extremely rare. A little touch on the
This is
barrier will
Subway.
send him behind Otak. And down into 4th place. Neon in the lead. This time with a little bit of a gap opening up over Pack with a win in the last round. Neon pushed him all the way, but Neon with that advantage here going into the identity.
See if he can hold on here, and Pack to the tap as well. That means Otak will now be pushing here against Neon.
Neon could just take his foot off the accelerator if he wants to, but that's not really the way that the young man does it, and he falls at the last turn. Otak gladly will accept the mistake and take home the 10 points. It's a PB. That's well for Otak.
By the way, Carl almost gets in ahead of Neon in the end as well. That was almost even more points being stolen off. Instead,
Turbo couldn't believe it.
Yeah, instead it's a very important result coming in for Otak, and he'll now be on second with 19. Wow.
Well, into round 4 of Japan, and it has flown by. And barely a point to separate everybody. Pack with 20, Otak with 19 after that 10 in the last round. Cole Jr. 17, Neon just in behind, and maybe should have had a few more with 13, but barely a point separating them as we will conclude Japan and look forward to our next map that's coming up. It's Neon in the lead once more, but can he eliminate some of those mistakes?
Let's not forget, on this last outing when we were on Japan, Carl went 3 for 4. It's a very different landscape. That tells you just how tight, just how competitive this lobby in this quarterfinal is.
Well, once again, falling behind the Pack a little bit here. Has made a little bit of time up during that last section as we go into the no break now. A Pack will go into the lead. Otak is in second place. Neon's just fallen behind as well. A little tap coming in from him as we now have the Englishman and the Frenchman battling out for first place.
Yeah, Pack's looked very good through here. Has had very clean lines. We'll see if he can close it out.
Otak trying to press though.
Yeah.
Trying to close that gap, but Pack is holding on. And Pack comes through clean. It will be the Vitality man closing out with 10 points and another PB for him.
Wow, and Carl there will be in third yet again. We have to mention it. These are different races. This is a different lobby. Let's not forget, last time it was Carl and Neon up against Masa and Solja. And while incredible drivers, there's a different quality in this lobby here. Coming out of Japan, it will be Pack on 30 points, Otak on 25. Carl Jr. in third with 21, and Neon only 5 behind him in 16, but it's Pack and Otak out in front.
Phenomenal drive from Pack. 30 points out of a potential 40 in this lobby. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Subway.
That was his pick, remember?
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you after the performances we saw from him yesterday? But not the greatest of starts, but something we haven't seen before from Carl. He's always there or thereabout when the big moments come. So just warming him into these rounds a little bit as we turn our attention now to Germany, which is a pick coming in from Neon, which is somewhat interesting for me. Usually he just likes to go quick, likes those very quick tracks, but the fact that we have those 2 big jumps that really will separate some of the players
Subway pedido.
that lend itself to some of the more consistent drivers that we have.
Yeah, we got to mention Germany was banned so much through different
Eita,
qualifiers.
rapaziadinha, almoço tá vindo.
Of the spring map selection, but instead to now see it featured here, we have to mention Carl and Neon did not play this against one
Aguardando a confirmação da loja. Enquanto isso, perdi a primeira pista, mas a primeira pista deu para perceber que o Peck e o Otak foram os melhores. O Carlos Júnior não foi muito bem e ele era o melhor naquela pista. Agora estamos na Alemanha, e na Alemanha, quem é o melhor na pista da Alemanha? Deixa-me ver. O Carlos Júnior não joga muito a Alemanha. O nome dele não está aqui. Não jogou a Alemanha nesse torneio ainda, o Carlos Júnior. Porém, o melhor dentro dos que a gente está vendo é o Peck e o Otak. Um em sexto, outro em oitavo. E o Neon também não aparece muito, não aparece aqui na lista, talvez não jogou a Alemanha dentro do torneio ainda. É a primeira vez que os dois, Carlos Júnior e Neon, estão jogando a Alemanha. Pedido sendo preparado, vai chegar daqui a pouco, 2 às 2h22. Então beleza. É isso. Faz tempo que eu não como um sub, vamos comer um subwayzito. Subway, patrocina, me patrocina. Eu coloco aqui na live todo dia um cupom de Subway para todo mundo. Tem gente para patrocinar aí. E Neon, nossa, o ataque foi 0-0-13 atrás do Neon. É muito pouco tempo. Carlos Júnior está sentindo a pressão. Carlos Júnior está em último nesse momento na competição. Ó, a gente acabou de ver como é que é. Vamos ver como é que é. É a Alemanha, né? Vamos ver como é que eles correm na Alemanha. Pra gente poder também correr igual a eles correm. É isso que a gente tem que fazer. Direita, direita. Pulou, vai cair de ré. Agora vai fazer a curva na reta. Carlos Júnior em terceiro no momento. Todo mundo ficou. Carlos Júnior virou, brecou. Carlos Júnior primeiro. Achou uma. Vai virar de costas agora. Carlos Júnior perdeu pro Peck. Ainda tá de ré, vai ter que virar. Acelerou. E Peck termina em primeiro. Carlos Júnior foi o seu melhor tempo nessa pista. Ele não é muito bom de Alemanha não, hein? Eu percebi que ele não é muito bom de Alemanha não. Lá, 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 lá. Vitality. Lá, 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 lá. Vitality.
It's a wide one from Carl as well. Pack and Carl both fail the jump, essentially leaving a clean run here for Neon and Otak. And barring a disaster, Neon will take home the win this time. 10 points for him. Otak slides in behind for 6. Wow, Carl then finally finishing out, and of course, plenty of time. But most importantly, it's Carl and Pack coming there in third and fourth. It's a PB in the first place spot, but one more lap around Germany, and not only are we close at the top, but slowly Pack pulling away from Carl.
Vou comer. Tá chegando, né? Chegando não. 2 horas chega. Dá certinho pra comer, pô. Tinha que ter pedido antes, né? Pedir agora é ruim. Ih, o Peck deu errado ali. O Peck não vai pontuar dessa. E ele estava com 44 pontos.
Daunting red F next to their name when it comes to qualification. Remember, in this quarterfinal, only 2 players can make it through.
Ainda chegou no final, faltando 3 segundos. Faltando 3 segundos. 5.7, tá bom assim o volume pra vocês? Tá muito baixo. Tá bom agora. Lá, olha o gol.
By the looks of things, over 10 seconds away. He must have made a huge mistake a little bit earlier on, but at the front of the pack, a 10 points here for Pack would really
Pack em primeiro, 47-40.
10 points secured for Vitality's Pack. And now we'll see if Neon 4 seconds looks like he might just have enough. I think he might get cut off. He gets through. Let's go ahead and double check that. He was on a second screen. It looks like it will be 3 points on the board for Neon and not a DNF. We'll double check that. It is by
Peck na frente, ataque em segundo. Carlos Júnior está indo de mal a pior. Está a 10 pontos atrás. E Peck ganha mais uma vez. Última rodada dentro da Alemanha. Vamos para a próxima. Os próximos mapas, né? Carlos Júnior. Enquanto isso, lá na Fúria nós temos 8 para a Fúria, 5 para a FUT. 1 a 1 no mapa decisivo agora. Tem Tornevela. Neon ganhou o primeiro aí. Vamos para... Ó, o Peck joga no teclado. Acabamos de almoçar. Deixa eu avisar minha esposa que eu pedi um samuai pra ela. Vai ficar despreocupada. Deixa eu ligar pra ela aqui.
As we see Otak colliding with the wall, he is going to fly behind. And to the back of the pack in fourth position is Neon on Pack now, battling out for first place for 10 points. A valuable 10 points. Can the youngster hold off the challenge of the #1 seed? Yes, he can. It's a PB for Neon.
Wow.
This pack will collect another 6 points in behind him.
Carl also sneaks into third. There will only be a 1-point difference, but all important, it was the result up front, really, as you say. And the first round of Poland, it does go to Neon, who's able to hold off the pressure from Pack.
Big mistake from Otak, though. We saw it. There's that right-hander with a setup is there for that jump over. So we dip into the water. Can be so aggressive, but you can see at what cost. Otak found that cost as Carl makes a mistake. As we enter page 2 of the scrapbook to put that one alongside, it's Neon and Pack out front again.
You can see Falcons fans in the crowd with their head in their hands. Probably quite surprised at what they're seeing. Now, it's worth mentioning, it's early days. There's a lot of racing still to come. But Carl Jr. will now be 5 seconds behind on this round as well.
Through the jump come Neon and Pack. Otak a little bit behind. Neon disappears into the ether, runs it too close once again, and it's now a clean run. Nobody within a second of Pack here. He can serenely walk his way and drive his way on these final platforms. This is 10 points for Pack. He doesn't make mistakes in this kind of position. Another 10 points for the #1 seed.
Really, really well done there. And you even heard Carl himself saying Pack's a lot of the same style as Neon and even more consistent with even more experience, as we said. It's an early mistake from Carl. It is uncharacteristic from Carl. And speaking of setups, if you're just joining us, welcome along. We're so glad you're hanging out here for the Trackmania Grand Final day at the Esports World Cup. You can hear the drums in the back. It is a packed house here, and for very good reason. Huge stakes for Trackmania. This historic game, huge stakes for the club championship as well. Pack is up 73 points.
Pronto, pedido feito. Mulher avisada. Mulher.
Carl's found a little bit more pace through that first section. Was lagging behind the Pack a little bit, but this time he's in the mix. But it's Pack out in front once again as we set
Mulher, olha lá o Peck vindo para a sua vitória.
As we now head in towards the lily pads. Now this has been a little bit of a separator. This right-hander with the wheels underwater, and they are going to see Neon once again colliding with the wall and firing.
Carlos Júnior terminou em quarto. Não tá fácil, hein, Carlos Júnior? A pressão tá grande. Carlos Júnior, que era o grande candidato a ganhar essa competição. Carlos Júnior tá muito longe dos seus amigos, hein, Carlos Júnior? Não tem outra chance, cara. Ou é primeiro ou é segundo e já era, meu amigo.
A player who came in with the #1 seed, maybe had a tiny bit of a shaky start at this tournament, has shown up on the most important day, not only of the Esports World Cup, but maybe even the most important day in Trackmania history. If we're talking about legacy, if we're talking about prize pool, he's on 83 points.
One of the funniest quotes that we had in the build-up to this event, we were speaking to Pack, and he said, "Oh, I forgot it was the first seed." Well, he's showing it right now. This level of skill on display for the Englishman is unbelievable up until this point. But like you quite rightly say, still so much more driving to come. As these four will throw down until the very last point is available. At the moment, it's going to be Otak out in the lead, but less than a tenth of a second.
Os caras tão bem também, pô. Carlos Júnior pode ser bom, mas os caras tão bem também. Os caras tão bem, os caras estão na pegada. Vamos para a última rodada aqui dentro da Polônia. Bora, Carlos Júnior. Hora de dar a volta por cima. Hora de começar a ganhar, se você quiser continuar vivo na competição. E não, meu amigo, adeus, bye bye, see you soon. Falhou muito ali o Carlos Júnior, perdeu o caminho, né? Ele estava na velocidade boa, mas perdeu o caminho porque ele fez uma curva muito longa.
Just to focus in on Neon for a second, 65 points at the moment. Yes, he's in second place and battling it out with Otak at the moment. To put it into perspective, Pack is flying away at the top right now on 93. Carl Jr. 53, still very much within touch distance. But you felt there in the previous map that maybe Neon, the pressure was getting to a little bit. A couple of crashes that were...
Carlos Júnior ficou para trás, terceiro lugar. Meu amigo, Carlinhos, é hora de reviver, meu amigo. Se você quiser continuar vivo nessa competição. Vitality.
Who's going to feel very at home here. He has your world record in the top left of the screen.
Neon in the lead for now, but can he hold on? Can he eliminate some of those mistakes that have reared their ugly head? The youngster does have the lead as we will transfer through the penalty sand before the right-hander coming up. Pack in behind, Carl Jr. right on his tail. A mistake from Pack, and Neon has a clear run at first. Carl Jr.
Estamos na Saudi Arábia. O ataque conseguiu ganhar do Carlos Jr. E o Pecking em terceiro.
With a little bit of I believe the technical term there is a nana poo-poo actually, but also takes the win as well. Carl going to be happy to still of course get second, but that's going to rob him of just 4 extra points. And Carl Jr.
Saudi Arábia, pulou 1, pulou 2, girou para direita, vai, pega ali o apoio da parede. Carlos Jr. deve levar essa para casa. Carlos Júnior precisa de ponto, precisa pontuar. Carlos Júnior precisa pontuar. Esse é o objetivo dele, porque ele está muito atrás. Ele só está com 59 pontos, 10 pontos quase atrás do terceiro colocado e 20 pontos atrás. Bom, 40 pontos atrás. 30 pontos, vai. 40 pontos atrás do primeiro colocado. É muito ponto, pô. É 10 vitórias atrás. Carlos Júnior vai ser difícil. Carlos Júnior, você se recuperar dessa partida, hein? Tem que saber jogar agora. Tem que levar o carro ao limite. É o que ele fez. É o que ele faz. 10 pontinhos pra ele. Track record.
Like you said, there was a roar of the crowd here. By the way, incredible atmosphere as we see a turn-in record there being set at a 107.382 from Carl. And it's well timed. And first of all, incredible tournament atmosphere here at this stage in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet for Trackmania. It is raucous and for good reason. And you asked yourself, with Carl Jr. still in 4th place.
E lá na Fúria temos 10-7 para a Fúria. Fúria levando agora. A bola plantou e a Fúria foi guardar 10-8. Tem dinheiro pro próximo round. Carlos Júnior pegou a liderança, não pegou. Peck ainda, Neon, todo mundo embolado, Carlos Júnior na liderança. Os dois ficaram ali meio estranho, Neon, Carlos Júnior segundo, Neon pulou, Carlos Júnior deu uma brincadinha. Já era, Carlos Júnior perdeu, o Peck passou todo mundo. Peck conseguiu passar todo mundo. Tá maluco, foi muito pouco. Duvido que tenha tanta gente assim pedindo um sub. O Dio tá sempre preparado, mas porra.
Maybe the weight of the club championship in the back of his mind as well. Carl Jr. in second though. It's an early mistake from Pack and pretty much the biggest gap we've seen at this point as we transfer into the skies before the downhill.
Aqui temos o Carlos Júnior tentando chegar perto dos seus segundo colocados. O Peck muito bem. O Peck na vantagem, precisando apenas de 3 vitórias para a sua ida à semifinal. Carl Jr. 10 pontinhos, Peck só 3. Let's go, Carl Jr., let's go, Carl Jr., let's go. Levou logo uma cotovelada. Let's go, Carl Jr.,
Phenomenal quarterfinal that we've seen so far.
Let's go, Carl Jr. La 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 la.
Of Saudi Arabia.
Vitality.
That's right. We started to talk about Carl Jr. And you have to also mention Pack places last in that race, which just compresses the points table by a bit. It buys everyone else. By the way, Otak and Neon tied on 86. Carl Jr., as a result of Saudi Arabia, is on 83. The comeback story has not just begun, it is well underway, and somehow, despite earlier trailing by 18 or 19 points, he is now only trailing second place by 3 points.
Ui, estamos na Hungria. Hungria é uma pista muito técnica, a Hungria. Eu joguei a Hungria aqui, é uma pista muito técnica, muito difícil, é muito freio, aceleração, curva fechada. É muito difícil, E tem esse loop ainda, maluco para ajudar. Nossa senhora, perdeu ali o Otak. Carlos Jr. O Peck vai pegar o Carlos Jr. O Peck vai passar. Eu tô torcendo pro Peck. Vitality. La 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 la. Vitality. Neon passou por 003. O Carlos Jr. Por 003. É muito pouco. 003, cara. Muito pouco.
Mas 55 ONICES, muito pouco. Ma 55 ONICES, 003.
Olha o gate, Cadê meu pedido? Vitality. O Peck precisa ganhar 2, hein? O Neon na frente. Eu gosto desse moleque. Eu acho que o Peck perdeu velocidade ali. Ai, Carlos Jr. Chegou, hein? Carlos Jr. não chegou, mas não chegou tão bem. Eu gosto desse cara.
Ma 55 ONICES. Ok.
10-10, Fúria aí. Fute valendo a vaga na final, hein? Fute querendo roubar a vaga da Fúria na final. Campeonato antes do Fallen se aposentar. Bora, Fúria, bora, Fúria. muito difícil essa curva, acredito que seja. Neon, tá que passou primeiro. Aqui retoma a liderança. O Carlos Júnior. Seu pedido saiu da loja. Carlos Júnior. Carlos Júnior vai ficar pelo caminho. Carlos Júnior vai ficar pelo caminho. Pelo jeito que tá indo, Carlos Júnior vai dormindo. Pelo ronco e pelo berro, Carlos Júnior levou ferro, hein? Carlos Júnior não chegou no 100 ainda. Última rodada na pista da Hungria, que é uma pista picada aleatoriamente. Ninguém escolheu essa pista. A gente sabe porque não, porque é muito difícil. Carlos Júnior indo atrás do Peck. O Peck vai ficar nossa, ele vai estar um pontinho de fazer a pista da vitória. A volta da vitória. E o Peck errou. Só porque eu falei. O Tac passou. O Tac com 111. Bom, Tac. Tô olhando pra você, o Tac. O Tac. Lá, 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 lá. O Tac.
How different this entire landscape of this lobby could be if he has even slightly different results through the rest of the matches on Hungary. As you said, Carl Jr.
Rapaziada, 11 a 10, Fúria mamando pra Fute.
Round number 20 in this lobby. Now we have to mention, we're way past the fastest, of course. We go all the way back around on these maps with no one on finalist mode.
E estamos na Argentina. Não, não é Argentina, é Japão. Se tentar adivinhar, adivinha errado. Estamos no Japão. Japão é a pista dos gates. E essa foi picada exatamente por Carlos Júnior. Aqui ele pode recuperar os pontos que ele acabou perdendo. Os 40 pontos. Se ele recuperar aqui os 40 pontos, iremos para a pista decisiva. Por quê? Porque o Peck pode já se classificar aqui nessa pista. Já pode ter a vitória. Porém, se o Carlos Júnior ganhar as 4, ele fica com a volta de classificação. O moleque é bom, hein?
His race times and placements and there's a tap through the fragile. And Carl Jr. does not need a second invitation here. Streaking away from the rest of the pack.
Cara, é muito difícil. Carlos, o moleque é bom pra pena. Carlos Júnior aí é outra história, mano. O moleque é bom. E a Fúria vai mamando 12 a 10 lá. Fute 1 ponto, 1 round de ir pra final. Fúria vai mamando. Carlos Júnior chegou agora no 111 pontos. Carlos Júnior deu uma erradinha ali. Não caiu direito, deu uma quicada antes. Aqui o Neon, o Peck chegando em qualquer posição, ele já vai para a sua corrida da vitória, a classificação para a semifinal, em qualquer posição. Então o Peck só tem que terminar a corrida. Em relação a isso, o Neon está em vantagem, uma leve vantagem em relação aos demais, porque tem 10 pontos na frente, mas o Otaki e o Carlos Júnior estão pau a pau aqui para ver quem vai correr atrás do Neon, né? Que vai pegar assim. E bateu o ataque. Quanto mais pontos o PEC conseguir tirar dos seus adversários, melhor. Neon joga no teclado. É teclado mesmo. Boa Neon, boa PEC, boa ataque. Carlos Júnior.
Absolutely huge moment. It took a little bit extra for the Vitality man. And maybe a little bit extra for the Vitality fans as well, who have been watching with
Vamos ver onde ele tá.
With the red F on finalist mode in a grueling lobby. Maybe one of the most
lá na Fúria 4-2. 4 vivos, 2 4 vivos a 1. Tá. E bateu. PEC vai ter a chance de ganhar e se classificar para a semifinal. É que Carlos Júnior quer muito, o Carlos Júnior quer muito essa vitória. Ajuda ele a subir perto dos pontos. O Neon, se ele terminar em segundo, não dá. O Neon tem que terminar 2 provas ainda para poder completar 2 provas para poder ir para sua corrida de classificação. E ficou para trás o PEC. E mistake do Neon. O Neon vai ter que correr mais uma prova e chegar entre os segundos colocados. Pelo amor de Deus. Neon chegando em quarto ainda não tem a sua pista de classificação, porque só faz 4 pontos. O Neon chegando do terceiro para cima faz a sua pista de sua volta de classificação. O Carlos Júnior e o Otaki ainda tem que fazer mais 2 voltas, ganhando ou em primeiro ou no máximo em segundo. O Neon quer muito. Vamos, Neon. Chegando em qualquer posição menos em último, você consegue ter sua pista de classificação. E pode se classificar ainda antes do PEC. Carlos Júnior vacilou no começo. No começo ele não quis correr. E bateu o Neon. PEC vai levar. Bateu o PEC, perdeu a chance de levar. Fúria! E leva pro overtime. Fúria leva lá pro overtime, rapaziada.
That's the only word. Unbelievable scenes here. There was no doubt this quarterfinal would deliver, but this is something special.
Time to change. The time to change. The challenge for these players. We're heading back to Germany, folks. 1:29 for Otaki. Don't count him out of it, by the way. Pack still on finalist mode.
Vou pedir pela Fúria essa. Pedir pela Fúria. Vai, Fúria. Carlos Júnior.
Still on finalist mode. We would not write this story any other way, and I just feel lucky to be a part of it here. Let's get into it.
Carlos Júnior. Carlos Júnior chegando em primeiro, segundo, ele consegue fazer sua pista de classificação. O Neon também chegando em primeiro, segundo, consegue fazer sua pista de classificação. O Otaki tem que fazer ainda 2 pistas. Fala, Rafael, não tem. Não tem brasileiro, já pesquisei. Tem colombiano e chileno, não lembro qual. Mas é colombiano e o outro argentino. Colombiano e argentino, os que passaram. Não tem brasileiro. Mano, tem que treinar pra gente jogar ganhar desse chileno, pô. Desse boludo. O PEC perdeu a chance dele de se classificar em primeiro, porque ele teve muitas pistas para se classificar. Agora o Carlos Júnior tem a chance de se classificar. Depois de, eu acho que umas 5 pistas, já 5 voltas, o PEC não aproveitou. E a pista da Alemanha é a pista do Nyon. O Nyon, se ele chegar em qualquer posição, também vai virar. Quer dizer, qualquer um aqui que não seja o PEC nem o Carlos Júnior ganhar, vai ter a chance de ter a sua primeira vitória, vai ter a chance de ter sua vitória de classificação, pô. Aqui o PEC vai ter a sua vitória garantida e a última corrida, a última volta vai ser decidida. Quem ganhar vai, não vai ter mais volta, vai ser a última da última. Quem ganhar vai classificar. Então teremos, se o Nyon ganhar, presta atenção, se o Nyon ganhar, a gente vai ter a última volta geral para classificar todo mundo. Vai ser a volta das voltas. Falei para vocês que esse... Aí, ó, vai ser isso. Falei para vocês que esse grupo ia ser o grupo da morte. Esse grupo ia ser definido nos detalhes. Cara, a gente vai ter a volta. Acabou. É agora. É agora. Inacreditável. Que legal que tá acontecendo isso. Cara, é agora. Os 4 têm chance. Quem errar, Nyon ficou. Nyon bateu. Não, tá ali ainda. O PEC quer muito. O Carlos Júnior também. Carlos Júnior em último. A Vitality. Ah, não vai me travar agora, né? Não vai me travar agora, né? YouTube. PEC e Carlos Júnior. PEC e Carlos Júnior. Uma derrapadinha mais ali. O PEC, o Carlos Júnior vai entrar de ré agora. Quem fizer a melhor curva ali atrás para retornar pro reto vai ganhar vantagem. Agora quem fizer bem essa curva vai ganhar vantagem, porque vai pegar isso. É o PEC e Carlos Júnior. PEC e Carlos Júnior. Que beleza. O taque! O taque! Agora vai ser a volta, né? Quem ganhar vai. É a sua chance. Eu imaginei na minha mente que os dois iam ter, mas não. Eu errei. Tem que ter vitória. Tem que ser classificado pela vitória. Eu errei, foi mal, rapaziada. É pela vitória. Carlos Júnior tem outra chance. Fui iludido pela emoção. Rapaz. O taque vai levar essa e o Carlos Júnior, o grande campeão, vai ficando pelo caminho. É isso que nós temos. Liquid avança e Falcons fica pelo caminho. Que corrida, meus amigos. Que corrida. E coincidentemente Meu pedido chegou do iFood. Tô indo lá pegar. Já volto.
Unthinkable result for Carl Jr. at the Esports World Cup.
An icon falls. But Otak and Pack have a chance to do something iconic here in Paris. What a race.
An absolutely unforgettable quadruple finalist with an unbelievable ending. And you see what it means to Otak. When you talk about the pedigree that was in this group, he was often the third to be discussed. But of these four, only two would ever advance. And it is a historic early exit for the 7-time world champion, Carl Jr. And it's Pack and Otak who will advance through.
I mean, it's so tough. You know, it's such an unforgiving format here. And every single player in that lobby played their part. Incredible, incredible level of Trackmania we've just seen. So few mistakes. Races decided by hundreds, thousandths of a second on the line. An incredible comeback from Carl Jr. in the middle of that race as well. He was out of it at one point.
He was.
And still managed to find quad finalist.
And I think you and I are thinking the same thing, every Trackmania fan out there. That was just a pleasure to witness that live.
Unbelievable. And for us, an absolute pleasure to be involved with it. But we've got to crush some keys. We've got to send it over to our main stage now. Adam Savage is going to be here with your qualifiers.
Paris, would you please put your hands together for Pack and Otak? Woo! Fellows who make our way towards the key crusher. It felt like a grand final. It was just a quarter final, but there's so much more to play. I'm going to ask you firstly, Pack, to come forward as you'll be crushing Neon's key. When you're ready, please do the honors as we eliminate a competitor, an incredible racer from our competition here at the Esports World Cup. Pack says farewell to a player who's been so impressive. And there we go. Let me ask you to come forward as a key master realigns things. Otak, come forward too. Pack, I heard you mutter the words just then. That's the hardest race I've ever played. Tell us what it was like to be in there, because we witnessed it, we watched it, we enjoyed it, but you guys felt every second of it. How was it to be involved in that?
Stressful, way too stressful. I knew I had to get a point buffer because the maps coming towards the end was going to be difficult for me. But my word, what a match, insane. I mean, Otak played incredible, Neon played incredible, and Carl played fantastic. It's just unlucky that both of them have to go out. They could easily have been in the grand final, to be honest. This could have been a grand final.
Very easily could have been. Before I come to Otak, I just want to say the Vitality fans have been absolutely incredible this entire time. Anything you want to say to the Vitality fans supporting you throughout this process?
Thank you so much, guys. You've been insane. That was just so good during that match. Keep up for the semi-final, please. Let's go.
Love these guys, love these guys. I want to come to Otak now as well. Otak, similarly, the Liquid fans over here as well. What do you want to say to the Liquid fans who have been so supportive?
All right, I'll tell it in French, all right? Merci beaucoup, c'est pas fini. On continue de crier sur le prochain, s'il vous plaît. And yeah, I'm back, finally.
Otak's back, baby. Before you go and crush the key, just here in a second, Carl Jr.'s key of all keys. What a group it was. We mentioned before, we got world champions in there, 10 titles. How was it for you being involved in that? That must have been a real experience.
Yeah, well, I've already played those kind of matches against Pack and Carl especially. I have huge respect for them. Could have gone like either way, but I'm so proud of myself. Because I've been like losing my finalist mode every time on the same map, and now I'm winning finally one in the most important time. And so yeah, I'm so glad.
We're so glad too. Otak, when you're ready, you can make your way towards the key crusher. You'll be crushing the 7-timer Carl Jr.'s key. And when you're ready, you can make history here at the Esports World Cup as Otak crushes another key and solidifies our competitors going all the way through to the semi-finals. One more time, Paris, please give it up for Pack and Otak! absolute scenes here. We've got our semi-finalists, but boys, he's got to break it down for us. That was momentous. What a moment.
Well, many think that history is written only by your actions. That may be true, since nothing is granted and everything is earned. But the reality is history is written by those who write it. And those who write it are usually the ones left alive to tell the tale. In this case of Trackmania, the GOAT falls, and it is now a new chapter that certainly will be written in Paris at the biggest stage of all. And of course, speaking of stages, big moments, the club championship, everyone wondering, where do we stand? We've got Glitter Explosion over at the Qadia City Grid to let us know.
We are live from the Qadia City Grid, where Big just took home the title in Fortnite for EWC 26. Now, this is completely unexpected for what we've been talking about all weekend long. So let's break down the CC implications that this win has. First of all, that means those first place 1,000 points don't go to any of our club championship squads. Huge miss from all of those teams. But what does that mean about all the people we were talking about? Aurora Gaming, they ended up in second place. This is massive for them. It means they were in 10th heading into it. They've now put themselves around 5th place. We'll obviously have to wait and see how the rest of the games go for the rest of the clubs and see what it means in the final. But it's a massive jump in prize pool earnings for Aurora Gaming. Then, the rest of the teams we've been talking about, what happened to Vitality? What happened to Falcons? What happened to AGAL? The short and sweet of it is that all three of these clubs got 0 points. Could not break into the top 8, which means at the end of it all, it is going to boil down to Trackmania. Who can close this out? Who will take home the club championship title? Who will etch their name in the history books of EWC? You will just have to wait and find out. Can't wait to see how this is all going to go. We have another.
You heard it right. It all boils down to Trackmania. With Falcons out, Carl Jr. and that legacy will no longer continue, meaning that it will be up to Gwen and AGAL, the last representative, to make a move. Now, I don't want to slight, as we come back, G-Geek Turbo processing that one, Big's accomplishments, because Grenade on our stage still represents Big, and so that could also mean currently in 16th or 17th place, 1,000 extra points could put them into the top 10. A major move which would have huge money implications, but of that sign right there, that's the biggest story because AGAL can actually lift the trophy. They're still down by Falcons. Guys, let's now go into what we just saw. I know there's the sweat at the brow, arms are heavy. You know, what are we doing here, man? This is one of the most incredible moments we've ever seen in Trackmania.
If I may talk real for a second, I shouted, screamed, punched the table so much, living that match to the fullest. And
oh yeah, you guys are doing everything.
I feel like my head is about to explode with what we just witnessed. Pack on a very dominant form, very early on in the race. Neon a little bit on the back foot. Then everything started to close back up by the time we headed to Hungary with a very, very solid performance from Neon. But then, as soon as we reached Japan 2, Kai, it went off the rails.
It was an absolutely incredible match. I mean, Pack somewhat gained control in this match. He was a bit further ahead, but then the finalist mode came and he wasn't able to close it out. And then we had Neon also DNFing there. He could have been earlier in finalists, and then it all came down to Germany. It was an absolute... yeah, cinema. It was cinema. Really. It was so good.
Pack drove so well to get to that position, but the Vitality fans, the Liquid fans, the AGAL fans, the Falcons fans, it's really hard to describe how incredible this atmosphere has been. I said maybe this could be the greatest match ever in Trackmania. Obviously not been a part of its history, but G-Geek, that's got to be up there.
Match of the year for some. For me, I would willing to place it above on another pedestal. Match of the decade. Not only in terms of the stakes, of the progression, the elation of the winners, but also the atmosphere. In my memory of Trackmania commentator and analyst, I have never seen or felt anything like it, Kai.
But also the storylines in here. Neon, who was the underdog going into that one, and Otak saying, I am back. Yeah. I am back. He was really struggling and then crushing the key from Carl Jr. Like, it is absolutely phenomenal to see that. Pack definitely showing great performance there, and
pegar meu almoço, garotinho. Você tava aí, eu não vi. Foi mal. Seguinte, Fúria foi amassado pela FUT. Tem que chorar mesmo. Como é que perde com um time desse?
it meant that the next two races would decide the two people going through to the semifinals. That was not a quarterfinal, that was a grand quarterfinal.
Yeah, that's what we
Mas enfim, é isso, rapaziada. Que horas que é o próximo jogo? Deixa eu ver aqui. Que horas que é o próximo jogo? Aqui, ó, o próximo jogo será às 2h40. Próximo jogo é 2h40. Então, é isso, né? A Fúria foi amassada. Não tem muito o que dizer. Empata o jogo e no final perde. Não sei como. Faz o mais difícil no final, leva uma tochada de 3-0.
Literally, that's incredible stuff. Now, we all know the implications here. AGAL's still alive. Gwen still has some work to do. But of course, the reason that this work may be having a different complexion, maybe a different outcome necessary to lift that trophy is because Carl Jr. is now no longer in the mix. Falcons have lost all their representation so far in the club championship, and they will have to wait and watch. One of the people we expected to be here but is not is Carl Jr. We have an exit interview with Rachel standing by.
Carl, if you can, sum up what's going through your head right now.
I sucked, simply as that. I had a terrible start of the match. I had a terrible mid of the match. I had a terrible finalist. I was just bad. There's nothing. I'm just so sorry.
Who are you sorry to?
To everybody who supported me, to Falcons, I feel terrible right now. It was my biggest opportunity, and I don't have the words. I'm sorry.
We know you can do it. You've done it so many times before. Why couldn't you do it today?
I have no idea, and I'll work on it to figure it out. I don't know what to say. I'm just so sorry. I'm just so sorry to everybody who supported me.
We were all watching during that, and everyone was saying, don't write Carl off. He's going to come back. He's the one that's capable of making these epic comebacks. We all believed. You were still believing right till the end, right?
Yeah, of course. I never lost it. It was just a bad map order for me. But it's not even map order. I just sucked, simply as that. It happens. Well, not really, but I don't know what to say. I'm mad. I'm sad. I'm tilted. I don't know.
Are we seeing a new generation of Trackmania competitors coming through? Obviously, we know Pac and your relationship, but Neon, we thought he was going to go through today, and didn't. Otak is the one who knocked you out.
Yeah, good job by them. They are friends, so I'm happy for them. But yeah, new generation is getting better and better, and I'll have to work harder to challenge them.
What are you going to do right now? Take time to process it? What is next?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I'll let you, the time will go, and I'll figure it out.
Thanks for chatting to us, Carl.
You're welcome.
Go and process it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, being in those moments and you see the ovation from the crowd acknowledging Carl, it's tough. You can't ever look at one moment like that and make a decision on yourself. You know, there's times that life, luck, opportunity doesn't quite align for you. Carl, certainly the player that could have done it, didn't do it. And you have to take yourself back and say that maybe this was G-Geek in my eyes, you know, maybe somebody else's story. Maybe I'm here to come back later and learn from this and be bigger and better, but this wasn't my time.
Maybe I'm not the main character, indeed, but I gotta say, watching through that interview, and Kai can attest to that, never have we, it's very rare to see Carl being dejected. That was beyond dejected. He felt distraught. Like, there's no other word for it.
I mean, I was very surprised by that as well, really. It was such a hard interview, a tough watch, one could say, because you could really see his emotions. You could really see that he's sorry. He tried his best, but then maybe his best wasn't enough. You were already saying, at the end, it's luck. It's maybe one round that decides everything. And yeah, seeing him going out and being out for words is just, yeah, it's just sad.
Yeah. That is life, c'est la vie, as they say, and sometimes all we have left is not to remake these decisions or change the outcomes, but to do our best to process them, and Carl on his way to do that as well. The tournament continues, however, and the implications, they do not simmer, they actually start to boil. As Gwen now in this semifinal with Granati, Mime, and now Otak, who is driving as good as he's ever driven. That needs to be a win for Gwen. Gwen needs to top 2 there if AGAL are going to win the club championship. And then it's not over because he still needs to place at a certain point in the grand final. He cannot come in 4th in that grand final. 3rd would be the requirement. So still, if you want to see if AGAL win the club championship, or you want to see if Falcons retain onto it, if Gwen wins a semi, you must watch all the way to the very end of the grand final here at Trackmania. G-Geek, are you excited?
This is. I'm hoping my heart can take any more after what we just lived through, but I am so ready to see potentially, well, history being made for Trackmania, but also overall for EWC.
Well, EWC has one tie that connects all of the games across 7 weeks, the 24 titles, the best players in the world. Of course, it is that trophy, the exclusive, the elusive club championship. Here's a little insight into what it means to the players participating, and when we come back, we begin our semifinals.
I love the idea of the club championship, to be honest, because playing for a team rather than just yourself, it feels like you are part of something more. When other people in your organization sort of care about what you're doing and it affects the whole team, then it does give that wider feel. If by some miracle the week 7 we win every event, then what a story that could be. My goal is to finish where I want to finish, in the top, get points, and make sure that we get to our top 3.
Falcons, they have put their trust into me. I want to deliver for them, and I'll try my best to do it.
Alors du coup ça me donne plus de pression parce que forcément je joue pas que pour moi-même entre guillemets, je joue aussi pour l'équipe en général pour gagner des points pour leur première victoire à cette pour Club Championship, et je vais tout faire de toute façon pour ramener le plus de points possible à AGAL.
Winning EWC would be incredible, and I feel ready more than ever.
I've put so much work into my Trackmania career. It's just like what you get for working hard all these years, and I'd be so happy, obviously.
Alors gagner le WC pour moi ce serait vraiment quelque chose de vraiment incroyable, parce que ça fait 6 mois qu'on s'entraîne énormément, et ce serait vraiment le point final à ce long entraînement.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup here at Trackmania. We have got, well, I could have reversed that, Trackmania at the Esports World Cup. Either way, we have got some major implications for this next semifinal. Gwyn from AGAL has to win, and if he wins, he gives himself and that org a chance to lift the club championship trophy in the grand final. But of course, he's going up against Granati, Mime, and Otak, who just drove. He's going to be so ready for that, Kai, and I've got Aaron Import Brooks joining us as well. Going to stick with the desk for the rest of the day. Kai, though, I want to talk about Otak coming into this so fresh. That game was incredible, and now he gets to drive again.
But I mean, fresh in terms of, yes, he was just coping the pressure. He was winning there, but now he has to reset. He has to restart this match and needs to redeem himself yet again. Of course, on paper, this might look like a bit of an easier match. I would doubt that though, because Granadi's looking very good as well. And I think he can make it, but at this stage, like, everybody can make the grand final, right?
Of course, important.
Yeah, really quickly. By the way, last match, crazy. Got to stand between Epos and Elcon, get their reactions. And
yeah, you were in the crowd, man.
Everybody was freaking out. Anyways, let's move back to this over here. Gwen, Otak, Granadi, Mime. Honestly, Mime, I'm going to be looking out for him because he's going to be the unknown factor in this match. Yes, we saw Otak. He's going to be warmed up. He's going to be able to fight pretty hard. Gwen, the crowd. That's going to be insane. They're going to be as loud as they can be. That's going to be really distracting for the players. And then we have Granadi.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been performing so well. Probably the only player, I think, outside of maybe Gwen, that has done super well throughout this tournament with no major issues. So coming into this match, again, anybody's game. Maybe we get another quad final. I want it.
I want it. I want it too, man. Sometimes, though, it is going to be very hard to go up after such a high that was. Granadi had a chance to catch up with us coming into this matchup, a semifinal. Big implications for him.
Granadi is a semi-finalist. You've achieved what you set out to do. Anything else now, a bonus?
Honestly, kinda yes. I mean, top 16 was like my pessimistic goal, I would say. Top 8 was like my realistic goal. Top 4 would be a very optimistic goal, but can happen, of course. I'm just happy to be here. Everything else is a bonus, as you said. And I'm just going to keep performing. I'm pretty relaxed, to be honest. I just do my thing, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, I'm fine with it as well.
That's what you put on X. You said you were so relaxed and driving so relaxed out there. How were you able to do that in a quarterfinal?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. I'm just super chill this tournament. I'm just enjoying the moment, kinda, and just enjoying the tournament. And I just know what I'm capable of. And if others are faster, then so be it. I cannot drive faster than I can. So I'm just trying to do my best. And if the others are better,
the turnaround is now really quick, isn't it? The matches are kind of come thick and fast into the semi-final. What do you do in between? Now, what have you done since you qualified?
I first of all cheered for Massa, of course. He had the quarterfinal right after me. It was a very close match, was very exciting, so it was kind of sad, but still he got, I think, 9th to 12th now, which is a really good result. And then afterwards we just did some analysis together, we chilled a little bit, and yeah, now I'm gonna go warm up after the interview, and then I'll get ready for the semi-final.
What does the warm-up involve?
I just play all maps, because I haven't played now for 3 hours almost, so yeah, I'm just gonna play, and honestly, the warm-up is also just like more of a confidence kind of thing. In theory, you don't even need it, but yeah, you just do it because otherwise you feel bad, kind of, if that makes sense.
You've played these maps for obviously a couple of months coming into this, but now obviously over the last 3 days. Have you ironed out any weaknesses?
I mean, I have a map that I permanently banned. That's definitely my weakest one. Other than that, honestly, I never had this before, actually. I'm feeling good on every single map. Usually I'm the type of guy who has like the clear favorite and the clear non-favorite maps, but this time it's like all even, and that's why I also don't really care what I play. I can do good on anything.
What are we now expecting from you, and what are you expecting from the semi-final? We still obviously have one player left to join you.
Yeah, so I play definitely Gwen and Mime. Mime is kind of nice because he was in my practice group. We played together. We kind of know each other. We're also friends, of course. And yeah, personally, I just expect to play consistent and good again. And yeah, I hope I can have a bit of an upper hand there against the opponents. I hope they will make some crashes here and there, and I can profit of that. And then in the end, of course, the infamous finalist mode. I hope it works out. But either way, I'm just going to try to do my best, and I hope it works.
Trying to capitalize on others' mistakes. I like it. Into those semi-finals. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, Granadi famously with the wheel. Not everybody plays with that. Keyboard typical, controller absolutely acceptable. Granadi with the wheel in full force. Import as we get into it, feeling good about his comments and feel like he could be a favorite here?
Oh yeah, I definitely think he's right on the money with that. I think everybody else agrees with that as well for the most part. I mean, Granadi coming in, playing really cleanly, able to move forward. I think he's going to do a great job here.
Who's the other story, Turbo, who could take it away? Obviously Gwen, but is Otak coming in with such momentum that he needs to be aware?
Yeah. And I mean, Granadi talking about it, warming up, you know, hasn't played the maps that much. But I do think that we should take a look onto Otak as well. But I think it will be close for second, third, and fourth, but for first, it will be Gwen.
Otak is going to have to continue his momentum. It was shaky, though. That last match wasn't clean at all. He barely made it in quad final. Can he show more clean play going forward?
And another dark horse conversation. One of the players we don't mention at the top of it, it's Mime. Can he keep surprising us? If he wins here and either takes out Otak or Gwen, we'll definitely be talking about him as well, because he'll have earned a spot in the finals, the grand finals. This is the semis, baby. I know it can't seem like it can get better than this, but it has to, because somebody's got to win. Two keys still have to get crushed here at the end.
Hello, Paris. How are we feeling, guys? Yeah, feeling good. Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where things are really heating up now. We had ourselves an incredible quarterfinal. We've said it many times. It could have been a grand final. The caliber of talent there, unbelievable. But now we look ahead to the semis. We've only got ourselves 8 players left in this contest, all desperate now to get a place in our grand final, Milos.
Yes, Team Falcons eliminated also, but that does not mean that the run is done when it comes to the club championship. It all depends on AGAL, on how well they do. All here on our plucky Trackmania stage. However, ladies and gentlemen, Paris, are you ready for our first semi-final? Let's bring on our player. First up, it's the one, the only, Grenade! Cool, calm, collected. It seems that no wind can shake the mountain. That is the OG Wheelman. Only fitting that such a giant represents big on the international stage.
Next up, please put your hands together for Otay! Having escaped the group of destruction, the 2023 world titleist now faces an even greater challenge. Will the Frenchman cement his legacy and rise above his competitors? He looks good, looks real good. Look at those shades. Ow!
Next up on stage, it's Mime! Representing Natus Vincere, do not let his kind visage and wild smile fool you. This man might have qualified for EWC right on the buzzer, but he's the one having the crowd absolutely buzzing.
Welcome to the stage. Next up and finally, it's Gwen! AGAL's last warrior standing. Can the prodigy reach the Final Four on home soil and stake his claim for glory? One more time, give it up for your racers, Paris!
An incredible set of players, and we're going to ask them all to place their keys and take their seats. It's simple, only 2 can advance. We've seen how tight our games can be, and it's all pressure on for all 4 of them. So Paris, one more time, let's get this started!
Well, to me, it's an idea that I've got here that we should take a breath. We should take a breather, you know, because after all that excitement, we need to slow down to be ready for a grand final. But the truth is, this is a semifinal that has the same level of implications, guys. If Gwyn does not win, the club championship goes to Falcons. If Gwyn does win, though, this story continues until the very end.
I apologize to you, Rain, but this is Trackmania. You press gas and you go fast. What breather are you talking about here? We are in the semi-final. 3 matches left to go. The first of 3. There is no stopping here. There's so much on the line as we get into pick and bans.
I tried. Pick and bans here. It is Argentina being a swift ban from Otak, then Canada, South Korea, and Norway being the bans. Granadi talking about South Korea being his permaban. First pick being Japan. Then we have Poland being picked up by Granadi as well. Map number 3 will be Australia.
Yeah.
For the first time today, isn't it?
Wow.
Yes, first time today with Australia.
But Mime's been doing that with Norway as well. Now he's picking Australia. I think this is part of his strategy.
I think he's definitely trying to throw people off with these picks. Australia, Hungary, Australia, Saudi Arabia, and Hungary coming in at the end. A solid map play here for Australia, though, by mine. I'm excited. That's gonna be a nail biter every single time.
That could flip it all on its head. The only good news is it's a middle map, which means if we go all the way past our decider, we'll come back onto the first 2 maps first. Will Australia give us a grand finalist? Will AGAL continue their fight for the club championship? We're about to find out as we send it over to your casters, Twiggy and Nua.
The stage is set, the maps are in, the stakes could not be clearer. For Gwen and AGAL, it is win here or hand the club championship to Falcons.
everything from here on out rests on the shoulders of Gwen. The entirety of the Esports World Cup for 2026 rests on Gwen's shoulders. Every time he sets, puts AGAL closer to the club championship. It could not be more of a poetic end to, well, it's not even the end, but to Trackmania's first appearance here.
Gwen probably feeling like he's in that hydraulic press right now with the amount of pressure bearing down on his shoulders. But let's focus away from the club championship for just a little while and focus in on what promises to be a truly spectacular game of Trackmania. As we have our first round underway on Japan, and Gwen has taken the lead early.
Do you crumble under pressure, or do you, thrive under it, right? Gwen, I feel like he's the kind of player who could, but that's not a good start. He has touched the edge of the checkpoint. Mime goes on through, and Gwen falls into 4th position, the exact place those fans in the crowd do not want to see him at any point in the day. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a fun start for them. It is not going to be plain sailing. It is going to be a nail biter through and through.
It absolutely will.
Neste aqui, nesta fase,
things are going to go. It's a touch from Mime as well. Here in the semi-finals, you can understand that it is going to be nerve-wracking up there on the stage. But Granadi will be the player to take down first place in round 1. Otak coming home in 2nd, Mime in 3rd. Gwen kicking off his attempt, his challenge to Falcons with a 4th place in this opening round.
Not ideal. Time to make up for it, Gwen. Methinks. We'll see what he can do. Got a brilliant start on Japan. Usually ends up at the end of this checkpoint in first. Not this time around, however. It is Granadi out ahead. Mime and Otak following. And Otak only just having it made it here under unbelievable circumstances. What a quarter-final that was to send him into this game. He's got to be feeling pretty good about himself.
I hope the adrenaline, he's managed to flush some of the adrenaline out, I hope. He's driving like it right now, cool under pressure. He is challenging Granadi for the lead of this round. It is very close between those two, less than a 10th separating them. It's down to 24 thousandths with only a few checkpoints and only a few corners left to go. We head towards the identity. Gwen lurking in the case of a mistake.
Tem o Granadi com 10, Otak 6, Gwen 3 e Mime 4.
On that one, but he might get back onto it a little bit early. Gwen goes late on that release, and so he will manage to catch up and overtake Otak through these corners. How hard will he send it? Into this identity. This is the Gwen that AGAL fans in the crowd will want to see. Reversing that run from the last round, 4th to 1st, and he will now sit on 13 points.
O Granadi perdeu ali a linha da corrida.
Very clearly, you can hear what it means to them. I do hope that well, I've watched back a couple of seconds of footage of the event, and I know that the crowd can be heard. I hope they've turned up the volume dial just a little bit more for this game, because you are going to be hearing some stuff. Look, next game as well, when the Vitality fans get back into the arena. Oh my God.
I'll tell you what I've been saying. It's been very funny listening to the crowd, all these fans of other games, as they've arrived in the arena here for Trackmania. They've been learning the game on the fly, and now they are locked in these 10th rounds. All of a sudden, the crowd goes quiet until the round is decided, and it has been absolutely so much fun, honestly.
Uma delícia, hein? Bebam água, comam fruta. Faz muito bem para a saúde, rapaz. Faça igual eu, coma um hambúrguer do Subway, coma uma mexerica, beba água e fale que faz mal comer antes. Não, fale que faz bem para a saúde comer. Só fiz uma parte só. A outra nem fiz. Bebam água e comam fruta. Mas não almocem. Não almocem lanche do Subway.
Nobody out ahead by any significant margin, and in fact second, third and fourth are all separated by 3 points right now. It's Catch, Grenade for Gwen. Look, there's a lot on the line. I'm not going to keep harping on about it.
Twiggy, I honestly think we haven't talked about him much just yet, but Grenade, with Carl Jr. now eliminated, arguably the player...
E lá no CS nós temos o Gaulês conversando com o Cid, passando o pano, né?
He's way out ahead now. Several attempts separating him from Mime behind. Looks can be deceiving as we come around the corner. And Mime does catch up. Touch the tail lights there of Grenade through the NASCAR section. It is Otak trailing from the Na'Vi player. Gwen well out of the competition. It would take something
Temos a passação de pano. Porém, mas eu acho que o Cid foi um grande achievement, um grande acerto da Fúria. Porque com o Cid, a Fúria começou a disputar títulos. Antigamente não era tão fácil assim disputar títulos com a Fúria.
How far can Grenade extend this lead now early in the match? Because we have seen this kind of thing play out multiple times through the tournament, right? Someone jumps out to an early lead and then they slow down a little bit in the mid-game as well. So really the question becomes, how big can Grenade build this lead early? And can he keep the momentum through the mid-game in a way that, honestly, I struggle to think of a single player we have actually seen do that almost at any point. Maybe back on day one, you know, Carl Jr. on day one, managing to do it. But here in the playoffs, it has very much been a different story. Nobody gets it all their own way.
Yeah, back and forth and back again with all of these players in the middle of rounds, in the middle of series, in the middle of the tournament. Everything. Players have had such highs and lows everywhere, and it has been such an amazing thing to watch.
32 points
E vamos lá para mais uma rodada.
20 points for Gwen as well. This match very even after a single map, but Mime probably not going to be picking up many points in this round. Now down by quite a lot after a clip at the start line. So Otak and Gwen, the two Frenchmen, out at the front until Gwen touches on the outside dirt. And then Otak gets the lead all to himself, but he is being hunted down by the German.
Grenade has been super consistent.
Estamos na Alemanha, na Polônia, desculpa. 32 pontos, 20 pontos para Gwen, Otak e Mime. Grenade, o meu favorito. Ai, juro, meu favorito. Vai amassando e não vai ganhando. Amassando é muito forte.
I would say Liquid, one of the teams with less attendees in the crowd, and maybe those attendees are going to have to wait for another
Otak ganha, Grenade em segundo. Essa vitória é pesada, né? Porque a vitória é os 4 pontos de diferença do segundo. Mas do segundo pro terceiro só são 2 pontos, pô. E do terceiro pro quarto só 1 ponto. Tipo, é duro quando você chega em último, porque são 7 pontos de diferença. De 10 vai pra 4, são 6 pontos de diferença. São 7, é 3, vai pra 3.
Making part of it, and sometimes players really do thrive less than others. I mean, Pack seem to be doing incredibly with all of that noise from the Vitality fans, the home fans.
Yeah.
We'll see if Gwen can pick something up here. In first place, it's a good turn. But Mime right behind, arcing for that first position, but he touches his wheel to the outside, and Gwen touches his wheel to the inside. A quick recovery will have to do, but the most points he's getting is 4 here as Otak and Grenade once again battle it out at the finish line. It's millimeters and milliseconds that separate them.
18 thousandths, and Grenade comes out on top of that battle this time around. Liquid fans, maybe not silenced, but a little bit less to cheer for at the end.
Muito pouco, 0-0-18 me leva.
But now it is Otak here on
O Otaki pisou na grama ali, foi pra fora. Enquanto isso, lá no Gal continua passação de pano. A Maia tá certo, tem que conversar mesmo. Acho que isso tá certo. Pô. É bom que o Cid senta. É bom que ele possa escutar o gaulês e talvez nem concordar, às vezes concordar. O gaulês representa também uma porcentagem do chat, né? Que às vezes tem a mesma opinião. Eu não tô escutando o que ele tá falando porque eu tô vendo aqui, mas pelo jeito é isso da competição, é isso da derrota, né? Ui, bateu o Mime. Bueno. Nossa, uma migalha do pão aqui. Que eu comi agora há pouco. Vitality. Aqui nós temos o Granade com os 52 pontos. E 10 atrás está o Otaki. Essa pista, o Granade não foi tão bem, até porque chegou uma vez em primeiro, o restante ele chegou terceiro. E o Granade também. O Granade não está indo muito bem não nessa pista. O Otaki vai aproveitando a chance de ficar mais próximo ainda do líder. Já era, esse mapa já foi. Granade, Otaki. Here at EWC on Poland. Gwen after that DNF just hands together, deep breaths, try and lock back in time to reach our next match. And he's going to need to lock back in, Twiggy. Yes. This is what, our third time seeing Australia all tournament long, and we only have 3 matches left. Vitality. La 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 la.
So, Australia, if you haven't seen it yet, because you've only joined now for AGAL, or because I don't know why you wouldn't be.
O cara tava falando do Call of Duty, né? Que lançou, mas ninguém tá jogando ele. Eu acho que só tinha. Era só até ontem, né? A beta. Não, que não, porque não tem mais ninguém jogando. War Dogs, né? É o nome do jogo do momento. War Dogs. Tava vendo aqui o War Dogs quanto que é, mas é muito caro por um jogo que não lançou ainda. E Austrália! Mime picou a Austrália. Esse mapa da Austrália é muito, mas muito legal. Pra mim é um dos melhores dessa série. Ele é muito legal, pô.
It's bouncy. It's a bit slippery, it's bouncy. You need to be very careful with how you are driving on it, otherwise you will be losing out on a lot of time and plenty of gears as well. But Gwen out in first. He's looking pretty good. These are good times these players are setting, and everybody processional right behind each other, but it's Granadi who gets the most speed out of the exit of that turn. Now be very careful. You want to maintain as much speed as possible, but you cannot fall off the platform. It's looking good for Granadi. 14.5, Mime right behind 16,000. Gwen is going to have to settle.
Tamatolho says Aoba.
Manda mensagem de novo aí. Escutou o que ele falou? A mensagem que ele falou? Deu pra escutar? Tomatou. Manda mensagem de novo. Manda um oi, alguma coisa no chat. Quero ver se o bot tá funcionando. Se puder, claro. Se não puder, não precisa mandar também.
Gwen trying desperately to keep up here. Unfortunately, being put onto a map like this as somebody else's pick can be quite distracting, difficult to deal with. He's going to have to reset once again after this track is done, unless he can get himself up into first place.
A pista da Austrália é muito legal, pô.
He is trailing behind the leader by 26 currently. Very similar times to the last round. We're going to be seeing another 114 at the very least here from Mime.
Um pulinho, esse pulinho agora é muito difícil. Eu tava jogando na Austrália agora há pouco. Agora há pouco não, ontem. Agora há pouco não era... Ai. Antes não era Austrália, era... Canadá.
I mean, great for Gwen, right? You win a battle by 3,000. It feels good at the end of the round. Unfortunately, both of them were 4/10 behind Mime at the end of that round, who drove very, very fast.
E aí, Tomatolho, já jogou esse jogo?
He's starting to sneak back up that leaderboard just a little bit. The gap from second to third now only 5 points back from OTAC. But Grenadier is looking quick as well here on Australia. We have yet to see him on it, and honestly, I've been impressed so far. He's gaining a lot of time in these identities as well.
Yeah, on very good times here once again for that first sector. There's not a lot of time that you can gain there on the full speed section of the map, but of course, well, we'll teach you about SDs another day. I don't know, that's a lot to,
we've time right now.
There's only like 10 seconds of one map.
Assistir é legal também, né?
Matolho Cés, jogo de vez em quando, mas curto mais assistir.
É, eu também, eu jogo... Comecei a jogar quando eu comecei a transmitir o campeonato. Cara, eu jogava no PlayStation 2, quando era bem antigo, né? Quando era tinha outro nome ainda, eu acho. E voltei agora. Ui, Gwen! E voltei agora. Essa pista da Austrália é muito difícil, esses pulinhos. O pulinho anterior. Muito difícil. Mas é da hora esse jogo. Gosto da hora. Não tem brasileiro, infelizmente. Não tem um brasileiro. Devia ter. Mas tem acho que um argentino e um venezuelano, colombiano. Agora eu me esqueci. Mas é... Não tem. Esse pulo e esse pulo é muito difícil. A gente acha que é fácil, mas é difícil, ó. Você tem que chegar na velocidade certa, no ponto certo. Bateu. Se esses caras batem, imagina eu. Gwen e Granade. Último setor. Pulou. Já era. Gwen levou para casa 10 pontinhos. Granade leva os seus 6 pontinhos também. De Calite. Queria War Dogs, mas jogar War Dogs. Mas eu tô sem din-din no momento.
Very nearly, Grenade carried the speed through that identity to snipe, and well, that's it. Goodbye, Australia. It was nice knowing you. I had a lot of fun seeing it. Our first time, and maybe only time, getting to cast it here in this tournament. Although we'll see.
Peguei a chave do COD pelo Nitro, só que tem que atualizar minha BIOS. Aí eu fui atualizar minha BIOS, a placa da BIOS, o upload lá, o download que a Pichal colocou no site não é compatível com a placa. Aí eu mandei uma mensagem para Pichão, mas eles só trabalham de segunda a sexta. Então, só segunda-feira agora para ter a resposta do suporte. Esperar, né? Fiz um erro de comprar o computador pronto com a Pichão. Ao invés de comprar o computador por partes, por querer economizar tempo, paciência, comprei pronto. Já fiz umas 3, 4 mudanças já no computador. Lá, memória nova, tudo DDR4, né? Memória nova, placa de vídeo queimou, peguei uma nova. Agora eu tô atrás de um outro computador. Aí eu vou ficar com 2 computadores, então vai ficar mais fácil para transmitir, até porque daí eu boto esse aqui antigo para transmitir e jogar no outro mais novo. Então é de boa, mas até lá tem que guardar dinheiro, né? Então não posso gastar com jogo, não posso gastar com nada para poder economizar. E enquanto isso, aqui na pista o Granade já vai com 82 pontos, o Mime aí chegando em primeiro, tentando... Ih, vai perder ponto, não ganhou ponto, puta merda, Granade. Não ganhou ponto. Ainda na frente por 6 pontos, né? Mas mesmo assim, aqueles 3 pontinhos iam ajudar bastante. Ataque, Granade. Granade no volante, ataque no controle. Acho que Mime é no teclado. O Gen não lembro. Gen é no controle, eu acho. Não lembro. Mas é legal essa mistura. Controle, teclado.
A DNF that does not come from the back end of the track. Great landing from Granade once again, and Otak is all over the place. It should be free here for Granade to take.
Granade na ai, o Otak errou o pulo.
Maybe Mime was within striking distance. He is. Yes, he is.
Ainda conseguiu ser ultrapassado.
And extends the lead he has over Otak ever so slightly by a hair, and well, stays a little bit closer to Granade as well, who really has, before that round, gone quite quiet in the match. It's exactly what we talked about at the top of this one, Twiggy. We have seen time and time again players get out to 20, 30-point leads at the start of a match, and then the mid-game, as we move through the map rotation, starts to go just a little bit wrong.
Aqui a gente tem o Granade próximo dos 100 pontos. Nesta volta, se ele chegar em primeiro, ele já passa por 100. Se ele chegar em segundo e quarto, ele já não chega no 100. E, pra quem não sabe, quando chega a 140, a gente tem a volta da vitória, após chegar no 140. Então eles têm que fazer, os pilotos devem fazer 140 pontos, primeiro lugar dá 10, segundo lugar dá 6, terceiro lugar dá 4 e quarto lugar dá 3. Então tem essas diferenças. E o primeiro a chegar em 140, na volta seguinte é a volta de classificação. É a volta que ele vai passar de fase, né? Dependendo da fase que estiver da competição. Gwen e Granade bateram ali, ficaram para trás.
Continues to get closer and closer and closer together here in our first semi-final for Trackmania at EWC. In this round, Otak out to a solid start, but Granade is right there with them. In fact, everyone is right there with them. Everyone within a couple of 10 move through the checkpoints as we move towards
Granade no volante aí, mostrando. Transmissão mostrando ele. Agora eles têm que pular e passar no buraco certinho, sem errar a pista de gelo, nenhum movimento no controle, senão o carro desanda. Granade caiu, muito bem, pulou, passou na quina. Então é muito mais aderente aí, então dá para fazer essa curva. Perdeu um pouquinho de tempo o Granade, tentou corrigir ali o break que ele deu, o freio que ele deu. E vai ficando para trás do Granade, agora vão cair dentro da rampa. Bateu a cabeça o Mime. O Gwen e o Otaki. O Gwen e o Otaki ganhou! O Otaki passou por 0,05. Eu acho que nem um pensamento é tão rápido. Deve ser, né? O pensamento deve ser muito rápido.
He knows he got it. It was absolutely beautiful speed down the hill, and that is it. Goodbye to Saudi Arabia. We move to Hungary for the next track, and things are starting to get a little bit intense. Eyes closed.
Concentração do ataque. Let's go, Navi. Let's go. Mas eu gosto da Big. Let's go, Big. Aqui, no caso, qual do Granade, né? Mas a minha real torcida pro Esports é MBR e Liquid. Essas são as minhas duas equipes que eu gosto, eu acompanho e torço realmente. Depende do esporte, né? Depende da modalidade. CS, MBR, por conta do Nike, eu gosto bastante. Aí, e esporte em geral é Liquid. Quando tem MBR, dependendo do que for, eu até torço. Mas e esporte em geral, eu torço para Liquid. Uma também por conta do Zig, que jogava na Liquid no Rainbow Six. Gosto bastante dele também. No Rainbow Six eu gosto da Liquid. No CS nem tanto, mas se tiver Liquid contra alguém, eu posso até torcer para Liquid. Mas no CS eu sou MBR. A gente tem o Granade já chegou a seus 100 pontos, o Otaki e o Mime ainda não, porém os dois na próxima volta já vão estar no 100. A grande importância aqui é o Granade, ele tem 4 vitórias, né? Ele chega em primeiro lugar, ele tem 4 primeiros lugares para fazer a volta dele de classificação para a grande final. Enquanto os demais tem mais de 5 voltas, 6 voltas, depende da qualificação deles.
And then you've got a couple of turns like this where you can gain some exit speed, and then it's all down to the identity, and this is where things change up. Let's see where the positions will land.
Bela transferência. Perdeu a aderência ali o Mime. Granade ainda conseguiu chegar na frente por pouco do início de... Ai, Mime. Ei, Mime. Que merda, hein, Mike? E começou lá, hein? Liquid não. Legacy 1. Spirit 0. No Crossfire hoje, a Liquid perdeu o time chinês em segundo.
Once again, it's going to have to be a good end here. Gwen is starting to get back on a streak. You need to stop him. Post haste if you are Otak here or Mime here, because he will steal away that finalist spot from you if you are not careful. He will
Otak com a chance de ir para 113 pontos. Gwen com a chance de ir para 106 agora. E é isso que acontece. Pro 106, o Otak chegou em... Olha o dono da equipe. da equipe chinesa, da GLN. E embolou tudo, né, rapaziada? Semifinal não ia ser fácil mesmo. Embolou tudo.
They've been splitting the points between them, and so Twiggy, all of a sudden, Gwen has gone from being 20 points behind to all of the field being within 5.
Estamos na Hungria. Última volta da Hungria.
Mime has dropped behind. You're absolutely right. Gwen has overtaken Mime.
Indeed. Anyway, I won't dwell on that one any longer. Gwen again looking for a flawless 40 out of 40.
Falta aí é milimétrico, marcado milimetricamente para poder o Granade bateu o bico ali. Mime tentando recuperar a cagada que fez no round passado. E agora, Mime, boa, é isso. O Taki comemorou que conseguiu terminar. Tá ótimo.
It will be, in fact, Twiggy, 115 points for Granadi, and then everybody else in this semi-final, 3 points behind him on 112.
Didn't we say something very similar in the
Vamos para o Japão. A próxima pista é o Japão. Talvez seja uma pista que decida os finalistas, né? Porque se são 40 pontos distribuídos em 4 rounds, tem gente ali com 100 e pouco já. Possa ser que seja. Tá vendo? Todo mundo com 112, 112, 115. Talvez se resolva na pista, na próxima pista, na primeira volta da próxima pista. Quer postar? Aqui vai sair 1 por 20. A parte que eu mais gosto do Japão é a parte dos gates, das portas japonesas. Agora, ó, essa parte é muito difícil, cara. Vai ter mais um pouquinho agora. His club relying on him to get 3rd place or better in the tournament. And to do so, he needs to dispatch of these 3 players, or at least 2 of these 3 players.
Yeah, he's really woken up since Hungary. He's way out in front on this round. Granadi is just over.
Olha lá. Essa parte agora, nossa, é muito apertada. É muito, olha isso. Boa, Granadi. Granadi consegue manter sua vantagem agora 25 pontos, né? O ponto principal é, não vai ser nessa pista que vamos ter a volta de classificação. Na próxima. Só se o Granade conseguir ganhar as próximas 2 voltas, né? Aí na última vai ser essa volta e a outra, e na última volta de classificação dele. Só se ele ganhar agora, senão já pode esquecer, vai ser só na próxima. Teremos todos os classificados, os 2, né? Para a grande final.
Once again holding the lead on Japan as we head towards the identity. Mime sitting just behind Granadi, just behind the pair of them, and I have seen
behind the wall.
Before, but I've also seen Mime push this
identity.
I've also seen Gwen push this identity. Who is brave as we head into it on this round? Who is going to send it? The answer seems to be all of them right now as Gwen holds that lead consistent and will be Mime BB's behind him, and Granadi
melhor tempo deles na competição, né? Personal best pro Gwen e pro Mime. Vamos falar em português? Mime.
120 points and he's only down there by 2. This is absolutely ridiculous scenes here. It feels like we're never going to get a break until the whole tournament is over.
Oh my word, we keep going. This is Trackmania. One round ends and the slate resets. Another one begins. We dive right back into the action. Not only is the identity important on Japan, but these sections here, you can gain so much time depending on how brave you are, how close you can get to that outside wall. And Mime just a little bit braver than Gwen on this occasion. His catching has the speed, but Gwen, beautiful drift down
Travou, rapaziada.
the hill quickly and still
Travou
holding
pra vocês
on to
também?
his lead by the thickness of the paint on the nose of his car. But here comes Mime.
And Mime does indeed take the lead. He's right ahead now, and Grenade is also vying for position. Gwen looking to take back that lead. It's going to go back and forth as the players play with their speedometers and look for as much speed as possible here. Gwen taking the corners tightly, but it's Mime with more exit speed. Everybody is right next to each other. How much are you willing to risk here on the identity of Japan? It's a matter of
Puta, né?
it's gone. Grenade and Gwen go through, but it's Gwen that takes home 10 points.
It looked so like
2 pontinhos pro Granada, pro Gwen, que não vai ser no Japão, como eu disse.
pushed it harder through that final gate.
Vai ser na próxima volta.
Did not tap his brake at any point. And so Gwen picks
Vai
up
ficar entre Gwen e o Granada, né? Se nada der errado agora.
first time since map 1. Grenade has lost the lead of this match to the player who was 20 points behind anyone else.
And it looks like he is ready to get another first place. He doesn't need it, but he might as well deny some more points from the players below, especially Grenade, who if he finishes 3rd or lower will not be on finalist along the side.
Bateu ali, hein?
That's not great, but it doesn't matter too much.
Voltou o Mima atrás, Granada bateu. O Gwen bateu, no caso. Brecou demais, não bateu, brecou demais.
Second or first place here that would send him into finalist mode as well. These guys need points of their own. They're not trailing by much whatsoever in the standings of this game.
Nothing to separate them, these 4 drivers right now. I mean, it feels like we are once again going to have a match where all 4 players hit finalist at some point. Whether or not that's at the same time remains to be seen.
Olha, a volta do Granada agora. Se fizer esse ponto aqui, ele já próxima volta, na próximo mapa, já é dele. Já fica um pontinho de fazer a pra final.
Grenade and Gwen both managed to secure enough points.
Granade e o Gwen, né? No caso.
He was down at one point by about 30 points, yeah. Earlier on, but we're going to head to Poland. And this seems to be where we're going to end out our proceedings here, unless something absolutely insane happens. Is it even possible mathematically? Maybe 5 more rounds, I think. I don't know.
Maybe I don't think. I think that would require multiple DNFs
exactly, yeah.
from multiple players.
Well, here we are.
Really good on this map last time around for Otak. I just want to remind you, the player who is now sitting in last place, but it's not a distant last place, is Otak. And he won 2 rounds, came second on 2 here. It was the map that he has looked the best on in this match so far. So do not count anybody out. Do not start to think about what the finals looks like with Grenade and Gwen in it, who they might come up against, because anything could change in the next few minutes.
Gwen was having a tough time here on Poland when we last played it, but it is Grenade's pick. So if he just locks in, it's a very good
Temos agora, como eu disse, a volta dessa competição, né? A volta
also be on finalist if he comes second or first here. Otak can't make finalist this round, but with a good
A
round,
volta desse próximo mapa seria a volta de classificação. Então tá aí. A volta de classificação ou Gwen ou Granade. O Granade conseguiu fazer a volta mais rápida ali. A curva mais rápida vai ser no pulo. Vai ser... Ah, não. A Granade ficou... Putz, grila. Granade ficou para trás. Tudo bem, agora vai ter a próxima, né? Que é quem vai pra final, mas o primeiro colocado foi o Gwen. Agora o Granade e o Mime tem essa disputa. O Granade falhou ali o mental dele. Vacilou na condução. Granade, Otaki. Otaki, se ele quiser fazer gracinha, ele pode ganhar. Deixar pra próxima. Bora, Granade. Eu apostei que você iria. Apostei não, né? Que eu não aposto, mas lá no Predicting do próprio site do EWC, eu coloquei que você quer passar, pô. Enquanto isso, quem tá passando é o Mime. Ih, ficou pra trás o ataque. Mime, se o Mime errar, é dele. E o Granade fica. Vai passar. Não passou. Puta merda. Mime conseguiu. Caraca, mano. Grilo. Caraca, eu gosto do... Caraca.
Atarro underline do underline liminha ses. Que pena.
Pois é, que pena. Uma pena mesmo. Uma pena. Mas faz parte também, né? Tem que fazer. O Pac também não conseguiu passar, mas pô, chegar numa semifinal tem que dar uma valorizada.
To gloss over that fact. Gwen was so far behind. All three of the other drivers were within a few points of each other, and Gwen was down by 20 or 30. Yeah. And he climbs out of that hole. He makes it back and on to finalist, and he wins his semi-final. That is a clutch gene, unlike almost anything we have ever seen before in Trackmania.
Essa batida dele.
From Gwen. So many heartbreak moments for Gwen over the course of this game alone. But the mental fortitude from this man to make sure he was able to make it to that grand final is absolutely ridiculous. I would love
é 3h50, daqui a 30 minutinhos. Vamos aproveitar esses 30 minutinhos. Não deixa eles amassarem o anel do outro aí, o triângulo do outro. Vamos correr nessa pista aí da Polônia, vamos ver como é que ela é. Aí, primeira chave vai ser amassado, tirando a câmera da frente. Ai, passou. Amassado. Nave.
It's too much pressure for me, I think.
You look like you're handling it very, very well. The whole
Você dirigiu muito bem.
Does it push you through it? Do you feel it in your veins during the game?
Yeah, I think it's so grateful to have these fans this much. Like, I don't know what to say, but it's incredible, yeah.
It's incredible to see now to my side, Mime. I mean, for you, this is a big moment as well. You advance on to the grand final. What does this mean to you as a player,
significa para você passar para a grande final? Significa muito. Competir de novo nesse palco. É somente irreal. Agora é hora dele quebrar a chave, né? Amassar o anel, o triângulo do outro. E é isso, né? Heitor.
Mime, Gwen, AGAL, and Navi have made it to the grand final!
7 weeks, 24 titles. The best organizations and players in the world battling for their share of points to get to the top of this leaderboard. And it will all come down to the grand final in Trackmania. If Gwen places 3rd place or higher, AGAL will be your club champions. If not, it will go back to back to back to Falcons. But before that, we must compress after this one and talk a little bit about that matchup and also what is to come, which is the other side, the other semifinal waiting in the wings. But man, Turbo, what a race.
It's just not stopping. Like, give us a break, guys.
That's what I said.
Cara, pelo que eu vi aqui, ó, tava vendo a tabela principal, leaderboard principal da competição, né?
After a great comeback, but guys, I think it was
O
3
ranking tá
points
assim,
after 20 rounds, 3 points, 115, and then 3 players with 112 points. Also, Otak with an absolute incredible performance. It's not stopping. We still have 2 more matches, and the grand final will decide the club championship.
E AGL, a Falcons não tem mais ninguém disputando pra ganhar, porque só ganha pontos se você for campeão. A Falcons não tem mais ninguém. E eu, se eu não me engano, quando você é campeão Ó, ficou em 8º, ganhou 100 pontos. Não sei direito quando você é campeão, quantos pontos você ganha. Vamos ver aqui, quando ele foi campeão. Ganha 1000 pontos, campeão. 1000 pontos, campeão. Então, se a AGL for ganhar aqui, a segunda colocação fica 750. A terceira 500 e assim vai. Aqui, a segunda 1000 pontos. Então, no total, a AGL tem que ficar pelo menos entre os terceiros, se eu não me engano. Deixa eu ver quantos pontos dá. Ó, o quinto dá 200 pontos. Twist the narrative that bring us back to wait a second, I need to stay on my toes. Now Turbo, that is tem que ver como que funciona essa premiação. Quantos pontos ganham por torneio? Vamos ver. Não sei se mostra. Alguém sabe aí também no chat? Quantos pontos ganha por torneio?
Just give us a break, you know, like I said that to you before the last quarterfinal. Yeah. We are not ready for that because it's just coming and coming and coming. You said that as well, you know. Let's take a breather, but we had no breather in this match, and I mean the match coming up afterwards will also be very awesome. Stuft's in there, for example.
That's right.
He's also the dark horse a little bit in a similar situation than Mime.
I think we're in a scenario where grand final
não sei quanto ganha por torneio. Mas só que o prize pool para esses daqui 2.000, 4.000, 6.000 e 8.000.
So Gwen not only, of course, going for the club championship but world championship, and then if we get anybody,
o time que veio da SA foi esse aqui, ó. SA, o Noise e o Charles. Vamos ver de onde que é o Noise e o Charles. Não fala. Mas é isso, são esses dois que vieram da SA.
Yeah, sadly not. It was a very close match. I played a little bit worse, I would say, than I would have planned to. I had like 2 maps where I didn't really perform. I don't know what happened there, but can happen. I don't know. And yeah, the end was really close with my colleague Mime. It was
last year foi a Falcon.
And yeah, in the end he felt it a little bit more. And with that he's in the final. I'm not, but I'm totally fine with that, to be honest.
Não tem como, não tem
Sum up your performances
Clubes
over
that
the
are
last
very
couple of
out.
days. How you feel you played overall?
Oh, I'm honestly overall really happy. I think it's one of the best
Vamos ver
tournaments I
aqui.
ever
Rules
played.
and
I would also
regulation.
say I think I'm 5th to 6th now overall.
Deve ser.
It perfectly
Rules
fits
and
where I would like
regulation.
put myself into in the world list, if that makes any sense. So I performed exactly how I wanted to.
Não.
And in general, I had mostly only good matches. I
Campeão,
played
vamos
really
ver
well.
aqui, ó.
The finalist mode in the end, I'm not the greatest fan of it. We've spoken about it already multiple times. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm
Aqui,
still happy.
points table. É
What
assim
I
que
achieved,
funciona.
I don't really care too much
Do
about the result, even
oitavo,
if it sounds crazy. I care more about how I played, and I played really good, so I'm happy.
50 pontos.
Which everyone else is playing at as well.
100 pontos,
Tell me a little bit
sétimo.
about that, because it's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Ué,
mean,
where applicable,
honestly, at
some
the beginning
types
of the
have
match, I had
individual
everything under
ranks,
control. I
5,
did my
6,
usual
7,
stuff.
8.
People were not
Some
too
have
fast,
shared
not
ranks,
too
5º e
consistent. I just did
8º.
my normal stuff.
In
But then at
other
some point,
days,
people
occurs a
were
game that
getting
participants
faster.
will
Gwen
get the
started a
points
crazy
of
comeback.
the
He,
highest share
I don't
rank.
know, he
Ok,
just
então tá.
locked in and was really, really fast.
Vamos
Mine
falar
as well
que
at the end,
aqui
very, very
fique
good. So
entre
I would say the level at
5º
the
e
match was
8º,
definitely
que
very
eles
good. I played
compartilhem
sadly
um
a little
rank.
bit worse than in the previous
200
match.
pontos.
But
Vamos
yeah,
pensar
in the
assim,
end, it was
200
just close. It
pontos.
was like a 50-50. Whoever feels the
O
finalist round the most. And
time
it was
da
close, so it was a good show. I mean, that's also what
I know there's still
AGL já ganhou ponto aqui, tá vendo? Da onde foi que ele ganhou esse ponto? Que a gente não viu. Porque tava 400 a 400 e 200, 4 a 200. Aqui, ó, foi do... Foi agora, porque o cara acabou de passar para disputar a final. O mínimo que ele pode ter é 300 pontos, o mínimo, porque ele já tá na final. E o quarto lugar da... Terceira, quarta dá 500, não, dá 400 pontos, que é um ranking individual, então. Não é compartilhado, é ranking individual. Aqui, ó, esses dois pontinhos aqui, é que alguns são compartilhados, né? Alguns têm ranking compartilhado. In all the events and different rules across the... Ok. Então, aqui é... O nosso grande amigo. Ah, 400 aqui, né? 400. Se o Gwen ganhar a final, ou se o Gwen chegar em terceiro, se o Gwen chegar em terceiro, ele já leva o título para casa para a equipe dele. A equipe dele tá dependendo dele para levar o título para casa. Caraca, vai ser uma final e tanto. Porque não tem Falcons mais jogando em nenhuma outra competição. Deixa eu ver aqui. Não, tem a Falcons ainda no Fortnite. Tem Falcons ainda no Fortnite. Mas a Falcons tá indo bem no Fortnite? Ó, tá, ganhou mais 100 pontos. Não, eu ganhei 100 pontos aqui. Puxa, e a Falcons pode ganhar o Fortnite ainda. Então tem muito jogo. Tem que ver esse Fortnite. Caraca, bicho. Fortnite acabar hoje também, eu acho. Deixa eu ver aqui. Não, o Fortnite acabar hoje também. Aqui, ó. Fortnite. Nossa, vai ser muito bom. Vai ter no coração. Bom, deixa eu ali pegar uma aguinha antes que comece.
Trackmania has been today. You just watched that fourth quarter-final.
Yeah.
You're hoping...
Best match I think I've seen in Trackmania. Yeah, unbelievable.
The level right now, did you expect the level that we've seen?
To be honest, I didn't expect how clutch people would be. Maybe the level is roughly where I anticipated, but people are performing under pressure and it's amazing.
You're one of those players that you've come out openly as well and said you can deal with this pressure. Why do you think that is?
I don't think I can necessarily deal with it. I'm all right with it. Yeah.
It seems.
I think for me, it's just, again, like I said, just reverting to what I know. I don't need to go the extra mile every single round to get every 10-pointer. I just need to drive, and if I drive well, then I'll be rewarded. So I just try to keep it to the basics.
So what's the plan for the semis?
Stick to the basics.
Stick to the basics. And I guess as well, the fact that you know how to perform under pressure.
Atarro underline do underline liminha ses vai ser acirrado.
Maybe it plays some part of it because, I mean, I perform to crowds, but it's different because when you're performing to a crowd in beatbox, you're getting all of the crowd involved, whereas when you're playing Trackmania, a video game, you're kind of just like staring at a screen. So the confidence is there, but I don't think it plays a massive part in it.
You know what I think you should do? Get the crowd involved. Basics and get the crowd involved. Come on, Esports, semi-final time.
Cool.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler Wine, you're done.
Welcome back here to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, which has been the center of conversation at EWC. 7 weeks we've been here, 24 titles as I mentioned. It all comes down to one final race in Trackmania, and this is not it. But it will set up the race that truly decides the club championship, AJL or Falcons. The other side of this is third and fourth place, which has millions of dollars on the line, literally, is also going to be decided here. If Pac goes home, I think Nadas Vincere are going to take that spot ahead of them. If Pac can continue on, that changes things. Welcome back here to our panel. My name's Randy. I'm joined by Turbo and G-Geek yet again. G-Geek, welcome back. You know, crazy race there. Gwen finally pulls it out. Were you in the crowd watching?
I was in the crowd watching. I was also hugging some of the AGAL fans by the desk right there because they were fighting so hard. Yeah, like honestly, like I couldn't be happier for the man. His first ever World Cup Grand Final appearance as well. Honestly, he deserves everything in the world.
I agree. Like Gwen, he is a player that is like he deserves to be in a Grand Final, and now he has the shot. He can make it, but for that he still has to clear it. I mean, it's like if we've seen the matches, it will not be easy.
Job's not done, as we like to say. Let's head over to our second semifinal on your screen so you can see who will be coming up. It's Pac, Elcon, Stuffs, and Epos. If you've seen this tournament over the last few days, G-Geek, these drivers, these players need no introduction, but for you, narrative-wise, obviously Pac coming in maybe as the favorite, but how can you really say that with how everybody has made it to the semifinal? They're all playing fantastically.
Well, to be fair, Pac had a very early dominance game in his own quarterfinal, but then found himself in trouble trying to conclude that set quarterfinal.
Right.
So it will be all down to try and iron out the kinks and try to resist the pressure or the fear of winning, as I like to call it. But also, Elcon, I mean, he's had a dominant match, but the question is, can he keep this up?
And also Stuff's similar play style than Elcon, really. I mean, both of them are just so incredibly fast. The world record on Japan from Stuffs is just absolutely amazing. So I think it will be just a pace game, and also the fact how far can Pac push it? How much control can he gain? Because Granadi lost that control last semifinal and he dropped out.
All right, the crowd is ready. Vitality back in the mix. Let's hear from Pac heading into his semifinal, looking for a grand final.
Okay, I got Pac, semi-finalist alongside me. Wow.
Yeah,
Thoughts on that matchup? I thought it was going to be one of the best ones. I didn't expect it to be that good, did you?
I kind of expected it to be that hard. I mean, you got Carl, 7-time world champion, Neon, upcoming talent, and he's really quick. And then Otak, the consistent guy that's always there. Insane. I was happy with my performance. I did well, got a lead. Knew it was going to be tough on the maps later on, but yeah, no, I'm just happy that I managed to pull it off.
It looked like, you tell me though, that you came under a little bit of pressure when it became four-way finalist. couple of mistakes there.
Yes.
What was going through your head when everybody had the F next to their name?
When everyone had it, I thought, wow, now everyone's in the same situation as me. So we just got to send it and give it my all. Luckily, it was enough, and I'm just happy that I managed to pull it off, and I was the first one through. If I was not the first one through, it would have been even more stressful. So I'm just happy that I managed to close it out in the end after a really strong match.
How difficult is that to do? Because the pressure on the stage, the fans, they're out in force today.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the line.
Yeah, it's hard, but I've done it many, many, many times now. So it's just about getting into that feel, getting to the groove, and just find that momentum again. I like the track, so it was one of those ones where I know I'm good, just do it now, and I did.
I have to ask you about Carl. Brilliant mate of yours, obviously you've achieved so much together. Must be tricky and difficult seeing him go out.
Yeah, it was really sad, to be honest. I was a little bit upset when that did happen. I was cheering him on in the final round, and it was really hard to see him really sad. So, yeah, it's not one that I'd like to see. Hopefully I can just go out there and win the whole thing now, and that means that we've done good as a pair still.
The match has come thick and fast. What's it look like between your semi-final?
Yeah, it's going to be another tough one. I just hope I can just perform like I did just now and get through to the grand final. That's the main thing, and then it's about having fun.
What do you do in this break?
I'm just going to chill out for a bit. I need to practice warm up different tracks now because there'll be different tracks played to the last match. So I'll just get used to those, get my grip, and just go for it.
Confidence, where's it at? 10 being high?
I feel good. I feel really
10?
good. So hopefully we'll just knock out the park and deliver another good result.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, go back.
Pac talked about his fiance supporting him, but if she wasn't here or she wasn't, around, you'd still have all of that vitality behind me, ready to go. My goodness, this is gonna be fun. We're still looking for our grand finals, and it's these four that are gonna book their tickets to it. Only 2 can go. 2 will go home. But Turbo, that's what makes this moment great.
Yeah, this turns into a boiler room here right now with more vitality supporters joining there. It's just amazing. But I mean, Pac, let's talk about the match real quick, because Pac versus EPOS. Pac being the staple of the United Kingdom, EPOS challenging him, and then we have Elcon as well, an up-and-rising player, has been extensively practicing for this tournament, and then Stuft's the dark horse, but he's so incredibly fast as well, Thomas.
Stuft's absolutely playing out of his skin throughout the entire weekend, and just to circle back to Pac versus EPOS, old gen versus new gen, will there be a passing of the torch? Only one way to find out, Rain.
Well, the passing of the torch, maybe it'll get stolen or grabbed out of the hands, snatched from the jaws of defeats. Stuffs, Pac, Elcon, EPOS, they've all faced adversity to get here. But now the real test remains. $25,000 guaranteed if you get to that grand final, and $130K for first place. The biggest prize pool in Trackmania history. Only 2 will get there. Let's find out who.
Paris! What noise! What love! All of this for Trackmania! All of this, the eyes of the world, the eyes of the esports world, is all upon us right here. 2 of our finalists have already graduated on, and what a semifinal we had, but there is a second one to determine the second half of that 4-way matchup.
The noise in here is incredible. At home, you may be able to hear it. I'm sure you can. Paris are making so much noise right now. Paris, are you ready for the next semi-final? They're going wild. I love it. 2 of our finalists are already locked in. Who will the final 2 be? I think it's time we meet them. First up, would you please welcome to the stage, it's Pac! DreamHack Birmingham's main man. He's used to winning gold. A former world champion with his sights firmly locked on the grand finals. The Titan is ready.
Next up, it's EPOS! The beatboxer extraordinaire kept his spirits up through thick and thin. UK legend representing the legendary organization of Team Liquid is only 1 win away from yet another grand final in 2026.
The next competitor is stuffed! The Dutch destroyer. He's already exceeded expectations, reaching the top 8. But can he be truly godlike and reach the grand final?
And last but not least, it's Elcon 21! A champion of grassroots Trackmania, Elcon was a no-brainer pickup for Team Nemesis. Time and time again, his dedication made him one of the fastest learning players. Now, a step away from glory.
This is it, Paris. The penultimate race here with Trackmania, the Esports World Cup. Who will be? It's time to start our engines, gentlemen. Go to your stations. Keys, buy them too. And let's get this show on the road.
Soak it up, friends. It is an incredible opportunity here to be a part of this moment in Paris. And I know it, you know it, G-Geek Turbo. It's undeniable. We're making history. Just gotta enjoy being here.
Just gotta enjoy being here indeed. Deal with the nerves as best as you can. Maybe the best way to deal with them is to listen to the marching band in the grandstands as the veto process is set to get underway in a few seconds, Kai.
Yeah, Vitality is certainly ready for that. As we have the bans coming into play, EPOS bans Germany, Argentina being a quick ban from Stufts, Japan and Australia.
Where's
being
Norway
the
here?
bans as well. Norway is open.
Oh, Norway left open for the pick. That's interesting. I pointed out to map 3 ban Japan. This is an effective counter pick against Stufts. Maybe the door is open to upset the Dutchman from godlike Esports.
Guys, what does that mean? What does that mean for a decider here?
Yeah, that is so incredible to see because it's a complete different dynamic. Canada's open. That is for sure. Saudi Arabia, of course, being a good pickup, but we see a complete different order here. So let's see what the last 2 maps will be here, Thomas.
I'm feeling.
I called it. Hungary was still in. Will be decider again. And EPOS picking South Korea to
No
the rotation
Canada
as well.
Wow, yeah, no Canada. No final slide at the very end. This is going to be one heck of a semifinal, guys.
I'm absolutely floored by just the atmosphere is absolutely. I'm enamored by it. I just can't describe it. I guess we should head straight to the game, shouldn't we?
I think that's a great idea, G-Geek. As the flags of Vitality wave into the air, let's see if Pack can do it and join that grand final. Let's send it over to your casters for one last call here in Paris. It's on set, and bravo!
As we get swept up in the energy and the emotion here on our main stage, there is only room for 2 more players to make it through to the Trackmania Grand Final at the Esports World Cup 2026. Myself, Onset, and Bravo, with the privilege and the pleasure to decide who those 2 players will be out of Pack, Elcon, Stufts, and EPOS.
I gotta say, the atmosphere in here is incredible. We're having trouble even hearing one another over the drums and the sounds of the engines as well. As you said, somehow only 2 players in this lobby will advance. Pack, Stufts, EPOS, and Elcon, everything to play for here, and 2 spots available in the grand final.
And I mean, what a story it's been for everybody to get this far, but it would be even worse to get this far and fall so close to a grand final. Everybody I think I've spoken to into the build-up to this event here in Paris was saying, I just want to make it to the final. Yeah. If I make it to the final, whatever happens, happens. To fall 1 hurdle short, Andy, would be such a bitter pill to swallow.
And you already heard the desk talking about it as well. We'll see if everyone's smooth, not as smooth as he wanted as Elcon. He's going to watch the rest of the Pack advance on. As Pack will now lead into the water, but like he's, oh man, it's going to be EPOS hitting as well. So this will just be Stufts and Pack out in front.
Yes, Pack Moles in front as well as we go into the identity here on Hungary. 2 wheels down for him, coming straight across, and Pack looking dominant. And why wouldn't you look dominant? And why wouldn't you feel confident, Andy? Think about the quarterfinal lobby that Pack had to come through. 10 points on the board immediately. A PB for him as well, just off of the world record. A beautiful, beautiful start for the Brit.
And let's not forget, right, it took him 5 rounds on finalist mode. Was that ever nervy? In one of the most, it's already being called by not only G-Geek and others as one of the most historic matches in Trackmania Esports history. That last matchup against Neon, as well as
Cheguei atrasado, perdi a primeira corrida tech. Stuffs.
To advance here to this match. The question is, can he do it again? He's already off to a great start with 10 points.
Will we see the upsets happening here as well? Elcon and Stuffs, you have to say,
Epos, Liquid, Elcon 21, Peck e Stuff. Esses são os jogadores. Seguinte, para a maioria, o jogador favorito a vencer é o Epos, que eu também coloquei, da Liquid. Porém, o Peck vem muito forte, mas o Peck deu uma vaciladinha nas últimas corridas, não conseguiu. Então, o Peck e o Epos são os dois teoricamente favoritos a passarem para a outra fase. E é isso que nós temos, né? Vamos aí agora a terceira ronda da escolha do Peck. O Peck já ganhou duas. Já ganhou as duas que aconteceram, né? No caso, o Peck já levou. Então, realmente, a pista favorita dele, ele pegou essa pista, foi picada por ele. Cada jogador pode picar uma pista. São 4 picks e o pique decisivo, que é um random, um pique random. Então, é isso. Cada um ban em uma pista também, são 4 bans, né? São 10 pistas, são 4 bans e 4 escolhas. E depois as que sobraram servem como random para ter a pista decisiva. Muitos dão ban na Austrália, mas para mim a minha pista favorita desse Mundial EWC, para mim da Austrália é a favorita. O Epos tirou uma vitória aí do Peck. Peck ou Pack? Não, rachador, é a semifinal antes da finalíssima. Isso aqui vão sair 2 ainda para a final. Hoje o dia é longo. A final é às 4 e pouco. 5 horas da final. Aqui 1 hora. Acabando essa aqui, 30 minutos depois. Mas agora é a final. A semifinal, no caso. Through the booster, he's going to have the speed and the lead as we turn into this big sweeping right-hander.
Carries that all the way through 5th gear until you got to drop down here. And now, as you say, these three really wheel to wheel here in the dirt.
Que o Peck é o favorito, é a pista que ele escolheu para ser a dele. Tanto que ele ganhou as 2 primeiras voltas, a terceira volta ele foi em segundo. E agora na quarta e última volta ele vai ficando em primeira. Acabou de roubar a posição do Epos, estava em primeiro. Epos roubou de volta, está na frente ainda. Vai ser no pulo, vai ser no pulo. Peck consegue. Não! 0.010 segundos. Milésimos de segundos, né? Não é segundos. E aqui e lá no outro jogo, a Spirits acabou de amassar a Legacy. A Legacy não viu a cor do mapa. Spirit vai pra final, acho. Vai ser Spirit e Foot a final. E o terceiro lugar vai ser a disputa dos brasileiros, né? Fúria e Legacy.
Very close at the top, and now we have the wild card, which I think surprised a lot of people when we didn't see it banned in the first half of the pick and ban process. We're heading over to Norway.
Agora estamos em Norway, Noruega. Esse é o pique do Elcon 21. Na neve, neve pura do começo ao fim. Escorrega que é uma beleza. Agora a gente vai ter um pouquinho de pista, água, neve.
And Pack, Elcon, and Stuffs will be pretty close to one another as we get ready for jump number 1.
Elcon, even though we're already, 25 seconds or so into
Obrigado, Rachador, pelo subscribe. Muito obrigado, garotinho. Obrigado por essa moral. E aqui o Peck bateu. O Peck bateu. Obrigado, hein, Rachador. Tamo junto. O Rachador é por causa do pica-pau? Aquele lá, o policial. Eu estou procurando rachadores. Tá esperando o pica-pau, é engraçado. Lembro bastante. É um nome bom, pô. Poucas pessoas usam esse nome, rachador. É um nome que é único. Aqui o Peck conseguiu aumentar um pouquinho a diferença do Stuff e do Elko, mas o Esports segue na cola do Peck. Como eu falei no começo, acho que né? Pra mim, os dois favoritos a passar é o Esports e o Peck. Só que o Peck, ele comete esses errinhos. Na corrida passada, foi antes da semifinal, ele cometeu tanto erro que quase não passa, que quase não se classifica, de tantos erros que ele cometeu. Agora que o Elcon em primeiro, Stuffs em segundo. O Stuffs errou a aterrissagem ali. E ainda fez o melhor tempo dele. Ele errou a aterrissagem, ficou 1 segundo atrás do cara e fez o melhor tempo dele, o personal best. Ele tem que melhorar bastante nesse mapa. Norway talvez não seja o mapa do Stuff. A gente tem agora aqui penúltima volta do mapa da Noruega. Foi o pique do Elcon. Tem mais 2 mapas picados, um pelo Epos e o outro pelo Stuff. Estou curioso para saber qual que é o mapa do Stuff. Você não viu lá no começo? Cara, que essa neve, esse piso de neve é muito ruim para dirigir. Não neve. O outro do bobsled lá, esse aí é muito difícil para dirigir. O carro derrapa muito. Nem tem controle direito. Então, tem o rachador. Eu tava vendo isso aqui agora antes de você ter voltado. Por exemplo, a Spirit, a Falcons, desculpa, ela pode ser campeã direto, né? Que eu vou te achar o ranking aqui para mostrar, aproveitar aqui dele. A Falcons, ela tá com 4.600 pontos e o AG.AL tá com 4.600 pontos também. Nisso, quando você chega no caso do Gen, quer ver? No caso do Gen, que é esse cara aqui, ó. Diminuir pra gente ficar. Pra quem quiser ver, pra quem não quiser ver. Esse cara aqui, ó, o Gen, ele já tá garantido no 4º lugar. Ele garantido no 4º lugar já empatou a Falcons com a AG com a Falcons. Então, se o Green chegar em terceiro lugar, que no caso, se o Green chegar em terceiro lugar, ele vai ganhar 500 pontos. Ele vai ganhar 500 pontos. Aqui, ó, 500 pontos. Ele vai ganhar 500 pontos. E esses 500 pontos já vai ajudar a Falcons, a G passar da Falcons. Porém, tem um porém. A gente ainda tem o campeonato de Fortnite que está acontecendo hoje. O campeonato de Fortnite que está acontecendo hoje. E o time favorito do Fortnite é a Falcons. Só que a Falcons não pontuou. Pô, desculpa, não pontuou, não teve pontuação ainda, tá vendo? Aqui, ó, a Falcons não tá conseguindo ficar entre os primeiros. Que a pontuação tá aqui, né? A pontuação principal é aqui, ó. Olha quantos pontos ganha. Só até o oitavo ganha ponto. Então ainda tem o Fortnite pra gente ver como é que vai ser toda essa premiação. Porém, com tudo que tá acontecendo do Fortnite, pelas pontuações que estão tendo no Fortnite, a G e a Falcons estão indo mal pra caramba. Então vai ficar tudo dependendo do nosso amigo aqui no Trackmania. Então vai estar todo mundo olhando o Trackmania por conta da pontuação do game. Deu para entender ou não? Se não deu, quando não tiver a corrida, eu explico direito. Eu explico mais calmo. Antes da final, eu vou e explico direito.
Quite luckily, you and I have talked to him about that spot, and about that penalty sand and the penalty rocks specifically before the right-hander, and he claims that there's a good bit of RNG there, that even if you come up and that left front wheel comes up, you don't
Mas é mais ou menos
bring
isso.
the car down as easy as it may have come down the last time. So I think that's what his facial kind of reaction was all about.
One of those you just have to let go.
Yeah.
Into the next round, and Pac doesn't look like he's let it affect him too much up until this point. I mean, EPOS as we go through the checkpoint. Who will have the lead, less than a tenth of a second separate.
Mano, é que eu, na minha opinião, esse campeonato EWC é o melhor campeonato que já fizeram. Na minha opinião, é o melhor campeonato que já fizeram. Campeonato do mundo de clubes, né? Falar assim por dizer. E a premiação que esses caras dão ajuda muito a organização. Ajuda muito. O primeiro lugar ganha 7 milhões. Só que ele não ganha 7 milhões por conta do CS, por conta do Free Fire. Ele ganha 7 milhões porque todos os jogos contam para pontuação. Então não tem essa de, não gosto de Crossfire, não gosto de Fortnite. Mas, pô, tem que torcer pro time Falcons, porque os jogadores que são Falcons vão fazer o ponto valer a pena pra gente ser campeão e ganhar 7 milhões. A nossa organização ganha 7 milhões de dólares. Então, é muito legal, cara, é muito legal. Até o 10º lugar ganha... Não, até o 24º, se eu não me engano, ganha a premiação. O 24º, com apenas 950 pontos, que é fácil bater 950 pontos, fácil entre aspas, né? O time aqui do Space Station Game, que é aquele do Rocket League, teve uma posição, uma 5ª colocação no MOBA, no Overwatch, uma 5ª colocação no Overwatch e um 2º lugar no Rocket League, foi que a gente assistiu também. 2º lugar no Rocket League. Ganhou 100 mil dólares. Tipo, participaram, jogaram com 2 esportes só eles ganharam dos 100 mil dólares. Com 2 esports, eles só tiveram times em 2 esports. Eles não tiveram em 500 igual a Falcon, igual não, só em 2. Isso que é muito legal. Vale a pena uma organização tentar fazer parte desse evento. Vai que dá sorte de ser campeão em um esporte e ganha 1000 pontos, pô. 1000 pontos já leva 100 e tantos mil pra casa. Por exemplo, a Falcons, ela tá em 20 esportes, ela tem time em todas as modalidades. A AGL tem em 18. A Natus Vintage, que é a terceira, tem só em 7. Muito legal, né? E a Vitality perdeu, como a Vitality não foi pra final. Ficou em quarto no CS. E voltando para a nossa corrida, temos aqui a metade, chegamos à metade da semifinal. Espetacular.
It's an Elcon win, and we said he needed it in that round to keep things close. Stufs also will take a few points off of Epos, or specifically just 1 point. So let's go ahead and take a look at the table. It is close up top. Epos on 77. Elcon now on 75, and Pac in 74 out of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and now it's the Epos pick. We are going over to South Korea.
Vamos para South Korea.
The identity here has been something where I really feel like Epos has been very consistent, very good at just catching the right moment of those reactor boosts.
South Korea. Vamos ver quem picou. Foi o Epos que picou essa pista. A pista, uma das mais longas do calendário, né, do Trackmania. Essa é uma das mais longas. Tem 1 minuto e 12. Aqui a disputa está muito acirrada entre Epos, Elcon e Pac. Todo mundo com a mesma pontuação, quase sem diferença nenhuma. Apenas 2 pontos, 3 pontos diferenciando do primeiro do terceiro. Segundo os dados, nessa corrida da South Korea, o Epos está em sexto de performance. O Elcon está em 18º, o Stufs em 13º e o Pac em 11º. Então o Epos seria o melhor de todos dentro dessa pista, tanto que foi essa que ele escolheu, né? Ele escolheu a South Korea. E o Stufs conseguiu ganhar dele, né? Por muito pouco, mas conseguiu. Por muito pouco. Cara, é muito pouco.
Maybe it just took a few rounds to get comfortable again on that main stage. Keep in mind, with that, as you say, he's just about 2 races now from maybe getting back into the conversation. He runs a
Cara, olha essas curvas. Se errar 1 milímetro tá ferrado.
Stops in the lead once again momentarily. However, as we go through the checkpoint, it's the 2 Brits who lead the charge. The gas pedal will be squeezed before we just tap the brakes and drift out for this left-hander before we transfer back into the grass.
Stufs estão conseguindo pontuar direito, 54 pontos. Ele acho que deve ter chegado em último em quase todos. Já tá com pouco ponto assim. Ali, ó, o motor desliga. O motor desliga, você só breca. O motor desliga, o carro para de acelerar.
the Zoops who's going to get the speed on the final exit. They're almost alongside each other. It's Epos versus Pack. Epos this time.
Epos em primeiro. 0.42. O Pack em segundo.
It's a 1:12.256 as well, just off of his own world record.
Penúltima volta. Ali em cima, tá vendo que tem o TR, é o Track Record. E WR é o World Record. O World Record talvez não tenha sido feito, não obrigatoriamente feito nesse torneio, creio eu. E o Track Record sim, é feito nesse torneio, durante a competição, né? Creio que é isso. Se alguém souber que é diferente, me deixa no chat aí, porque pelo que eu entendi deles falando é isso, né? Eu não fui atrás, velho. Mas o que eu entendi deles falando é mais ou menos isso.
Chicane before we go into the identity. He's being very aggressive, but Stuffs is holding him off for now. Pack in the lead. Pack looking for 10 points. First turnaround complete by all three. Pack ran it close though. He really did that left side. I think had us all.
E o Pack levando, olha o Pack levando. Pack levou, Stuffs recuperando alguns pontinhos aí, né? Vamos ver como é que vai sair. Última volta da South Korea. Última volta da South Korea.
Just seems to not quite have the speed through that first section comparatively to the front of the Packers. Now we're going to see Elcon, and I think Epos might have just slowed down a little bit through that ice slide. Going to be Elcon up into second, Pack leading the way.
And Pack knows right now that this could be a big turning point, not only in this round, but in this entire set of races in this semifinal. If he's to win here,
essa cor do carro do Elcon é bonita, pô. Mistura de roxo com azul escuro, com branco.
Looking across the 100-point marks at the end of South Korea, Pack has a clear run home at 10 points in the first place here. First turnaround will be made.
Quem cai primeiro aí dentro tem mais chance. Quem cai mais na borda tem mais chance de sair bem.
The feeling it comes at a massive time, as you say, crossing the 3-digit threshold into now what might be the home stretch. Wants to end this one.
Tá dormindo aí, mano?
Just take a look here.
Wants to put him to sleep.
Vitality.
But a sleeper. Right now, though, on the main stage, anything but. As we see Pack not only crossing 100, it will also be Epos hitting 100 on the dot. As we get ready to head to Hungary.
É um cafezinho, ficando com sono de novo depois desse almoço.
Will we see somebody hitting the finalist mode here? Pack's looking like he's in the best position right now, but Epos is right behind him, and Elcon's still very much in the conversation. Pack 104, Epos 100 exactly, Elcon with 90. Stuff's down on 68. It's looking at the moment like the three drivers are going to have to decide whether two spots will be delivered. And what a spot for
que a gente vai ter agora a pista que é o decider, né, entre aspas, que é uma pista sobrou. São 10 pistas. Foram tiradas 4 pistas. Cada atleta escolheu uma, são 8. Das duas que sobraram, eles sorteiam, faz um random pick, e esse é a pista que vai decidir, entre aspas, quem vai se classificar. Se não se classificar ninguém, que é no caso que vai acontecer isso, se não se classificar ninguém nessa pista, ele vai para a próxima pista, que daí volta lá para a primeira pista que foi picada o mapa, né? A pista que foi picada pelo primeiro atleta. E por que? Vocês estão perguntando, por que não vai decidir nesse? Porque eles precisam fazer 140 pontos. E só são 4 voltas. E se esse jogador fizer 4 voltas, vai dar, ganhar as 4, vai dar 140. Só que depois das 140 ele tem que fazer uma volta de vitória. Ele tem que dar mais uma volta e ganhar. Ou até ganhar. Então, certeza que não vai ser decidido na Hungria. Vai sim ser decidido no próximo mapa, na próxima pista. E o fato de estar todo mundo embolado, os 3 ali, né, embolado, talvez a gente tenha até 2 atletas disputando a vaga da final, né? 2 assim que eu digo, ao mesmo tempo. Ganhou, na próxima pode até ter o 3º atleta disputando. Então, como aconteceu na semifinal passada, né? Que na quartas de final passada, que os 4 estavam disputando a vaga a volta final. Bom, Vitality vai indo adiante, mais próximo da volta de classificação. Vitality. Lá. Vitality. Torcido pra Liquid, rapaziada. Pra quem perguntou aí no chat, torcido pra Liquid. MIBR Liquid, né? Depende do Esports. Cavalinho. Passou. Ficou para trás, os Epos bateu ali no muro, perdeu a velocidade. Peck vai conseguindo a sua 3ª vitória consecutiva. E se continuar assim, se ele ganhar mais uma, a próxima vitória dele vira aquilo que eu falei no próximo mapa. Então, é isso, rapaziada. A gente tá aí.
And Epos has let Elcon back in. When you look at the leaderboards, the good news for him and for Elcon as well is just how dominant the pack has been. It means those two are still very, very close when it comes to total points for that 2nd place. Should, of course, Pack manage to convert. A long way to go until we do that, though, as Pack is now down in 3rd place. Stuffs will have the lead.
Once again, everyone finding this late round composure through this entire opening first half of the track. And now really neck and neck into the setup for the identity.
Usually be worried if you're in 4th place, but Pack has come through so clean every single time. And as he has good speed. Wow.
Vai ser agora, hein? Vai ser agora, porque a pontuação que ele tem já ajuda. Cara, a equipe gringa, a Fnatic, o que eu conheço dela é do CS, né? E também do Rocket League, né? Mas eu não sei muito bem também como que tá indo. Antes ela era muito boa, né? Antigamente ela era muito bem conhecida. Hoje também não sei como ela tá indo. Não faço ideia. Só sei que no CS não tá indo tão bem, não. E no Rocket League, mais ou menos também. Quer ver? Tem um cara aqui que é da Fnatic, eu acho. Vê se eu acho quem é. Esse da Fnatic.
As I take a quick look at my notes on the picks and bans, it quite simply said Pack picks Poland.
Não é Fnatic, é Virtus Pro. Aqui tem sim a Fnatic, é o G-Swag. G-Swag. É da Fnatic. Fnatic. G-Swag. G-Swag não passou. Não passou no geral. Ele caiu na semi. Batendo não, desculpa. Na oitava.
Stuffs out into the lead. Seen him there a few times, the godlike player, but just made a mistake with the pressure and the gaps just starting to close around him.
Eu acho ele.
Epos in second, look at the speed though from Pack. It looks like he's got a better line on the exit as well. Epos into the lily pads.
Ó, o G-Swag, ele ficou em quarto. Aí foi pro Brecht, Lower Brecht, ficou em quarto de novo também. Então ele foi muito mal, o G-Swag. Olha o Stuffs querendo brincar aí. Voltou a querer fazer ponto. Como eu disse, primeira volta, o PEC tem a sua chance. E agora a gente vai ter mais 3 voltas, essa mais 2, né? Então mais 3 voltas. O PEC tem 3 voltas, exatamente 3 voltas, 4 voltas para até alguém chegar perto dele. Porque o Epos tem que ganhar 2. Ou ganhar uma em primeiro, uma em segundo. Mas se o Epos perder o primeiro pro PEC, já acabou também, né? Mas mesmo assim, o PAC tá tranquilo em passar, tá tranquilo em passar pra final. Desse modo que a gente tá vendo essa classificação. Olha ele. Ai, eu ziquei o cara. Eu ziquei o PEC. Epos vai para sua corrida de classificação na próxima, né? Se ele ganhar a próxima ou chegar em quarto lugar, não, ele não pode chegar em quarto, ele tem que chegar até em terceiro. Se ele chegar até o terceiro lugar, o Epos vai para sua corrida de classificação. E o PEC continua sozinho tentando se classificar, né? Cara, como é que pode? Eu tava dando uma zapiada aqui na Twitch. Tem uns caras que estão fazendo co-stream também do mesmo evento, né? Do Trackmania. Só que eles não usam câmera. Tem 50 pessoas assistindo, o cara que não usa câmera. Não sei como é que pode, né? Mas acho engraçado, né? Tipo, é interessante e engraçado ao mesmo tempo. E falando interessante e engraçado, olha o PEC aí dando liberdade pro Epos poder fazer a volta da vitória antes dele. O Elcon ainda tem que fazer 2 para poder chegar nessa volta da vitória. O Epos só chegando em segundo já consegue. E o Stuff só veio para fazer peso no mapa. Epos só chega vivo, Epos, não precisa forçar. 0-0-0-1 0-0-0-1. Ah, também porque o cara tá fazendo um esforço pra tá lá, né? Pra se fazer presente, pelo menos. Pelo menos tá conversando com alguém ao vivo, né? Tipo, você sente que tá falando com alguém. Sem a câmera, sei lá. Caraca, agora é a volta que o PEC ou se ferra e não vai pra final, ou o Epos se ferra. Não é que não vai pra final, não se classifica em primeiro, né? Porque ir pra final acho que os dois vão, pô. Só se o Elcon foi. O Elcon ainda tem que fazer 3 voltas pra ir pra final. Quicou errado ali. Quicou errado. Falei que tinha quicado errado ali na primeira. O Epos na frente. Ai, ai. O Elcon bateu. O PEC também. Epos, não erra que você vai ficar em primeiro, garotinho. Eu coloquei ele no meu negócio passando em primeira. Ai, que da hora. Quer ver? Aí aqui, ó. Eu coloquei ele no meu predict. Aqui, ó, passando. Então, pack tá, eu coloquei ele. Ai, ai. Bora, que agora tem mais uma corrida ainda. Mais uma volta pro pack tentar passar, né? Porque, sinceramente, pack, você teve 3 voltas, eu acho, ou mais, para se classificar. E vamos para Norway. Norway é o que? Noruega. Pack, Elcon Isters. Se o Elcon chegar em segundo, ainda não faz a volta de classificação. Se chegar em primeiro, faz. Então o Pack tem que torcer ou pro Stuff ou para ele chegar em primeiro. Porque se for o Elcon, os dois vão ter a volta de finalistas. E mais uma vez o Pack, por errinhos bestas, vai deixar escapar essa vaga na final. Vitality. Bateu, puta, bateu. Teremos 2 finalistas agora. Se o Elcon não errar nada, teremos 2 finalistas agora. Pack deixou o Apple chegar em 3 voltas, foi eliminado. Tá emocionado, Pack. O Pack agora deixou o Elcon chegar em 2 voltas, em 2 ou 3 voltas, 2 voltas. Tá emocionado. Na lei de BT, o Pack ganha agora. Essa é a lei de BT. A lei de BT é assim: o time rema, e quando precisa, o outro time vai lá e ganha. Então, a lei de BT, isso é o que vai acontecer. Se não errar, classifica. Essa quicadinha é perigosa, porque você pode bater no canto direito ali. Ui, boa. Agora tem que já sair girando desde trás para entrar aí com tudo. Agora vai ser o pulo final, vai ser no pouso. Vai ser no pouso. Falei, na lei de BT é isso que acontece. O time rema, chega, não consegue. Essa é a lei do BT, né? Será que é isso? A lei do BT é isso. Rema e não sei. O cara fez a volta da vida dele. Nenhum erro, nenhum mistake. A volta da volta, né? Se precisava fazer uma volta limpa, era essa. Emociona, garotinho. Você... Cara, a emoção que deve ser, porque você viu o outro chegar e passar. Você viu o outro chegar e falar: meu amigo, o cara tá com a volta da vitória, eu tenho que fazer alguma coisa. E faz uma volta perfeitinha. Agora a gente vai ter aquela... O Fortnite eu acho que não vai conseguir ganhar ponto. o time da Falcons, nem o time da AG. Não vou conseguir, eu acho. Vai depender tudo do nosso jogador, que eu esqueci o nome aqui, do GAN. Vai depender do GAN. Os 7 milhões de reais. Olha a ironia. Os 7 milhões de reais. O segundo lugar ganha 5 milhões, né? Não ganha pouco não, velho. Os 7 milhões estão na mão do Trackmania. Olha que coisa maravilhosa. Nós temos a transmissão. Nós vamos fazer a transmissão do evento que vai garantir o campeão dos 7 milhões. Que beleza, meu amigo. Que beleza. Vou até mudar o título aqui da Twitch. Valendo 7 milhões.
We spoke earlier on today, Epos, and
De
you were saying
dólares.
it wasn't good enough. I can't leave it that tight. Again, you didn't. You made sure to secure it early on, going through first there. What was it like to be in that race? It looked so spicy, so fiery.
Yeah, I mean, the level was good. Pack was doing good early on. Elcon made some points back on Norway. And yeah, it was a close three-way race. I sadly think Stubbs didn't really find his way into the match, even though he was driving pretty well. But nah, man, finals was my goal, and I'm relieved that I'm here.
We love that, and the team Liquid Alienware fans there as well. What was it like having them cheer you on there too? It looked, I mean, how you felt the kind of warmth, the energy coming from them too.
Yeah, I mean, we need something to combat the Vitality fans. You guys are loud.
They certainly are. Speaking of Vitality, the Pachysaurus Rex. Incredible scenes here. That's right, Vitality fans. Wow. I mean, first to confirm finalist mode. And then it got really close there at the end with Elcon when you saw Epos go through. What did you have to do there to ensure that you joined him in that grand final?
Well, the whole strategy was to have a lead because I didn't want to have finalist runs on Norway because I knew how strong Elcon was. And then Hungary came. I just played out of my mind. I don't know how that happened. Had the runs on Poland and it just didn't come together. I honestly, very shaky on Norway then. I don't know how that run came together.
Cara, tá em choque que passou. É claro que ia estar em choque que passou. Você viu o que você fez, cara? Você quase perde a competição por não conseguir fechar a volta.
Yeah, the Vitality fans are really keeping me going. Honestly, I need it all, and thank you so much. Keep the drums going. Let's have a good one in the final.
Love that! Give it up for Epos and Pack, everyone! Pack, when you're ready, you can come forward, you can crush Stuffed's Key there as well. Officially cementing the final four in this competition. We started with 32. We're down to the final fabulous four. Here we go. The key is crushed.
Não deu tempo. Cara, se não tiver consistência, o mapa pode ser mandado pro lixo. Nesse jogo, consistência e velocidade tem que andar lado a lado. O cara consistente devagar, não adianta. Mas consistente e rápido, cara, o cara não é todas as provas. Pode ser que uma chegue em segundo, uma chegue em primeiro, outra chegue em terceiro, mas cara, se ele for consistente.
To this grand final. He's the lower bracket king, and yet again, he is back where he believes he belongs. The Vitality fans happy with that one, Turbo and G-Geek, and also all of us at home happy to see what will be an epic grand final.
I think all the Brits are happy because Epos and Pack going through there.
That's
what
right.
An amazing match that was. But yeah, I mean, more to come. Still one more match, Thomas, here. And also this one, it's not. It feels like a fever dream. It's not stopping.
You know, Jerome, I'm actually going to throw a G-Geek next time first because you don't have the words and you shouldn't. I agree. I'm throwing it down to you too fast, man.
He can summarize it a bit better because
Cara,
he
tem
has
que mudar
prepared
daqui
something
que
as well.
também o
I
nome.
know he
Não
has,
vou
but I
lembrar.
love that you actually have the best statement of all because there are no words to describe what we're experiencing here. The environment is amazing, and here's why. Check out the club
E
championship.
lá no outro jogo, para quem não tá acompanhando, 6-4 para Spirit.
No words for this occasion. Trackmania is a game that many people did not think would be even on this stage maybe a couple years ago. Now it's not only on this stage, it is deciding the club championship. Team Falcons in the lead, actually currently tied. AGAL to move ahead and replace them in the first spot. It's got to be a third or better for Gwen. So let that echo around. A third or better, and Gwen and AGAL will take it. But we won't know till the end of the race, which is exciting. Also, Team Vitality, not as Vince here. You've got Mime in there, and now Pack. The race for third and fourth place is underway as well. And if you see Team Liquid, who have now jumped up to 5th place, that's Epos, who is now qualified. If he wins, and obviously could stun AGAL, could stun Pack, that might move Team Liquid into 4th place over Nodus Vincier. It all depends on how that final goes. This is going to be one of the most epic moments that we have ever experienced at EWC, because not only is the back-to-back-to-back club championship at risk, there is also a new hero that potentially may
Bom, é
rise
isso.
among the
Salvo,
esports greats,
mudei
and
o
it will be
título.
in
O título
Trackmania
é
of all places.
Trackmania,
I am so
valendo
excited.
7 milhões de dólares.
When we come back, we are going to have our grand final. And G-Geek, before we head over that way, and Kai, now that we've had some time to talk a little bit about this, I want to get your thoughts on what this race means to you as somebody who's a veteran in this Trackmania space.
Well, to see, almost the passing of the torch, but not just yet. Both going through together. Such an inspiring sight for the British and Irish Trackmania scene. And it has to be said that Pack suffered from the same issue than the quarterfinal. Had a very strong start. Well, kept pace with kept pace with by Epos and Alcon, then started running away with it on South Korea. But once he reached finalist, the fear of winning. 5 attempts. That's what it took for Pac to actually seal his place in the grand final.
And also, I really have to stress the map order here. Norway being a factor, and South Korea as well. I think that was is a very good map for Stufts and Elcon in particular. But Norway, and especially like being the decider in the end, the 1v1 there between Elcon and Pac.
É isso, vamos jogar um Trackmania aqui rapidinho, só pra gente ver o mapa, pra ver a dificuldade desse mapa. Beber mais break.
No way he's gonna throw it away, but at the end he still made it. He's still there. He's the lower bracket king, and he's in the grand final now as well.
In some ways, Norway, a map that has been banned consistently, drivers don't want to play it here. When it does show up, and we might see it again because Mime also picked it, and now we have a chance to see Mime in the grand final. Does it give Pac the confidence to know that there's nothing you can throw at me? I'll be ready for the moment.
Well, to be fair, I feel like he might be still, it might still be a race of attrition that he might be relying on, given how potent Mime and Elcon have proven to be on that map. Remember, Elcon, first rotation, 34 points out of 40, including a brand new world record on the points 0.98. Honestly, if I were any of the competitors, I would still ban Norway right away, because it's been such a problem map. Even in the very few times that we've seen it played, much like Australia, I don't think we're going to be seated in the grand final anytime soon.
All right, well, we'll find out in a moment. Right now, we've got Elcon standing by with Rachel in an exit interview after that tough loss.
Elcon, I'm sure not the way you wanted EWC to finish for you. So close to getting to that grand final.
Yeah, today I was really expecting I could have the pace to make it there, but unfortunately I just was too bad on Poland today. It didn't work at all for me.
Why do you think it didn't work on Poland for you?
It's just not the day for it, I feel like.
Do you think it was nerves as well? The big stage got to you?
Yeah, maybe a bit. It's just going to the final and all that. It's a lot of stress, especially on the stage with the
objetivo aqui.
Cheering around. Might have been a part of it.
Could you send
botar os caras no fundo que eu não quero ouvir. Bora. Essa pista aqui, ó, são 10, tá vendo? Vou explicar agora, dá para explicar direitinho para vocês terem a ideia, mais ou menos como funciona. São 10 pistas. Cada atleta pode dar ban em um mapa. Então vamos lá, ele deu ban, 4 atletas deram ban, beleza, 4 mapas fora. Depois, 4 atletas picaram 4 mapas diferentes. Sobraram 2. Desses 2 mapas são sorteados. E esse aqui é o mapa Decider, como a gente chama, que é o mapa que vai decidir o jogo, né? Argentina é muito difícil. Alemanha, Saudi Arábia. Vamos de Saudi Arábia. Vamos ver quão difícil é realmente essa Saudi Arábia. Nem sei pilotar direito Saudi Arábia. Cara, é muito difícil, a gente acha que é fácil. Ou sou muito ruim ou é muito difícil. Já não vai dar, tá muito devagar. Caraca, é muito difícil. Não consigo passar da primeira parte. Acho que eu sou muito ruim. Aqui tem que grudar na parede. Rapaziada, vocês verem a dificuldade do mapa na Alemanha. Vocês verem a dificuldade do mapa. Não sou eu sou bom, pô. Não sou ruim, eu sou bom, não sou o melhor do mundo, mas eu sei dirigir jogo de carro, pô. Impossível que eu não saiba fazer um mapa, jogar um mapa, né? Tá maluco, rapaz. Não, tem que ter uma velocidade certa para passar ali. Tem que estar mais de tantos por hora para passar ali. Meu Deus do céu, que dificuldade jogar esse jogo. Vamos jogar um mapa da Red Bull aqui. Vamos ver como é que é. Mapa da Red Bull. A skin da Red Bull. Preta. Bonita a skin da Red Bull. Ó. Bem louco. Bonita. Red Bull Faster. Pasta. Envio de skin. Essa é a skin antiga? A skin antiga. Dá pra usar a skin antiga da Red Bull. Olha essa aqui. Vamos ver essa daqui. Essa daqui mais ou menos. Legal. Bonita. Mais ou menos. Opa. Bonita. Holandês voador. Inglaterra. Que é Star Wars. Que legal, hein? Aqui é a campanha 2025, né? Vamos ver a campanha de 2026. Essa aqui é a obstáculo. Vamos ver. Porra, que legal, mano. Que legal isso aqui de você poder jogar vários mapas de jogos diferentes, cara. Muito bom esse clube que fizeram aqui. Muito bom mesmo. Ah, deixa eu colocar para vocês aqui. Para vocês não ficarem... Um pouquinho assim. Aqui, ó, vamos colocar eles, porque aí vocês conseguem ver o que está acontecendo e a gente consegue jogar. Boa. Que daí aqui vocês não ficam sem saber o que está acontecendo lá do lado. Bora, não sei jogar. Ó. Ah tá, aqui tem que bater do lado. Legal esse mapa. Legal, legal. Vocês têm que acompanhar a parede. Ai. Legal, legal. Ai, bati no chapéu. No sino. Ah, mas eu tô no palco e passei igual maluco, né? Vai virar o motor. Beleza, beleza. Tem que brecar. Tem que brecar um pouquinho antes. Cara, esse mapa é divertido. Vamos tentar finalizar o mapa sem se preocupar muito com a Tá, o carro vai desligado. Até aqui, beleza. O carro pula. Tem um boost. Tem que brecar aqui. E tem que pular ali, beleza. Tá, beleza. A gente não vai conseguir estar muito devagar. Mas agora a gente já sabe, bora. Aí fudeu, caiu torto. Brecar, se não brecar ali já Cara, como é um mapa de competição, ele tem que ser mais técnico, né? Eu entendo também. Esse mapa tem que ser mais técnico. Mas não é um técnico tão difícil quanto o do EWC. Esse técnico parece um pouco mais fácil. É mais pegar a manha da pista, treinar a pista do que outra coisa. Aqui o motor desligou, ó, tá vendo? Mais pegar a manha da pista do que outra coisa. Aqui tem que entrar de lado, bem de lado no negócio. Não é difícil, não é difícil. É pegar a manha da pista. Pegamos a manha da pista, a gente tá bem, a gente tá bem. Então aqui realmente vem bem devagarzinho. O esquema é aqui, ó. Esse é o esquema. O esquema é pegar a velocidade aqui. É achar o pixel aqui, o esquema. Não precisa brecar. Aqui. Não precisa brecar. Ali não precisa brecar. É só achar o pixel. Não precisam brecar ali. Demorou. Ali a gente achou o esquema. Não precisa brecar. a gente faz como, cara? Será que tem que brecar aqui? Tem que brecar. Derrapa muito. Valeu. Vou começar lá, rapaziada. Vamos então tentar a última vez aqui. A gente conhece a pista, cada um tem que ir. É isso, bora lá, vai começar. Bora. Bora. É isto. E aí, quem colocamos aqui, ó? Quem que a gente vota? Quem que a gente vota? Epos para o grande campeão. Não, peraí, tem que carregar. Não é o Epos. Aqui. Ninguém te volta para o grande campeão. Win para o grande campeão. Epos. Back ou Mime. Escolhe aí, chat. Quem que a gente vai? Eu vou de Epos. Vou de Epos. Vou pela minha torcida. O Green é muito bom. O Pac, ele deu muito vacilo. Em todas as vezes que ele passou, ele vacilou. Em todas. Então, pelos vacilos dele, vou de Epos. E é isso, antes da final, tiro bem.
After a tournament filled with the biggest moments, close calls and unforgettable performances, it all comes down to one final showdown where 4 players duke it out on Trackmania's biggest stage ever.
An unthinkable result for Carl Jr. An icon falls.
It's big for me, it's big for IG, it's big for everyone, so winning the grand final would be like, I think I will cry.
Winning EWC would mean a lot. It would be basically dream come true, right? It's the biggest event, so there's just plenty of motivation.
Proving that every hour that I have spent working is just worth it. I can do it on the biggest stage, the same as I do at home.
I want to play my A game, I want to play my best, and I can really see myself lifting the trophy and being the champion that I would love to be.
Go down to the final jump! Grenade! Right there!
Beware of the Polish bull.
It will be hard for you.
It would mean so much to me.
But let's show everyone what Trackmania can bring to EWC. Come on!
Every match, every moment, every victory has all led here. Only one battle remains. The grand final for Trackmania at EWC 2026 is next.
Stay the course. Stay steady. One final moment to decide your legacy. Here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, stakes have never been higher. Emotions never more strained. But opportunity never bigger.
Opportunity for the grand final here. Mime coming in as the dark horse. Talented player, not underestimated necessarily, but he has proven that he belongs here.
Estamos de volta. Banido Canadá pelo Mime. Peck pela Austrália. Epos baniu Germany. Gwen baniu Norway. Então teremos Japão, pique do Gwen. Poland, pique do Epos. South Korea, pique do Peck. E agora, Mime, Argentina e Hungria como decider. É isso que a gente vai ter. Japão, Poland, Sul Coreia, Argentina e Hungria. Tem Norway, tem Austrália. Estamos prestes a ver mais um jogo valendo 7 milhões de reais. 7 milhões de reais.
Only 140 points stands between them and immortality. The electricity here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, it is the most energy I have felt in a room in a very, very long time. It is so loud we've had to double the volume on our talkbacks. It is
Começamos então, hein, rapaziada.
and we're getting started on Japan. These are four of the best Trackmania players in the
Estamos no Japão.
proven it over the last 4 days. And it's going to be amazing.
E
It is going to be
estamos
absolutely incredible. A gauntlet in name, a gauntlet in nature. It is going to be so tough to put any separation between
na decisão da grande final, que é esperado por muitos. Rochador, Felipe Max, Volkswagen, Barrocas, Gunshot, Atanael, Wagner, Luna, Ribeiro, Mango Joey, Rei Todd, Thomas, Riotti, Jack Stripador, Paraibense, Saltbank, Gina Júnior, Liminha Matsunaga, Gracie Lindin, Hard Legend, Lucas, Mike Lander, Felipe Magalhães, Alex Flavin BR, de Good, todo mundo. E os que eu não citei, Green, Corvo, todo mundo aí, obrigado pela presença e pela sua atenção. Estamos agora diante do próximo finalista, campeão deste Trackmania. Gwen já vem com seus 10 pontos, pique do Gwen. Esse mapa é pique dele, então aqui a obrigação dele é fazer 40 pontos, ganhar todos os rounds. Ui, deu errado pro Peck ali. E o Gwen já está mais uma vez na vantagem. O Japão é um mapa muito difícil, ainda mais no finalzinho do Japão, que é o mapa dos portais, que são essa parte do portal agora. Isso aí, meu amigo, pesadelo. Pesadelo mesmo são os portais que vão vir agora, porque aqueles lá são fáceis. Esses portais agora que vão aparecer são muito difíceis, e se você errar 1 milímetro da entrada, você perde a volta inteira. É capaz, é papo de ser desclassificado. Começou a sequência de portais. Ui, acabou. Bora. Boa, acabou. É disso que eu tô falando. Gwen vem para os seus 40 pontos. Ele não tá brincadeira. Ai, meu nariz tá coçando. Agora a gente tem 20, 12, 6 e 8. Então agora nesse último mapa, todo mundo ficou na mesma posição de antes, né? Porque a gente tem 2 com 3, 2 com 4, 1 com 3, 1 com 4. Não tem número ímpar, então como a gente tem número par, todos ficaram nas mesmas posições de antes. Agora o Epos quer ganhar pelo menos um round. Ui, o Gwen conseguiu achar ali uma curva. Tirou segundos preciosos do Epos.
In the crowd with their drums trying to spur on their man in pack, but so far it's the drums of AGAL that are the rhythm that Gwen is using to drive to the finish line in first place over and over again.
Vamos entrar na sequência de portais e já é a parte final da pista. Gwen, Pack, Mime. De novo, ele fez de novo. Gwen fez de novo, rapaziada. Lembrando que esse mapa, né, essa final vale 7 milhões de reais para o time do Gwen. Então a gente está aqui atrás de quem vai ser o novo milionário, né? 7 milhões, pô. A equipe que vai ser a nova milionária. Gwen, Mime vai conseguir sair na frente, não. O Gwen conseguiu pôr as 4 rodas no chão primeiro. Pac vem atrás. Epos acho que deu uma vacilada em algum lugar ali, porque ele já tá longe, tá 600 segundos agora. 600 milésimos de segundos atrás do primeiro colocado. Houve uma pequena troca de posição entre o Mime e o Pac. O Pac ficou... O Gwen bateu. Caralho, ziquei o Gwen. O Pac não ficou em último, né? Na última vez ficou em terceiro, então tá com 11. Gwen bateu de novo, mas ninguém conseguiu chegar nele. Uma coisa é certa nesse mapa, em qualquer pista, se você erra uma coisinha, ela desanda a pista inteira, dependendo do que for, porque você perde a linha que você estava dirigindo. Você meio que perde a referência, porque você já vem de uma trajetória desde lá do começo da pista, você já sabe o que está fazendo, já sabe qual que é a próxima virada, já sabe o que fazer depois. E quando você bate e você dá o restart, no caso, né, você perde essa referência. Então fica difícil você pegar a linha novamente, depende do mapa, ou depende da hora, local que você tá na pista. Bom, estamos na Polônia, se eu não me engano. E é o pique do Epos. Nossa, não é a Polônia. Não, isso é o Polônia, pique do Epos. Agora o Epos vai fazer valer a pena. Será o pique dele? Pelo menos igual o Gwen fez, que ganhou 3 seguidas. Veremos cenas dos próximos capítulos. Gwen e Epos lado a lado. E é claro, né? Falou no chat aí. Não é necessariamente porque é o pique dele que ele vai bem. Sim, mas na teoria, né? Ele escolheu esse mapa, é o que ele vai melhor, né? Então ele tem que levar alguma vantagem escolhendo o mapa. Essa é a questão. Ai, o Gwen deu uma pinada ali.
back in our first round on Poland.
And 2 players were within half of a tenth of him.
PBs for them as well.
Oh my lord. This is a level that Trackmania has never seen. These 4 players have never seen. Well, maybe Epos with his beatboxing.
Maybe.
But still, unreal stuff, and it is pushing them to their limits. They are thriving under the pressure. They're not looking at the point count right now. They are just driving their hearts out. And right
Peck acabou de fazer o TR. Essa volta passada, ele acabou de fazer o ponto. Ponto não ganha ponto, né? Só o ranking. Bateu. O Gwen bateu. Vai, Epos. Agora bateu também o Peck. Aproveita agora, Epos. Sua chance de, pelo menos... Ai, o Peck... Ai, todo mundo bateu. Que pariu, mano. Estamos zicando todo mundo. Gwen também dá muita sorte. Os 3 bateram. O Gwen dá muita sorte. Nem vai chegar lá, ó. Os 3 bateram. Que sorte. Muito sortudo, Gwen. Meu Deus do céu. Mas eu tô torcendo pra você também, pra você levar os 7 milhões para a sua equipe. Claro que eu queria que a Liquid ganhasse, mas... fazer o quê? Foram só 6 rounds até agora, 7 agora. O cara já fez 52 pontos, o Gwen. O Gwen é o novo melhor do mundo, não é possível. O Carlos Júnior vai ficar para trás. E para a alegria de todos, a Falcons não, para a alegria de todos, a Spirit deu um pau na Legacy, ou para a tristeza de todos, né? Não sei para quem vocês estão torcendo. Não sei qual foi a torcida de vocês. Olha, os caras estão pinando até aqui. Ui. O cara tá dando sorte, esse Glample. De 70 pontos que foi disputado até agora, ele ganhou 62. Dá pra acreditar nisso? De 70 pontos, ele ganhou 62. Agora o 8º, né? Vai ser de 80 pontos, ele vai ganhar. Dependendo de quando ele chegar. Gwen fazendo a corrida da vida dele. Não essa corrida, né? Corrida geral. Gwen, 80, 72 de 80. Que é isso? Peck é a fraude, né? Como se disse no chat. Peck da fraude, é verdade. O chat é separado, né? Tem 3 chats. Na Twitch, um, no YouTube outro, no Kik outro. Então, cada um fala uma coisa e não se vê. Quem tá na Twitch não vê quem fala no... Bye bye Falcon.
We're having to use the breaks in maps as a break, as a breather, because every single round is unreal. Finally, the drums have stopped for a moment as well.
They'll be back.
Wait to get back into South Korea here.
Oh.
Now, EPOS and PAC have been monumentous on the identity of South Korea over the course of the whole tournament. Every British player has been
Nossa, olha essa saída, cara. Que limpa.
Gwen seems to be pulling away in every single round before we get to the identity of any of these tracks. But right now, it's Mime out ahead, PAC behind, and Gwen has pulled away already.
I'd say Mime has been quiet in this match. He's not been contesting for the lead, but Gwen has taken so many first places that it hasn't mattered. Mime is still right there with EPOS and PAC. The battle for second is fierce. It just doesn't matter. They need to catch Gwen, who in this round is sitting looking at the taillights of Mime as we approach the final sector of the track. Identity to come, and Gwen has closed that gap right back up. He's going to look to push Mime all the way to the end. He's going to look
Gwen,
to try and
Mime brigando pela liderança. Pelas nossas contas, 72 de 8 e agora vamos ver de 80, né? Então, só não chegou uma em primeiro. Agora 78 de 90. 78 de 90. Mais um tournament record, né, que ele fez no negócio passado. Nós temos dois carros amarelinhos, um é da nave, o outro é da Vitality. Lá, 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 lá. Um carro azul, que é da Liquid, do cavalo, e um carro vermelho, que é da Gwen, do AGAL. E olha lá como tá vindo o carro da nave, o Mime. Green retoma a liderança por 0,037, agora tá mais, mas antes estava 0,037, agora tá 0,1 segundo, 0,55 segundos. EPOS consegue retomar o segundo lugar, agora vai ser no pulo, pulou, Audi pulou, Green pulou, ganhou de novo. 88 de 100. O cara é bom. O cara é bom. Enquanto isso, os caras lá atrás batalhando entre eles, né? Ele já tá o dobro quase da pontuação dos de trás. Gwen e EPOS, um atrás do outro. O Gwen já está na liderança com 88 pontos. O EPOS chega atrás, 45. Mime 48 e PAC 46. Está uma mistura para ver quem será o segundo colocado da competição. E é isso que a gente está indo atrás. E o primeiro a gente já sabe, eu acho, né? Nossa, o Gwen chegou em último. Zicamos o Gwen de novo. Pelo amor de Deus. Vai mais uma, Gwen ficou em segundo, em terceiro agora. 91, o Gwen está a 5 vitórias de ser campeão. Ui, quase pegou no cantinho ali. Já era aqui, Pack. Se você cair primeiro, você ganha. Se cair primeiro, você ganha. Boa, Pack. Isso aí, Pack. Boa, Pack. Tá bom. Gwen ganhou seus 6 pontinhos, né? 97 de 120. Tá bom. Não é ruim, mas também tá... Nossa, que coisa.
Second place, he gets back to a position where he moves closer. At this point, Twiggy, I think that we could see Gwen get second place in.
E vamos para uma Argentina, rapaziada.
Comfortably hit finalist before anyone else.
Indeed. Well, here we are on Argentina now. God, it feels like it doesn't matter what map it is. It's just Gwen's playground. That's all it is, and everybody else is just trying to stop him now. Finally, we have had a few rounds where Gwen hasn't just stolen every single point away, but still such a long
Acorda, garoto. 58, 52, 58, 56 e 62.
That's a solid map. Honestly, you're happy with that in a lot of matches. Just picking up one first place at any point is big. 10 points so far above the 6 points that you get for second place. As we move into Argentina, one of the things to keep an eye on, Gwen goes for such a different line to everyone else here. Earlier in the day,
97 de 120, agora a gente vai para os 120, acho que foi 97, 120, a gente vai para agora os 130. Vamos para os 130.
And hopefully put him in a mindset where somehow, some way, they can stage a comeback. It's Mime in first here on Argentina, and it's Pack in second, and Epos in third. And
Chegou no 100 de 130. Deixando chegar, tá deixando chegar. Lá. Vitality. E temos agora Gwen de 130 pontos. Agora estamos nos 140 pontos. Temos aí uma excelente final, muito acirrada entre os segundo colocado. O primeiro tá a 100 pontos, mas se ele não conseguir, se ele não começar a jogar, meu amigo, se ele não começar a jogar, já começou a azedar o pé do França. Lá. E perdeu velocidade, Gwen perdeu velocidade ali, vai deixando os amigos chegar, ou o inimigo, não sei como ele chama. É gol do Brasil, não, é gol da França, que é o Pack. Chega em primeiro. O Gwen tem 104 pontos de 140. A gente tá chegando aí num patamar onde ele podia já estar, tivesse ganhado todos. Mime está tentando, Mime está batalhando, mas o Pack vem aí com 78 pontos. É agora. Se você ganha essa, vai para 114. E o 114 é um número mágico, porque você já entra na casa dos 110 pontos. E para você chegar à sua classificação para a vitória, no caso, né? É por muito pouco. Tá 104 de 150 pontos. Vamos ver como é que ele vai vir. O Gwen já não chega mais em primeiro, tá longe para dedéu do pack do Mime. E esse pique foi do Mime, então o Mime gosta muito dessa pista, né? 108 de 150, tá ficando para trás. O pack tá ficando para trás. O Apples tá deixando a galera chegar. O Mime gosta muito dessa pista. Ui, olha o Apples vindo aí, olha o Gwen. Boa, Gwen.
For the first time, deny Falcons a club championship at EWC. The turnaround is great for 3 players, but again, Twiggy for Gwen, it just has not.
Bateu. Gwen tá chegando. 108 de 160.
Has been gifted a chance to maybe even push for a win. I think he's a little bit too far up the road, but one mistake from Epos.
108 de 160. Vai chegar, não vai chegar. 113, né? De 160. É isso. 114, bicho. 114 de 160, né? Talent. Vamos para a
way, we're going to have a much closer game than the first 3 maps led us to believe.
And from this point on, Gwen needs to work for it, right? I mean, look, it was a fairy tale run for the opening 2-3 maps of this match. But now things have started to go wrong. Now Gwen will have to dig deep. I think the scary thing for his competitors is that he was able to do that in the semi-final, which, as you said, Twiggy, not 2 hours ago happened. Gwen was behind by 20, 30 points in the mid-game, and from that position, he managed to claw his way back and close things out.
Aqui a gente tá com 114 de 160. Vitality. Agora se ele ganha nessa corrida e ele pega e ganha 3, a última ronda, último round, última volta, no caso as 4, ele pode ser campeão. Mas ele tem que ganhar 3. Creio eu que a gente vai pro próximo mapa. E aí vai ser um mapa X aí, eu não sei qual vai ser, porque ele faz um loop nos mapas, né? Volta pro primeiro, eu acho que o primeiro é o pique dele, se eu não me engano. O primeiro foi pique dele. Então vai voltar pro primeiro mapa, que é pique dele. E aí vai ser bom. Aí vai ter gente chorando. Ui, pingou errado, não. Gwen, 124 de 170, rapaziada. 124 de 170. O cara é insano. O Gwen é insano. Precisa só de mais 3 vitórias. Lembrando que esse jogo vale 7 milhões. E se o Gwen chegar em terceiro, já vale 7 milhões. Chegando em terceiro já ganha seus 7 milhões. O time já ganha 7 milhões. Não importa se ele for campeão ou não. A premiação dos 7 milhões de dólares. que no nosso caso vai dar em volta de uns 35 milhões de reais. E o Gwen vai vindo para o seu 34 de 180. O cara tá chegando. O cara tá chegando. O cara tá vindo. Um segundo lugar já garante. Um segundo lugar já garante a volta da vitória. E o segundo lugar tá pegando acirrado, hein? 93, 93, 91. A gente só tá falando do Gwen, mas não estamos falando dos outros três. Epos, Mime e Peck. Estamos só apenas falando do Gwen, do grande favorito. E estamos falando apenas também dos 4 melhores do mundo. Chegaram nessa final, não é à toa, fazendo uma corrida maravilhosa, uma final espetacular, que vale a pena ter rerum. Vou deixar de rerum hoje à noite essa final. De rerum. É agora. Epos perdeu, não. Epos ficou 143 de 180. One to win. Uma para ganhar. Mais uma to win. Que isso? Que isso que a gente tá vendo, rapaziada?
Of Trackmania I have seen in my life. I can guarantee you, for most people watching that have been watching this game for the many years, it has.
O cara dele tranquilão, de controle na mão. A time Falcon vai perdendo 7 milhões de reais. E o time da Audiel vai garantindo os 7 milhões. É isso que você está vendo. É isso que você está vendo. Tudo bem, rapaziada, tudo bem. Faz parte, faz parte, faz parte, faz parte. Faz parte, mais um mapinha. Mais um mapinha, faz parte. Que emoção, que emoção. Japão, vamos para o Japão, mapa do Gwen. É o mapa que ele foi escolhido por ele, voltou lá no primeiro mapa. Vitality. Seguinte, agora meu Deus, o que está acontecendo?
Watch me put this one beyond doubt. We are into what could be the final round of Trackmania here at the EWC 2026.
Gwen na frente, pique dele, porque esse foi o primeiro mapa da competição e ele já está na frente. Gwen, Ipos pode fazer história aqui. História não, né? Pode só atrasar a vitória do Gwen. Chegamos nas partes dos portais que são bem delicados de passar. Epos passou bem, continua atrás do Gwen. Já era, Epos deu uma batida ali, ficou para trás. Gwen vai ser o grande campeão mundial. Brecou, fez a curva fechadinha. Epos recuperou. Epos recuperou. Olha os portais, bem difícil de passar. O Epos vem, Gwen vem para a vitória. Gwen vem ser o grande campeão. Gwen é o grande campeão e leva para o time dele 7 milhões de dólares. Simplesmente, a vitória dele aqui garantiu 7 milhões de dólares para o time da AG. Tirou o time Falcons, que era o grande campeão dos anos anteriores, e trouxe 7 milhões de dólares para casa, para o time. Que beleza! Isso aqui foi garantido através do Trackmania. Esse grande prêmio foi garantido através do Trackmania.
Absolute dominance from Gwen.
You can see how much it means to him. Look at the tears. Look at the tears from everyone involved. This man has saved EWC for AGAL after such a hard-fought 7 weeks. It could only be Gwen that could win it, and he didn't even need to come first. He only needed to come in 3rd place here.
Look at it. Nobody else in the match can do anything
Exactly.
except
None of them can even be upset. What do you even do? If they were driving their best times every round, Gwen still would have won.
Gwen,
here he is.
Get to place his key, the last remaining key in Trackmania, into the trophy. Gwen.
No, I'm gonna cry. Imagine. Oh my god. He's done it. He has done it. Not just Gwen as the champion of Trackmania, Gwen, the champion of EWC 2026.
Absolutely incredible. Well, for all of us who have been involved in the cast here, thank you very much for watching. We're going to hear what the man himself has to say.
Hands together for your EWC Trackmania champion. It's
É isso, rapaziada. Gwen, grande campeão do Trackmania.
Everyone cheering, celebrating your name. You've done it. You are the very first Trackmania champion at the Esports World Cup. How does this moment rank? How does it feel right now to you holding that trophy?
It feels so great. Like anything can happen that well, and like I've done it. I've done the match of my life at the right moment, and yeah, so.
Falei, cara. Tô falando. Ele errou, ele ficou muito nervoso nas finais. E ele teve chance de ser o grande campeão. Ele deixou muita gente chegar perto dele. A mão suada no mal. Olha, é pai já. Gwen, que legal, teu filhinho vai ganhar um troféu.
As well, here, come join my friends. What an amazing moment, but please bring on these wonderful people too.
It is an incredible moment for esports history.
Olha o dono do time aí. Não sei se é árabe esse time também. O Gwen, não sei se é chinês. É chinês, né? O dono do time, certeza. Os chineses aí. Tem um árabe junto, mas esse cara é chinês, certeza. AGAL. EWC Club Champion. Que beleza, hein? E o resultado vai ficar da pontuação ali? China number 1.
How did you achieve that? How was that process of improvement each time?
Hello everyone, I'm Lane from AGL.
Lee Kendang.
This is our 3rd year to come to EWC. I remember in 2024 we are just at the gate, in front of the gate. But last year we become the 6th. But this year,
ficaram em sexto ano passado. E esse ano o melhor time foi campeão. Que é o graças ao Trackmania. não fosse Trackmania, não ia ser campeão. Quanto será que vai dar de dinheiro para ele, hein? Quanto será que o China vai dar para ele de premiação?
I think when we go to the global, I think that's our honor. For the next step, I want to build more rosters in the world and become the next year champion. Oh, next year champion of the great global stage.
Next year's champions in the making. Thank you very much, Mr.
Vai fazer o maior grupo de todos de esportes. A JL Group. Que legal. Ele é o presidente, aquele é o dono, esse é o presidente. Abubakar Sheikh. A J Global, o vice-presidente. Ele é o presidente, é o vice-presidente. O cara tá emocionado, ó. Caraca. Segura aí pra não tremer, hein? Vai sair tremido no vlog. E o scout, vou falar uma coisa séria. O scout, aquele que vai atrás dos jogadores da AGAL, foi muito bom. Porque se ele chegou em sexto ano passado e esse ano chegou em primeiro, teve trabalho. Teve muito trabalho. O scout, os observadores desse time foram muito bons em contratar os jogadores certos. A gente não pode deixar isso passar. Todo mundo sabe que o time é feito de jogadores e a conquista vem através dos jogadores. Mas tem um bom profissional por trás, que sabe fazer o scout, que sabe analisar os dados dos jogadores e ir atrás daqueles jogadores, dos jogadores certos para trazer a vitória. Poucos times têm pessoas assim, pouquíssimas. Então, a vitória são dos jogadores, mas quem faz acontecer é a comissão técnica, as pessoas que trabalham por trás dos panos. Isso tem que ser enaltecido, porque sair de sexto e chegar em primeiro numa competição onde tem a Falcons, que é gigantesca, para poucos times. Isso é para poucos times.
What this man just did, and maybe the most dominant performance in a final we have seen in EWC history, has not only changed his future, but the future of AGAL, your new club champions.
Paris, please welcome to the totem, not just your winner of Trackmania, but the representative of your 2026 EWC Club Champion in AGAL, it's Gwen! My friend, please hand your trophy to our key master. Do you realize what you just did? You just won the club championship at AGL, my friend. And you just won Trackmania, the biggest day in its history. Please, come with me. Say thank you to your fans. High fives, stab ups all around. Trav, unbelievable.
Gwen, come here. Congratulations. With all the pressure on your shoulders, you managed to get it done for AGL. Just one last thing to do. Take to the stage, place your frame in the totem, and eternalize yourself in Esports World Cup history.
Olha a festa que vai lá colocar. Não precisa do elevadorzinho, né? Porque tá embaixo.
And this man right there, getting the final box ticked off the resume. It's been a pleasure to follow all that throughout this week. A pleasure to be involved. And for that, Paris, once again in final language, merci beaucoup.
Gwen, AGAL, congratulations, well-deserved. A tournament of expectations, but expectations broken.
thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, to witness history, to be a part of this great community. It's everything, not just to me, but to everybody here on the stage, everybody in production, the community. Thank you to EWC, thank you to EFG. We appreciate everything, and we hope to be back next year.
Well, as you see the fans taking in the moment, and Gwen himself a bit taken aback. I remember the word luck being used to describe how dominant he was. But in my eyes, it was anything but luck. Because at 4 years old,
Mano, esse
his
evento
father put a controller
é
in his
grandioso.
hand.
Esse evento é muito bom, muito bem organizado. Não sei por trás que eu não tive ainda contato com ninguém, mas cara, parece que isso é gigantesco, é muita modalidade. São pessoas, muitas pessoas trabalhando por trás para dar certo. Uma modalidade, imagina 20 modalidades diferentes. É muita coisa, bicho. Não são só 20, né? São bem mais que 20, mas imagina a quantidade de pessoas.
Producers, our directors, everyone behind the scenes who makes EWC possible, congratulations, you did it. It has been an honor being with you at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet for these 7 weeks, these 24 games, at this final moment to crown our new EWC 2026 Club Champion. AGAL will take it home. And before we leave you and say goodnight in Paris and send you to our STC recap, I want to remind you from all of us here to never give up, to never stop gaming, and we will see you all next time. Good night.
Rapaziada, eu acho que esse foi um pouquinho, né? Pouquinho não, foram 8 horas de live hoje. Hoje a gente teve 8 horas de live. Simplesmente o tempo passou bem rápido hoje. Muito mais rápido do que... Deixa eu baixar um pouquinho. Muito mais rápido que nos primeiros dias. Uma porque os jogos, né, as corridas foram mais emocionantes, teve mais competição entre as corridas, entre eles. Foi muito bom. Obrigado, Rachador, pela companhia. Obrigado a todos que tiveram aí nessa manhã, nessa tarde, né? Foi de manhã, 10 da manhã até agora, 5 da tarde, 6 da tarde quase. Obrigado a todos. Obrigado por aqueles que só passaram, aqueles que vão ver mais tarde, aqueles que vão assistir pelo YouTube depois, uma parte. Obrigado pela companhia e pela dedicação do tempo de vocês também. Espero poder trazer mais eventos assim do Trackmania, começar a jogar mais ele em live também, fazer com que esse jogo o público brasileiro queira jogar. É um jogo muito divertido, é um jogo que desafia você o tempo inteiro. Eu mesmo fico puto aqui de não conseguir passar de uma fase de 1 minuto. Tava fazendo da Red Bull agora. Cara, não conseguia. E tentava de novo e queria mais. Quem sabe a gente não vê ano que vem um brasileiro disputando o Trackmania no EWC. Então, é isso. Obrigado a todos. Fiquem com Deus. E um abraço.
To the EWC Spotlight, where we are about to break down everything that we have seen so far. We have some amazing guests with us, starting with Sandstorm.